Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker in this house, and I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is March 5th, 2026. It's Thursday, and it's the Kayatola birthday. Happy birthday, Kayatola. She's in the house somewhere. She just got back from a long walk. Kaya. Oh, okay. Well, Kaya, place. Boom. There it is. The birthday girl herself. Doesn't seem like she likes the hat, but hi. Okay. We're live, we're alive, and this is a good day for dogs in general. It's a good day for Kaya because it's her birthday. She doesn't know it, but she's been getting extra attention. But it's also a good day for dogs in general, and I'm going to go right into it. Obviously, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but the reason why I'm late is because I worked out super early this morning, and I had a podcast. We did the Fear Am podcast with a special guest, Jinx Monsoon. That's part of the reason why. I'm live at 12. Okay. Hello, ma'am. Anyway, I'm live. I'm alive. Yeah. And, they're still shooting the rest of the podcast right now, but I had to come in because this is a very important day. Ladies and gentlemen, live updates. The first big L has taken place in the Trump administration. I'm going to go straight to it. I think we all know what's up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it brings me great pleasure to tell you that the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, the dog murderer herself, Kristi Noem, has been fired. Smoking on that Kristi Noem pack, ladies and gentlemen, the dog killer herself, blasting on all of our televisions in every airport, in every mode of travel. Botox Barbie, Kristi Noem, is out of the picture in what I suspect is the first of many firings and resignations and numerous other points of controversy that will inevitably follow as the first major role player in the Burger Reich Gestapo Brigade is taken out for one reason or another. But President Trump has fired his embattled Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem on Thursday and announced plans to replace her with Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. This comes after Kristi Noem was grilled by Republican lawmakers this week at congressional hearings on a variety of topics, including her knowledge of a lucrative advertising contract. Mr. Trump announced the change on social media along with a new and previously non-existent role for Ms. Noem. Special envoy for the Shield of America is putting her on janitorial duty, which he said would be a new security initiative for the Western Hemisphere. That's right.
Some good news to start off the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is some breaking news to start the day off with. That's what we got. Anyway, we'll go right into it. We'll go right into live news coverage from CNN.
And they do understand.
And I'll blast off, and we'll keep it going as I eat my breakfast.
To be true to the name of the cabinet and the name of the department, which is Homeland Security. Do you think so?
No, I agree. It's a gigantic department, 22 different components. A senior leader only has so much bandwidth to focus on different things, and they're just going to have to change some of the emphasis from immigration to counterterrorism, anti-terrorism, and I think they have to listen to the careers who are still there. They've pushed many of them out. Others have quit because they disagreed, with the human rights aspects of the immigration policies that are going on. But it's time to get back to first principles.
Mark Wayne Mullen is a real piece of shit, by the way. Just so you understand, like,
such an important piece of the story is Kristi Noem has been pushed out at
unbearable.
DHS, soon to be operational, and Mark Wayne Mullen we're expecting to be coming in. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kevin, to both of you for the conversation. We're staying on this breaking news. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Standoff, the FBI, Power and Paranoia.
God damn it. I thought I could at least get a couple bites and fuck. Mark Wayne Mullen is also a ginormous dipshit.
Knows
He once famously challenged Teamster leader Sean O'Brien physically to a fight. Let's take a look at that.
Last time, him and I kind of had a back and forth. Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And let me read what the last one said. It said, greedy CEO who pretends like he's self-made. Sir, I wish you was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company. Myself and my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy.
That's crazy. You just
Sir, this is a
slapped
time, this
her
is
with
a
the
place.
meat.
You want to run your mouth? We can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
Oh,
guy.
stop it.
Is that your solution every Poland?
No, sit down.
Oh, you're a clown.
Sit down.
Look at
You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold it.
That's the guy.
We are coming on the air with more breaking news. President Trump posting on his Truth Social platform that he has fired Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and that he will nominate Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen to become the next DHS Secretary. The president writing, quote, I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st.
Literally not highly respected.
2026. I want to bring in Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, when I spoke with the president just a few weeks ago, he still had a lot of confidence in Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, pointing to the border, but something has changed over the last few weeks. And what was it?
Well, it's interesting, Tom, you make that point. So this news, I think you can say, is stunning, but it's not surprising. We know the president has grown increasingly frustrated by Kristi Noem's performance as the Department of Homeland Security secretary, most notably after a series of events that took place over the course of the last several days where she was testifying before Congress. She had been asked a series of questions specifically about the role she played in approving contracts, and notably one, a $220 million ad campaign that was used to encourage immigrants to this country to self-deport. The senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy, said on that issue the president was, in his words, quote, pissed. During the course of the questioning, Noem told Kennedy that the president knew about her decision to approve the ad campaign contracts. You can imagine that did not sit well with the White House, certainly with the president as well. And so that appears to have been the tipping point in this moment.
Funny
there
that
had previously
only Trump
been some frustration by the president as it related
Trump's
to Noem for her handling
preordained
of the
allies get to do
operations, the
deals
immigration
like this.
enforcement operations that had taken place in Minnesota. So what
basically,
happened?
she thought she could get away with some fucking shady financial deals. And Trump was like, bitch, I'm the only one who gets to do that. And maybe my best friend is not you, dog killer.
Now,
and that's where we're at.
Did not make clear in the course of this post who serves as Secretary of Homeland Security
Women's History
right now.
Month,
Does Kristi Noem serve in that post until Mark Wayne Mullen can be confirmed? The president in his post said that Mullen will become the next Homeland Security Secretary. Obviously, he needs to be confirmed first. He is a popular Republican. It does not appear, with Republicans maintaining a majority in the Senate, that would be a problem, but it doesn't happen with the snap of the finger, as the president indicated on March 31st. So there are a lot of details still here to be ironed out. And Tom, notably, you talked about your conversation with the president airing in part during the Super Bowl and the week leading up to it. I was revisiting part of the comments that the president had to you at that time. You asked him specifically about Kristi Noem and if he had confidence in her, and he really didn't speak about Noem specifically, but about the way he and his administration has handled the border. Your interview may have given us the first sort of sense
Did you hear
of
what
some
John
of the frustrations
Kirchhoff
that
said?
we're
He said
beginning
he
to
wasn't
build.
going on the stream.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated.
All right, let's go now to CBS News.
Yeah, this was the...
Why do I love these wide open spaces? They remind me of why our forefathers came here. Not just for its beauty, but for the freedom only America provides. I'm Kristi Noem. From the cowboys who tamed the West, to the titans who built our cities, to the dreamers who chased the impossible, America has always rewarded vision and grit. Our greatness calls people to us for a chance to prosper, to live how they choose, to become part of something special. Anyone who searches for freedom can always find a home here, but that freedom's a precious thing, and we defend it vigorously. You cross the border illegally, we'll find you. Break our laws, we'll punish you. Harm American citizens, there will be consequences. But if you come here the right way, your American dream can be as big as these endless skies. From President Trump and me, welcome home.
What, a cool 200 mil for this? What's the problem?
Executive Director of White House and Politics.
How come she doesn't get to be at the forefront? I thought Trump loved that sort of shit for himself. Does this mean Lewandowski will now have to bang Mullen? Oh, yeah, because Corey Lewandowski was having allegedly an affair with Kristi Noem.
Finn Gomez. Finn, your reaction?
If you're going to talk to Chakrabarty, will you also talk to Connie Chan, who's a better progressive and not a liar who helped unseat an actual leftist in San Francisco? I really like Shoykot, like a lot, and I don't have an issue endorsing him, but that's obviously going to be a major problem for a lot of people, especially in San Francisco politics. Like, I know, but yeah, no, that's my guy.
Well, Lindsay, I have been talking to some of my sources, and one thing, following that exchange that Caitlin Huey Burns spoke about on the Hill, where the DHS Secretary Noem and lawmakers really really test the exchange over the 200 million plus ad campaign. I have confirmed through my sources, by two sources, that there was a very contentious phone call with Corey Lewandowski, the top advisor to Noem. It was with him and with the president following that exchange on the Hill. According to my sources, it was very acrimonious and quite contentious of a conversation. I don't have specifics about what was discussed, but it was specifically related to that exchange with Noem and lawmakers on the Hill during the testimony.
Was it about their rumored romantic relationship or about the ad spending?
Well, it was, my understanding was about the ad spending in that exchange. I don't know all the details within the context of that conversation. There has been rumors and, reports about an alleged...
That's crazy that she just straight up asked that, by the way. That's some fucking tea, dude.
Personal relationship between Lewandowski and Noem. I will say that Lewandowski has been adamant that it's not true. In fact, Noem herself said during multiple questions about that during her testimony that it was she referred to it as like tabloid garbage or something to that extent. So they have denied, at least Lewandowski has denied that straight out. But it's something that has persisted for a couple years, and we have been hearing, and it's been part of the chatter within Washington. I have not confirmed that, and I can just go off what has been reported and what and their denials, of course. But we do know there was quite a fiery exchange between the president and Lewandowski. Lewandowski, of course, goes back with the president back to 2015, where he was the co-campaign manager during the 2016 presidential cycle, in that successful bid by the president to win in his presidential campaign in that presidential cycle with Lewandowski and David Bossie at the helm. Lindsay?
Is it your understanding, though, that Lewandowski is still in his position at DHS?
That's a good question. I have reached out to Lewandowski. I have not heard back yet on that. But, however, we do know that they do have at very least a very strong professional relationship. Obviously, he's her.
That's crazy that they fired his side piece and then they're gonna what? Like they're gonna fuck him over too? That's crazy.
Or her top advisor by all accounts. And because of that, they're really tied. So I don't,
Bad day for Corey Lewandowski.
It's an assumption here. I can't confirm it.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with her face?
But the assumption is because of that relationship, that it's unlikely that he would remain if she as she now goes. So I really doubt that that Senator Mullen would continue to keep him on as well.
Yeah. No, Markwayne Mullin is going to keep him on. So Corey Lewandowski can be the top advisor to Markwayne Mullin, as in top Markwayne Mullin, the way that he was Kirstie Noem.
Senator Mullen is really interesting. I know that Caitlin Huey Burns spoke about him, but he's someone from, as been reported, he's a junior senator from Oklahoma. He's a former plumbing company owner. He's also someone who has a very hardline perspective on immigration, a very close ally to the president and to the White House.
By the way, it's a blast off meme.
Interestingly enough, he's a member of the Cherokee Nation, one of the few Native Americans serving in Congress. Lindsay?
For those of us who remember the first Trump administration, this is a bit reminiscent. We have not seen the kind of turnover in the second administration that we saw with the first administration.
Great point.
Really until now, but this is very significant.
No, to that point, like I did cover the first all 4 years of the first Trump administration, and there was a lot of this sort of upheaval that you saw then. A lot, 6 months, and they would change the chief of staff. Reince Priebus famously defenestrated
This is the first crack in the dam in many respects. In the past, if you remember, Trump 1 was riddled with controversy. There was a massive revolving door. Day in and day out, there were a lot of competent people, and then there were a lot of incompetent people. But because Donald Trump wanted the competent people to demonstrate loyalty and the incompetent people to also demonstrate loyalty or to do things in a competent manner, there were people that were consistently getting fired and replaced, right? You had the loyal freaks that just could not do the job because they were fucking stupid. And then you had the actual competent people who were managing the situation to the best of their ability. They were evil, make no mistake. They were still Republican, but there was a level of evil that they were willing to entertain without like breaking the entire system. Trump 2 is different. Trump 2 did not have the same controversies, or rather, they did have a lot of controversy, but Trump just kind of bouldered through it because ultimately there was maximum loyalty. The closest we arrived at as far as the girlies fighting was Elon Musk versus Donald Trump. That was actually a huge ordeal. As we all know, Elon Musk ended up being like, Donald Trump is literally a pedophile in the Epstein files, and that's the reason why you will never see what's in them, which, I mean, now we know, right? So obviously there were things like that, but it wasn't that significant. It's like Doge was just simply an appointment. It was supposed to not be for a very long time, right? Whereas this has a different energy to it. This is different. This is like an actual very significant position in the admin, the head of the Department of Homeland Security, who is no longer going to be the head of the DHS. So they hate you but love her even though she killed their dog. Yeah, I know, of course. All those people that are like, you're a dog abuser, know that I don't abuse my dog, but they actually do love a dog abuser. Her name is Kirstie Noem.
Tweet by the president.
Well, now they can also say they don't fuck with her either, because now that Trump actually, cut her out, then all the MAGA cult can say, oh, we don't like it either. Is Markwayne worse? Yes. Yes, I would say Markwayne Mullin is worse. Maybe a little bit more competent than Kirstie Noem, but like just as loyal. So, they're all fucking demonic. They're all gonna do the same awful shit no matter what. I think Markwayne Mullin also has a similar style to Kirstie Noem, an interest in wearing cowboy hats, and also a pizzazz to him, which is pretty funny. It's just Corey Lewandowski won't be able to fuck him. That's the only difference between him and like Kirstie Noem, if we're being super serious. Like if we're making a real comparison, Markwayne Mullin is a more competent person, but he also has the same exact interest in fanfare and fucking I don't know, running around and presenting himself like this hoorah dipshit.
But this time around, you really haven't seen that much. Of course, we saw that with Waltz, of course, the former NSC, head of the NSC, National Security Council, who's now, of course, representing the United States at the United Nations. He was President Trump's pick for that. But that really, you haven't seen, that was not a cabinet level position. But with Noam, this is the first major move by the president. Really, we had been hearing, I had been speaking to senior White House officials this year that, there was there had been this growing sense within the White House that Noam was becoming more of a problem, at least optically and externally, for the president as he tried to implement his hardline immigration policy that he campaigned on, and it was becoming more of a distraction.
Washington can just they needed to cut something. They needed to trim some dead weight because like the admin is deeply unpopular. Trump recognizes that. He doesn't like that. The DHS was also deeply unpopular, and that's like supposed because like the admin is deeply unpopular. Trump recognizes that. He doesn't like that. The DHS was also deeply unpopular, and that's like supposed to be a strong. That's supposed to be his like strongest policy. So he has to blame it on something. Then there's the $220 million ad budget scandal that took place. And it's like, oh, you don't get to sit on top of my currently not popular Department of Homeland Security operations and also do fraud on the side. It's fucking bullshit. Why you dressed like a bourgeois now? What, like a bourgeois? I'm literally wearing a fucking Chinese jacket that I got from Army Logic that's like not even, it's inexpensive. Oh, thank you, sir. But yeah, it's over. It's over for Kristi Noem. It's awesome.
It's been we've already reported this, but following the events that occurred in Minneapolis, there was more of a pronounced internal consensus that there had to be a change at the head of DHS, and I think there was a sense that the writing was on the wall. I'd been hearing that in some form for weeks. I know also Nicole Skanga, our great correspondent at DHS, had also been hearing that. So I think it was, I think the testimony on the Hill.
Yeah, Noam getting fired because Noam getting fired became inevitable as soon as she told Congress that Trump signed off on that absurd $225 million ad campaign for DHS. She forgot the first lesson any Trump crony learns: never make him look bad, even if you have to lie. Literally, they did the congressional hearing, and then one day after. She's out. This is the correct assessment by James Surowiecki. It's true. Like the whole point of Kristi Noem, she was sitting on top of like a very unpopular. She was the figurehead for a very unpopular policy. She came out and fucking said like Renee Good was a terrorist. She came out and said Alex Peretti was a terrorist. Like obviously there was a lot of backlash for that kind of insanity. Having said that, although there was a lot of backlash for that kind of insanity for understandable reasons, that all would have been fine. It just was boiling up. It was bubbling up. You were on shaky grounds. Trump doesn't like losers. He likes winners, right? So he'll trim the fat if it comes down to it, to create like a pressure valve, because if his base starts not fucking with Kristi Noem, then someone's got to go. If the base is starting to get mad about the DHS operations, like someone needs to be the fall guy. But the straw that broke the camel's back probably is the ad campaign, I suspect. But it's just like the replacement is not necessarily like moving the DHS in a different trajectory. It's still going to be just as ruthless, if not more ruthless and cruel. ICE is still very much Trump's Gestapo force. Like none of those things are changing. And Markwayne Mullin is also a real monster regardless. It's just that her time ran out and she fucked over Trump, I guess. Like she made Trump look bad. But yeah, this is the guy that's now going to be leading the DHS. Manlit Mullin. And yes, he tried to fight Sean O'Brien. Obviously, he's a real fucking psycho. He does like UFC and stuff. Yeah, he does like mixed martial arts.
From this week,
real tough guy. Standing tall at 5'4".
really the final straw, Lindsay, and that's why you saw this big move by the president to try to correct this.
We are coming on the air with breaking news right now. Our exclusive interview with Iran's foreign minister who joined us from Toronto.
Okay, we'll do the Iran stuff in a second. I still got more in the tank for Markwayne Mullin. Let's take a look at Mullin Plumbing, his pappy's work, by the way, that he took over as a small business owner. Markwayne Mullin is a small business Hitlerite. Many such cases, Oklahoman. I guess as is the case with a lot of quirked up white boys, he claims Cherokee, I think.
Hi, I'm Markwayne Mullin with Mullin Plumbing at The Red Ritter. Do you have a stool that just doesn't flush right? A lot of times that's due to the water level in the tank that needs to be adjusted. It needs to be about a ½ inch below the Douglas valve or to where it's clearly marked says water line. All you need to do is pull the clip, pull it up to increase water.
I mean, he might be actually fully Cherokee. I actually don't know, but like he's a fucking straight up hog. So I don't know if we're gonna claim that. You know what I mean? I don't know if people want to claim that. I feel like the Native Americans in the audience might not want to. I mean, it's Oklahoma. Everyone is literally everyone's part native.
Or pull it down to lower the water level. How do you clean your garbage disposal? Well, let me show you. Take you a wooden spoon and a pitcher of ice. Pour the ice into the garbage disposal and then use the spoon to help push the ice into the garbage disposal. Turn the water on slightly and this will clean your garbage disposal very, very nicely. Hey, if you need help with this or any other plumbing issue, call Mullin Plumbing at The Red Ritter at 918-258-6636. That's 918-258-6636.
It'd be really funny if that's still his phone number. My last name is Sam. I found out from my friends asking me, do I know him? What a terrible day for our family. What a terrible day for the country, really. But yeah, that's where we're at. Sources told Fox it was a combination of multiple factors that led to Kirsty Noem being ousted.
Looking for the testimony that apparently really upset the
I
president.
fucking called it, dude. See? Even before they came out. It's because there was too much heat on the DHS, on the operations, and like Republicans started saying, what are we doing here? You're calling white people terrorists? Like, if you're a Republican and you're like, oh, I want to see like mass immigration detention facilities, like mass deportations happening, you actually don't know what that's going to look like. You don't understand how ugly that's going to look like. That's one problem here. And I kept repeatedly explaining this over and over again. But like seeing it unfold in your backyard is very different than like fantasizing about a better future for America, a white future for America. Because like when you lose your landscaper, when you lose your neighbor, when you lose the people that you actually kind of like, you're like, what the fuck? I don't really like this at all. And then to add insult to injury in the process of that, when you go out and take to the streets, and then, a bunch of mass thugs of the state come knocking on people's doors and doing these kidnapping operations, and they end up shooting white people in the process. Obviously, that's not going to be a super popular thing, no matter how popular Trump is with his base, no matter how much he can basically hypnotize his fucking base of support. So someone had to be punished for it.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
We're looking for the testimony that apparently really upset the president, where Noem said, yes, we went through the legal process and did it correctly when asked if the president authorized and approved that $200 million in spending. He did not. He said that he was not aware of this campaign, certainly did not authorize it. And then there were also these rumors of an affair with Corey Lewandowski, special government employee who was serving as...
Yeah, that don't matter much. I mean, we all know they're bumping uglies. I mean, Trump gets fucking what? Trump can get loomered on Trump Force One, and that's not an issue, but Corey Lewandowski can't break off a piece. You know what I mean? Like, if she was a performer across the board, also rumors, if she was a performer and she wasn't so into like fanfare and all this like, optic shit, like holding up a gun, directly pointing the barrel at the head of another like ICE agent, and constantly playing dress up, or if people were happy about the DHS operations, or people were fine with her being like, yeah, everyone that the Department of Homeland Security ends up assassinating happens to be a fucking terrorist, If people were chill with that, I guess, then it wouldn't be, then she'd still be the head of the DHS. It's just a combination of all those factors combined. is the reason why someone had to go.
An advisor. He is also married, and reports floating in the last several weeks that Noem had sought to appoint Lewandowski as her chief of staff, but the president blocked that decision amid these rumors of an affair. So the combination of those factors that tipped the president's decision to elevate Markwayne Mullin into this position and get him confirmed. Martha.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
What's interesting is like how this works with the Senate seat. Like, do we just like the fact that Trump did this so haphazardly, so hastily, and took out like already a slim majority that exists in the Senate and make it even more contentious. I guess they have John Fetterman, so like it doesn't really matter, unfortunately. But I mean, he's up for election this year regardless. Okay, but like slim majorities matter quite a bit, especially in moments like this. But I guess you can do whatever you want because the Democrats are controlled opposition, so it doesn't matter.
Jackie, because, you know, the person that you're citing, the source that you're citing, and just tick off for us again the 3 things that they told you went into this decision, because that's not really a soft pedal the way that it was described to you. Can you go through those again one more time?
Minnesota, her handling of the fallout to the deaths in Minnesota of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, the statements that she made in public calling them domestic terrorists before some of the facts had come in, and her handling of that scenario, the ad campaign, the $200 million that featured her on horseback at Mount Rushmore and claiming that the president signed off on it when he had not, and also the allegations of an affair with Corey Lewandowski. This person close to the president described these.
They're getting nasty with it. The fact that the White House is leaking this shit as like primary reasons is that like she got the chop. She got the chop job. Like they cut her clearly. Cause like they're being very nasty about it too. Like they're not even keeping up appearances like, oh no, she's better suited for the new position that she got demoted to. They're just straight up like Kristi Noem, she was being a harlot.
These 3 things as a combination of her many unfortunate leadership failures. So less a decision to move her into a new role than to get her out of the one she had been serving in.
Yeah, many unfortunate leadership errors. Strong language from a source close to the president that Jackie is reporting right now. So this is a much harder line in terms of what unfolded here. Jackie, thank you very much. Jackie Heinrich.
Time is running out. To back a good leftist for California governor, I really believe you could help California if you had Carolina Bueller on your stream. Chatters, I'm going to keep it $150 with you. I think you greatly overestimate the amount of power that I have singularly in my hands at my disposal. When you got one of the fucking most crowded fields in the California gubernatorial race with not a single fucking clear-cut visionary that can cut through that noise, like there's not that much I can do. I cannot like materialize a Ramsey Robinson victory. I can't materialize like a Butch Ware victory in the state of fucking California in the gubernatorial race when they're literally polling less than 1%. Okay, like a lot of you guys are totally oblivious to how this kind of stuff works, especially at such a high profile and impactful election. I don't know why you like legitimately think I'm a fucking kingmaker. I can push things in the appropriate direction, but the bare minimum has to also be there. And the reality of the matter is, like with Zoran, for example, if he didn't have DSA New York, if he didn't have Working Families Party, and that's the mayoral race in the Democratic primary, like a lot of you don't understand. Like I didn't fucking single-handedly make Zoran Mamdani, you know what I mean? Like this kind of stuff is also silly because you will literally be like, oh, have you seen her policies? Yeah, I mean, it does not matter. Like it doesn't matter if someone has good policies. I think you guys are literally oblivious to how this kind of stuff works. If someone doesn't care about California, you're fucking stupid. Like you have to, I do so much electoral analysis here that it's like always shocking to me that people in this chat are like childish. You know what I mean? Like they have like a childlike understanding of how things work, where you legitimately think that like one fucking content creator has the capacity to overwhelm multiple billions of dollars invested in a fucking California gubernatorial race where like the reality of the matter is, although he's not my favorite, Eric Swalwell, I mean, I don't really fuck with him at all. Eric Swalwell is most likely to win the race at the moment. And there hasn't been like a clear cut. There hasn't been clearly like someone who could be the vehicle, the agent of change that people can like unite behind. Does that make sense? Like, I think optimism gets confused for childishness. No, they just like, I see that a lot. Like I don't have a, bro, it's because you're literally talking to people new to electoral politics. I think so too. Like you guys hear someone say all the right words and you start thinking like, oh my God, like this is it. Like, why can't other people understand it? You do realize like Nita Allen is a great example of this. Like someone can have the best fucking possible policies and still not make it across the finish line because there's a lot of ad spend, because there's a lot of politicking happening behind closed doors. Like, for example, the fact that AOC did not endorse anybody. Why didn't she do that? Why did the Congressional Progressive Caucus endorse Valerie Foushee, even though she's awful? Well, the reason is because the Democratic Party in the House of Representatives has a policy to push for incumbents no matter what, right? A lot of that stuff plays a role. A lot of you are completely oblivious to how unions work in the background and how like how the relationship with unions and like corporate Democrats exist, and you're like confused. Meanwhile, those endorsements do actually matter quite a bit. Unless someone has like a real well-established existing relationship with the rank and file, if the union leadership says this is our guy, a lot of people don't think twice about it. They're like, well, we're voting for one D over the other. Who cares, right? And but you push for Ray for LA, but she's way behind too. I know. Exactly. When also push is different than interviewing. Okay. So in any case, also California is a jungle primary. If this poll holds, then we can be stuck with 2 Republicans on the ticket and 1 is a Brit. Yeah. I mean, that's not going to be an issue by the time this race materializes. Like there will be people will unite around one person, I suspect. But yeah, you got Katie Porter and Eric Swalwell at the top, like with the Democratic Party brand recognition. You got Tom Steyer, who's dumping $200+ million. None of them are super exciting, if I'm being totally honest with you. But if you notice, there's not a single person on here that's like one of the candidates that you hear quite a bit from in this community. There's no. If you notice at the top, you don't even see like the above 1% polling for Ramsey Robinson, the socialist candidate, or the Green Party candidate, Butch Ware, right? You can like these people, but what you need to understand, unfortunately, you can like these people quite a bit. They can have the best policies, right? But there are a million different factors at play in terms of their electoral viability, right? There's a million different factors at play here that a lot of you are utterly oblivious to. And even some of the candidates that I talk to are somewhat oblivious to when they think like, oh, they can get away with like not doing TV ads or whatever, right? Like that's not how this works. There's no like one shot ticket to success when it comes to American elections. There's a lot of advocacy groups that will play a massive role in pumping up certain candidates over others. So you always have to factor in viability. What was Zoran's magic? Incredible ground game. Well-established organizations in New York City that were that picked a progressive champion that could cut through a somewhat progressive race, cut through the noise in a race that had a bunch of other progressive alternatives as well. Like there's a lot of that played a major role. It wasn't the fact that like it was like me and Chapo and Majority Report and all these other broadcasters that really pumped him up. That wasn't the case at all. They had fucking fantastic ground game. They had he was visionary, he was bold, he had the good policies, but he also had the traditional backing as well. Like the campaign had all of the important aspects that you need to have covered. Sometimes you get a once-in-a-lifetime generational candidate where you're like, he has the policies, he has the charisma, he has the stage presence, but also on top of that, he has well-established ground game that will only snowball from that point on, okay? And it's also for the mayoral race, right? It's a little different than California governor. California governor is commanding an economy that is the 4th largest economy on the fucking planet. That's why Fight Agency is so good. Because Fight Agency works with a bunch of candidates, including with Tom Steyer. and Graham Plattner and all these other candidates. But like, Fight Agency is good because it's like a traditional agency at the end of the day. They know how to take a candidate with good policies and then like put him on the TV spots that are necessary as well. They do it like you need that. You need all of that. You can't just have like good ground game and then not any of that other shit and then expect to win. You can't just have good policies and expect to win. It doesn't work that way at all. So it's a combination of all of these factors. I guess John Kirako isn't coming on stream. Skip the 3055. What is this?
Allied munitions to do what
What? I don't want to. Thank you. Thank you.
They want to do with Taiwan, whether that's through diplomacy.
Yeah. Hey, real quickly, Grey Horse, thanks for the $5. As I saw recently that John's going on Hassan Piker's stream. A lot of his rhetoric is anti-American. His community is also extremely toxic, especially to the left. Curious as to why you're associating with that. I'm not going on Hassan Piker.
Wait, what?
Hassan Piker reached out.
Okay. He said he is. I don't know why he's like now saying he's not.
And I said, no, thank you. I've got nothing scheduled with him.
Blatek.
Wait, what? I don't understand. His team or himself actually literally said that they would do it in April. It's very surprising. But I mean, it is what it is. It's the Zoran method. He's a fucking CIA agent, man. I don't care. I'll talk to anybody. I don't give a shit. That is a strange response. I'll be honest. I don't know why he reacted that way. He's pressure, bro. Don't give it away. In my experience, it's vital to have unions on board. He was scheduling an interview with Hank Pegger. This is from 5 hours ago. Leaked the receipts. I'm not the one doing the communications. I'll look back at the talks, but probably trolling if I had to guess. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. Who cares? They're bombing Lebanon right now. Apparently, they want to wipe out South Lebanon off the map. After the cameo, he's not trolling. He's just a boomer. He's not going to do it until you get in the tub with Austin show. Okay, guys, you don't have to prove that $5 subscription immediately by being incredibly fucking annoying. Okay, I'll be honest. Like, you guys are fucking toxic. You're literally toxic. Every single one of you is instantly proving the $5 donation from that hater. Let's be real. That is kind of the case. Sometimes I have to work against you. Like, you do get really fucking annoying at times. Like, this is one of those moments. Yeah, also, he goes on Tucker Carlson in Russia Today. What do you mean I'm too fucking toxic? Like, the person that the person that sent that donation is like talking to a guy who has a show on Russia Today. Like, the fuck? The community is a reflection of the creator. I know, except I do regularly try to do house cleaning and it fucking doesn't work, you know? They gave a $5 donation to a guy who literally bravely was a whistleblower and went to fucking prison. So I don't know what the fuck they're on about. But yeah, don't be that way. You guys do need to be a little bit more fucking normal. I say all the time, you're very abnormal. But at the end of the day, picking between having my community that I have comprised of well-intentioned individuals who sometimes gets really fucking annoying to a degree that it really pisses me off too, versus having like a guy having his moment on TikTok on. Yeah, of course I pick my community over anything else. It's just, you guys do need to be fucking less annoying regardless of the situation, because you piss me off. And that's unacceptable. I don't give a fuck about like not having John Kiriakou on, but I do give a fuck about making sure that my community is not unimaginably annoying. You know what? Fuck you. Okay. See, that's what I mean. All right. Before we get to Iran, Trump is also falling apart. Apparently, where's that John Carl tweet that you wanted to send me? Yes, of course I saw this tweet that I also retweeted. In a lengthy conversation just now, President Trump hit back at Tucker Carlson, who called the Iran war absolutely disgusting and evil. Tucker has lost his way, Trump told me, according to Jonathan Karl of ABC News, chief Washington correspondent. He's not MAGA. I knew a long time ago he's not MAGA. MAGA is saving our country. MAGA is making our country great again. MAGA is America first. And Tucker is none of those things. And Tucker is not really smart enough to understand that. Now, the reason why the girlies are fighting is because Donald Trump is actually kind of right, and so is Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is right when he says Trump is not America first, even though he never would be brave enough to openly say that out loud. He's not willing to take that fight right now. He might take it when Trump is even weaker, right? To cut away at the noise and to present himself as like the viable alternative to all this like ridiculous Israel first Trumpism that people are going to eventually get frustrated with and be done with. Having said that, for the time being, America first, or MAGA, is whatever the fuck Trump wants, right? That's just true. If you look at the actual polling data on this stuff, the entire world and the entirety of the American Independent and Democratic Party voters and all the fucking unaffiliated voters are straight up saying this is completely ridiculous. Why the fuck are we going to war with Iran for Israel? It's got majority disapproval overall, except for one group. The castrated slave class of MAGA voters. Okay? It's real. It's at 84%. It went from like fucking, majority disapproval to after Donald Trump did it and then said it was good to 84% approval, because the MAGA class in this country are straight up slaves. Okay? They are straight up cattles. They are the cattle class. Like, they will go whichever way the Trump government goes, the Trump administration goes. If Donald Trump literally said you have to assassinate your firstborn child, I think there's a lot of people in the MAGA cattle class that would do it. They would just be like, all right, yeah, I guess it's time to execute my firstborn. After all, that is kind of what's happening right now, isn't it? Like, he's basically saying, like, take your firstborn and send him out overseas to go fucking die for Israel. And a lot of people in the MAGA world that have children in the military are straight up saying, yes, I would love to do that. This is the annoying part about it, where anytime people talk about a rift in a MAGA, I have to shake my head. The only time where there's been an issue of salience in the MAGA rift that caused the real rift in MAGA is Epstein. There's there was a little bit of rift on the Iran stuff, but Donald Trump came out and was like, no, this is good. I love Israel. Shut the fuck up. And you should die for Israel. And everyone was like, never mind. I forgot. We're American patriots and we die for Israel. That's just kind of what we do. And very quickly, the approval for the Republican side shot up. Now, it's not enough, especially as the base is withering. But anytime people talk about a rift in MAGA, I have to shake my head. Over 60% of MAGA people love war with Iran. Over 80% of MAGA people love war with Iran. Still say Israel's doing amazing in Gaza. Say the economy is amazing. A majority even say they approve his handling of the Epstein files as total servility. Yes, the reason why I'm saying 60% is significant, it's an issue of salience, is because, yeah, normally anything that's sub 90 means it's an alarm bell for the Trump movement. That's why I'm saying that. Because think about it this way. The MAGA movement is what remains of Trump's base. Everyone else is left. It's basically us versus them. And the smaller that group gets, the better it is for the country's future. Let's be fucking real. And that is approximately like 20%, maybe at most 30% of the country. And then 70% of the country want to literally put them in fucking prison. Okay? It's getting there, right? And here's the thing. Even amongst the MAGA movement, or even amongst like Republicans that are polled, which is, mostly just MAGA, anytime you get sub 90 on the approval side, there's an issue, right? That's why I say even with Iran, it's sub 90. It's at like 80% or 84% approval right now. There's an issue. It's not as big as an issue as the Epstein stuff, though, which is at 60. Now, obviously, it's unexpected. If you're following along and you're like, well, I've seen all of the shit that Donald Trump has pulled off. It's all disastrous for the country. How can there still be 60% approval? You're missing the forest for the trees. 60% approval for a Republican initiative under Republican administration from the Republican Party is devastating. Okay? It's devastating. It's unacceptable. It might as well be 10% approval at that point. There is no difference. The further you get away from that 90%, the bigger the problem is for Trump. And I mean, like, even 80% is a big problem for Donald Trump. And that's part of the reason why they have to do this, like, maximum propaganda tour to fucking run around and be like, no, you don't understand. We have to die for Israel. It's like the most important country on the planet. And, everyone else on the opposing side are just like Iran loving, Muslimans that are secretly trying to destroy this country or bring about Sharia law. Like they have to do a lot of racialized propaganda in an effort to just like whip the base into action, to whip the base in support of Donald Trump's initiatives, no matter how ridiculous it may seem. And no matter how antithetical to the initial Trump movement policies it actually is, because he ran in as anti-war. We already knew that was bullshit. I talked about it quite a bit, as a matter of fact. But like, there were still people that voted for him because they thought foolishly that he was anti-war. Now, the expectation in a rational society is those people turn around and go, wait a minute, I fucking voted for you so you don't go to war with Iran. I didn't want to die for Israel. I posted those memes about the shirtless guy drinking a PBR with a fucking Mac 10 saying, I'm not going to die for Israel, but now you're demanding I die for Israel. What the fuck's that about? Under normal circumstances, a rational base would react that way. They would go, what the fuck do you mean? This doesn't make any sense. Why are we dying for Israel? But because Donald Trump has the cult backing, when Donald Trump goes and says, you're going to die for Israel, you're fucking cattle, a lot of people say, all right, well, I worshiped Israel anyway. This is great, right? Why break silence and platform a billionaire? Platform a billionaire for California before a progressive? Y'all cooked. Wall break silence? What do you mean? Chat, lock in, please. If you're talking about like me interviewing fucking Tom Steyer, did you think that was like a positive platforming initiative? Or did you think that I was doing my role as a person who has a lot of fucking questions about a guy who's presenting himself as a very progressive candidate? Like there were parts of that conversation that were not very positive for Tom Steyer at all, including but not limited to his lack of interest in openly saying that that Israel is committing a genocide. I pressed him pretty hard. Like there are still things that I like as far as like as one of the only viable candidates in this fucking race. There are certain aspects of his candidacy that I do like. It's just that I think that he needs more work on a lot of his messaging and even on some of his policies, really. But yeah, as it stands, I do not think that Tom Steyer is a glass trader. I would say that easily about Shoykot, but I would not say that about Tom Steyer. You're eating the rich, bro. You're eating their cocks. Yes, I know. I love the rich. I am rich. I love the wealth accumulation. I love capitalism. I think we have to do this every now and then. Like, I just have to like say things that trigger some of the sweatiest fucking losers on the planet who will like try to find a new home where they'll like get their crank fantasies out. Like, if we're talking about elections, like you got to look at fucking, you got to look at viability. You got to look at the performance. You got to look at the policies. I do all of that shit. And then I try to go through it. But many of you have like a very black and white approach to things where you're like, why are you platforming a fucking billionaire who ran for president? Like, I'm not platforming a billionaire who ran for president and spent $253 million on his presidential run. And then another $200 million on his gubernatorial run. Like, you guys need to live in the fucking real world for a second. There's a reason why he's polling at 10%. Whereas candidates that are infinitely closer to me in ideology are not. They're not even cracking 1%. Because unfortunately, having the right opinions and having the right policies and saying it boldly is not going to get you across the fucking finish line. But many of you don't understand that. And that's it. I hate getting baited over really stupid shit. It's just utterly irrelevant to what I try to do. Anyway, given Trump retreated against the Houthis, what do you think the chance of a retreat is now? It's entirely dependent on the performance of the IRGC. If they can keep up the bombing campaigns, if they can actually successfully stop oil tankers brave enough to try to cross the strait, or if they can if the IRGC sunk like an American naval carrier that's trying to insure an oil tanker, as it is crossing the Strait of Hormuz, I think Donald Trump would have to recalculate, either go up the escalation ladder and deploy nukes, or eventually try to back away from it all and come to terms with whoever the fuck's running Iran from that point on, and then go back to square zero. But that would require cutting Israel out of the equation, and it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot of phone calls from the likes of Jamie Dimon and numerous other very powerful capitalists. It's going to take a lot from allies in, Japan, India, and numerous other places on that side of the world to say, hey, we can't. You're creating an energy crisis for us. We're gonna start having to punish the American economy if you don't fucking come to a close on this thing. That's what it is, really. If he gets too many phone calls and simultaneously public approval diminishes as a consequence of like a big symbolic defeat of some sort, like an American naval asset getting bombed and sinking. If that's what happens, then I think Trump will back away. Not saying that that's likely to happen. You asked me like what it takes for Donald Trump to pull out of this situation. There's a couple factors at play here. The number one factor is to cut Israel out of the deal. To use Israel as like the reason why we did this, and basically say, yeah, they fucked up. We're gonna reconsider this deal, whatever, and yell at Israel over it and blame Israel for it, basically, because that's what the whole purpose of Israel is, right? Israel is supposed to be this like separate entity from the United States of America, a sovereign country, but an important ally. Like that's the way it's presented. And there's a reason for that. That way we have, at the end of the day, the nuclear option of plausible deniability. If things get too out of hand, you can just blame Israel, and you can turn around and say, well, Israel's the reason why this happened. Yeah, we're going to reconsider our relationship with Israel. It sounds really unlikely that it would ever get there, especially judging by the current situation. You're like, there's no shot that could ever happen. It's entirely dependent on how bad it gets. How bad it gets for America, how bad it gets for American assets, how bad it gets for the global economy, the energy market, depending on how stressful it is and how many fucking phone conversations that Donald Trump is receiving on the back end. They could make a deal where they say, look, you're gonna have to fall on the sword, Israel. We didn't realize that this was going to be such an extensive operation. Right now, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. The Democrats are gearing up to fund this war, even though they were so critical of it. They were fake critical of it. Now they're going to say, like, we're going to give money to Israel's defense. Of course, obviously, there's no other way around it. And yeah, ultimately, I worry that this escalates to the other side, all the way up the nuclear ladder of escalation. I mean, who knows? Hopefully not. That's like not very likely as it stands currently. But if things get really bad, I could even fucking see them doing that, rather than moving in a de-escalatory manner. But I will say this. Donald Trump and the American government taking pot shots from a submarine at an unarmed naval vessel in Sri Lanka that was invited there by the Indian government for this like symbolic performance, like them using that as like a major W implies that they're not getting a lot of significant W's, right? Like an unarmed Iranian ship was invited along with the U.S. to be a part of an Indian naval exercise, and its sailors paraded on land before the president. The U.S. at the last minute pulled out of the exercise and instead attacked the Iranian ship with a fucking torpedo. Breaking with all norms of civilization and warfare, we then refused to rescue the drowning survivors. Like, we didn't do this to Nazis, okay? And Nazis didn't do this to us. Like, that's how unique this moment is. The Sri Lanka Navy was left to pull the dead bodies from the water. I am hard-pressed to think of any other nation throughout history that would do something so cowardly and despicable. We are genuinely in a league of our own, and American media, mostly shrugging off the bombing of a girls' school and acting as if the carpet bombing of Tehran is a normal military tactic, is deeply complicit. It's true. Yeah, Nazis saved British sailors after sinking their boats. Like, this is common practice in warfare, right? In any case, the fact that they the very fact that they're running this as like a big campaign W though shows that they're desperate for anything, right? That's what it shows me. You might have a different approach to this, but like if they had some significant accomplishments, they'd be showing it. Like the B-2 bombing campaigns, if they were actually lasering with bunker busters like munitions depots, and if Israel had this deep spying operation embedded inside of Iran, they would show you. They would literally reveal this material. There is no excuse here. You can't be like, oh, well, they don't want to give away their assets. It's like, no, they would. That because there would be nothing to give away at that point. If they actually successfully destroyed a munitions depot, they would show you. If they have like this level of deep penetration in the Iranian military, I'm sure they have CCTV footage from like inside of the munitions depots, right? Like obviously, either they don't have that deep level of penetration inside of the munitions depots, or they just don't have anything to show for the results. So I happen to believe that it's mostly the fact that this entire procurement strategy was designed around bunker busters, designed around avoiding bunker buster munitions from the United States of America. And that's part of the reason why, like, while they close off, openings and shut off like the openings of caves where these missile silos come out of before they're put on top of platforms that, the TEL Erector launchers, some of which are single use, some of them are more sophisticated. They tried to destroy the munitions depots, but I don't think it's working. If you see limitations in the launching capabilities this time around, you will see it on the Tel Aviv skyline, right? You will see it on the American bases in Qatar. You'll see it in the American bases in Bahrain, in the UAE, and the bombing campaigns that are continuing in the Gulf, which, by the way, for the most part, does utilize Shahed drones. They're much easier to launch. They don't have the TELs like for the. Usually, it's like much more covert. You can just like go and easily release them off the ground, right? However, there hasn't really been that significant of a deterioration in their launching capabilities, especially when it comes to blowing up the Gulf bases. And certainly, they still have munitions, ballistics, and even like smaller missiles like peppering the Tel Aviv skyline. And therefore, it leads me to believe that the Israeli side and the American bombing campaigns are not necessarily as successful as they would like you to believe it. Especially because like when you look through the videos that they put out there of their like successful deterioration campaigns, some of those things are fucking decoys. Like half the time they're showcasing thermal painted decoys on the ground or fake decoys that look like erector launchers that have a missile on it, but the missile doesn't explode, implying that it's obviously not real. It's a dud. So all of that shows me that the American and the Israeli side are having a much harder time deteriorating the Iranian launch capabilities. Although they are successful at closing off the opening of these facilities, right? Because they have like a lot of surveillance on the Iranian airspace. So they're closing off the entrances, but you can dig yourself out of those entrances, right? And it's obvious that they're capable of digging themselves out of those entrances, but they're not capable of actually taking out the munitions depots at all, it seems.
David.
Bro, stop spreading misinformation. The painting things are fake. You're getting duped by misinfo. What? The painting things are fake? It's not. What the? Do you think that those are like unironically the strongest material known to man? Like those are bombings that are hitting like successfully Iranian helicopters and shit, but then the helicopter doesn't even move a little bit, or the decoys. Look, I hate what the U.S.-Israeli regime is doing, but they're using small bombs for that. Do you think small bombs are still positively incapable of moving a rotor on a fucking helicopter? Are you insane? Like, what are they using? A pebble? I would send a link of one showing it on the helicopter, but I'm not a sub, but it's like that. Maybe someone can. Either you saw like a fake AI video or something, or we're not talking about the same thing. Also, fake decoys to exhaust the enemy's munitions is not a new technique at all. They did that shit in World War I. They did that shit in World War II. It's not new at all. Anyway, meanwhile, the proof still exists in the fucking Tel Aviv skyline, as I said. This is Tel Aviv right now. In spite of the complete blackout, on the Israeli side and the military censor, there are still obviously going to be people who fucking film their houses catching on fire, and you get to see successful impacts regardless. And if the American government and the Israeli government were correct, you wouldn't see any fucking impacts whatsoever. Now, these could still be from Hezbollah too, because Hezbollah is also pushing. Hezbollah is also consistently bombing, especially northern Israel. But ultimately, I think that there are still launching capabilities inside of Iran. If that wasn't the case, then the Tel Aviv skyline would be very quiet. I have no reason to like cope in this situation. I'm just trying to make sense of this and cut through the noise. There's going to be a lot of people on the Iranian side that are just like lying and constantly pumping out fucking bullshit AI videos being like, we nuked Tel Aviv. And then a lot of dumb fucks will post it and be like, look, they nuked Tel Aviv. Like, no, they're like, that's not happening. Like, you're falling for fucking AI videos, okay? To say that like things are looking fantastic on the Iranian side is also bullshit, obviously. But if we're looking at this with sober analysis, the reality is the first couple of days they had consistent bombings like every 10 to 20 minutes, right? Both in Tel Aviv and also in the Gulf. It was nonstop, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. And they had a lot of interceptors at the time that they were expending. Now, you might think the reason why some people think that the reason why that was happening initially and it's not as consistent any longer is because they were trying to waste their older stuff. They were trying to waste the older munitions and expend the pre-existing stockpile, deteriorate the pre-existing stockpile of defense munitions on the Israeli and American side. And then now they go into like the newer stuff. And they go into cluster bombs and whatnot once they've completely destroyed like the radar systems, and then they start engaging in like more direct targeting and direct strikes. That could be the case. That could be copium. I'm not a fucking expert, right? I'm not an expert at all. I'm just trying to read the fucking tea leaves. One thing I will say, however, is that this is not a good look at all for the United States of America. Especially because, from what I understand, they might have lost the 5th fighter jet at this point, which is fucking crazy. Reports of a U.S. fighter jet downed over southern Iraq. Iraqi police say a U.S. fighter jet crashed in a southern Basra province with a pilot ejecting before impact, according to statements reported by Al Jazeera and Iranian state media. Basra Police Command told Al Jazeera their officers were dispatched to search for the American pilot who ejected within the province. Authorities say the pilot has not yet been located. They're saying this is a fake news story. Images circulating on Iraqi social media purport to show the aircraft going down and the pilot ejecting. I don't know if this is real or not. I have no idea. And the United States is denying that this happened. A U.S. official denies reports that an American fighter jet was shot down over Basra province in southern Iraq, telling Al Jazeera the claims are false. I don't know. Both sides have a lot to gain in the information war here from lying. They do. So it could be either party lying in this situation. The American side is not going to say the truth. The American side is not going to say the truth. And the reason why the American side is not going to say the fucking truth is because like it's a big morale diminisher when the glorious, mighty American military with all of its like multi-billion-dollar weapons is having a hard fucking time stopping Iranian loiter munitions. All of a sudden, you got a problem, right? You take a big, decisive blow because force projection is the name of the game. Force projection is within your capabilities. Like it's a big part of the confidence that you develop. If you can no longer offer security assurances to people that have set up American bases on their soil, all of a sudden, why the fuck would anybody want to be a missile sponge for Israel, right? This is one of the sides of this story that a lot of people are not talking about. Everyone looks at the situation and goes, oh, the Gulf is really mad at Iran. Yeah, of course they're really mad at Iran. Iran is bombing them, okay? It's true. But what they don't realize is a lot of the Gulf leadership is also making this calculation in their minds where they're like, bro, we've bought billions of dollars of weapons from you, and you're literally allowing us to be missile sponges for Israel. What the fuck? A country that has bombed some of the Gulf. Like, I don't think people understand the collective psyche in this region right now. Americans do not comprehend it. They look at it and they go, of course, they're just like really mad at Iran. Iran is the big bad. Iran is the enemy. Iran is these guys are very mad at Iran. Yes, they are mad at Iran. Okay, of course they're mad at Iran. But you know who they're also mad at? They didn't give Iran $1 billion. They gave America billions of dollars, and they're fucking oil-rich countries. And what has America done in return? What has America done for them in return? Turned their fucking countries with other billions of dollars of investments to try to fucking bring white people over with all their real estate projects and all their glory and all their marketing and all their sports washing. What is America doing? Using their existence as a fucking bullet and missile sponge for Israel and America. Like, the average population, in my opinion, from the people I've talked to, at least in the region, they're less mad at Iran than they are at fucking America and Israel. But I'm talking about the leadership that designed these contracts, the leadership that said, we're going to give you billions of dollars of petroleum and we're going to buy your fucking weapons because eventually when push comes to shove, you will defend us. When the defense doesn't come, you're like, what the fuck? Why am I giving you this oil? What the fuck is this? So let me understand this. I'm a Gulf Royal. I have trillions of dollars of oil, okay? You help with the refinement and the procurement process. That's fine. I could do it on my own. But let's say we're working with American contractors. This is a very beneficial situation for American capital. We've opened up our doors entirely to American investment. And in exchange for that, we get better deals with America. We get to do sports washing. We get to exist not under the boot, but as a part of the boot. You know, we're the bootstraps of the boot, right? Fuck everybody else. But now the calculation is different. Now you got Israel that has literally bombed Qatar directly, bombed Doha, and killed a Qatari national. This is very significant, okay? Israel killed a Qatari national when they struck Doha amidst the negotiations that were taking place between the Trump envoys and Hamas, right? That was a big fucking deal. It was such a big deal that Donald Trump made Benjamin Netanyahu phone the Qatari royals and apologize, right? On camera. That was a big fucking deal because, you know, these guys are pretty fucking racist. Like, you getting a Jewish supremacist to like apologize to an Arab is a pretty fucking embarrassing moment for Benjamin Netanyahu, right? And they did that because they struck Doha. That was ridiculous. They struck not at a military target either, by the way. They just struck a civilian target and they killed a Qatari national. There's not that many of them, right? In comparison to the residents. So that was done because something had to give, right? But in the aftermath of that, when the GCC is like, what the fuck? They're letting Israel blow us up? Like, we have American bases. We're supposed to be allies. Seems like there's a different ally of much higher worth here. While they're making that calculation, all of a sudden, they turn into bullet sponges. Their American bases turn into bullet sponges. There's also instability because there's like American service members that are like staying in hotels and staying in civilian properties. And now those properties are getting bombed. Now the American embassies are getting bombed. All of a sudden there's mass chaos, mass instability. And it's you know, their countries are now missile sponges and bullet sponges. It's like all of a sudden you're like, what the fuck am I doing this for? Why am I giving you all this oil? Like, so I can just be there and direct some of the fucking munitions away from Israel? Like, the fuck is this shit? So anyone that tries to tell you that, like, lol, Iran is just shooting at everyone, how stupid, is oblivious to the actual dynamic, right? Like, are they mad at Iran? Of course, Iran is fucking bombing their investment. It's a big deal, right? It's making white people not want to live in the Gulf. They love white people living in the Gulf, okay? But they're more mad at America for not defending them because they paid for that defense. They paid for that defense with a shit ton of oil. And not only do they pay for that defense with oil, they paid for that defense with a lot of social capital as well, because it's not like the fucking nationals are super fond of having American bases. They don't fuck with America. These are monarchies, right? Sure, there's no real democratic process, but you got to keep the fucking nationals happy. So there's always this delicate balance that MBS has to strike in Riyadh, for example, right? There's not a lot of nationals, but at the end of the day, those nationals have to be compliant with this deal making, which is precisely the reason why MBS can't come out and be like, fuck the Palestinians, right? Because if he did, then his nationals would rise up. Like there would be a fucking rebellion, right? And that's why it's a more delicate situation than it is presented. Sure, the royals love having direct access to Israel. The royals love having direct access to Western capital, right? That's great. And so do the wealthy Saudis in general. However, they still can't straight up be like, fuck the Palestinians. Fuck our Muslim Arab brothers that are being destroyed. It's a very important issue for a lot of Arabs in this region, including those who live in the fucking Gulf. And the reason why I'm bringing this up again and again and again is to educate you a little bit on this, to help you understand why MBS will do the Abraham Accords, but will do it quietly. And the only time you ever hear about his like true opinion on Palestinians is like, you know, in a private meeting or something where there's a leak that came out where he's like, I don't give a fuck about the Palestinians. I wish they would just go away. But he will never say that publicly. The public proclamations that come from the Gulf states, from all of the leadership, the royals, is always, we care about the Palestinians. Israel has gone too far, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. But like behind closed doors, they're like, yeah, whatever, chop them up. Who gives a shit? Okay. Not important enough for these Arabs to overthrow these governments. Just saying both sides are all talk. Brother, we're American. The fuck are you talking about? If you're comfortable enough not to overthrow your goddamn government, why the fuck should they? They're oil rich. They get plenty of fucking amenities. They get plenty of they literally have like a pliant slave class. For them, shit's fine enough. You know? Shit's even better over there if you're a national or a member of the fucking royal family than it is for the average American. And the average American ain't fucking going out and you know, storming the nearest military base. So if you're happy enough, if you're pliant enough because you get your jalapeno poppers for fucking $5 and you watch your American football and you shut the fuck up, then obviously the Saudis are like, yeah, we're really mad about what Israel's doing, but also things are fine overall. Okay? But yeah, I can't stress this enough, though. This is a decisive blow at the confidence and force projection that America has, and every other global leader, every other great power in this world has seen it. You'll hear a very different story. You'll hear a very different story from American news. Obviously, American news will be like, "Oh, our mighty weapons are fucking destroying our enemies." Amalek. We're purging the world of this great evil. Oh my God, you need to stop spamming Scott Ritter, dude. Okay, please, Jesus fucking Christ. I promise you it's not as good as a clip as you think it is. I got it, bro. You love Scott Ritter, okay? He's a little bit of a kooky guy. I'm sorry, to say the least. As a Euro-pathetic Hassan Abihead, what the hell is a Ginopolo popper? Jalapeno popper. It's a deep-fried, cheese-packed jalapeno pepper. It's delicious. I like to use it as a symbolism of American servility. So yeah, I think the situation is not as black and white as it's presented in American news. And I don't think like Iran is doing a fucking phenomenal job either. Like, I'm not saying that like, oh, Iran has really got Israel on the back foot right now or anything like that. Obviously, their striking capabilities have deteriorated, at least judging by the frequency and the efficiency of the strikes. Looking at the strike patterns on Tel Aviv, it's clear that they have, you know, they probably still have a lot more missiles. It's just they're having a harder time launching them. But clearly America has not like destroyed their launching capabilities in the way that they're presenting it. This is just how it is. It's always how it is. Anytime there's a incident, anytime there's war, you have both sides that try to make their side seem like they're fucking winning. It's information war.
David. Ένας acá. Oi, o Nofel, na reis o Nofel.
Mase!
O Nafal.
Wow!
Quero Nafal.
There's a lot of Israeli censorship too. Yeah, I mean, of course, all the Gulfs have censorship regimes too, obviously. So it's not looking great. Like overall, there are still a lot of successful impact sites, and it's quite difficult to present this alternative reality where like, you know, America's fucking killing it and Israel's able to like successfully defend itself from attacks such as this. Trump is live with Lionel Messi. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, dude, that is crazy.
Champions, and we don't care about them today, right? Right, Duffy? But we have, most importantly, wonderful people that love our country. And before we begin, I think I will say a few words about what's going on with respect to our operation in the United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually.
I mean,
we're destroying more of Iran's missiles
I mean,
and
it's
drones.
like I think Ronaldo did this too. To be fair, I guess they're both fucking charlatans.
Nobody thought was possible. As soon as they set off a missile, within 4 minutes, the launch.
I mean, Messi is.
They don't know what's happening.
He's Argentinian. What do you
We have
expect?
the greatest
You know.
military anywhere in the world. Their navy is gone. 24 ships in 3 days. That's a lot of ships. Their anti-aircraft weapons are gone, so they have no air force. They have no air defense. All of their airplanes are gone. Their communications are gone. Missiles are gone. Launches are gone. About 60% and 64% respectively. Other than that, they're doing quite well. I said, what's left? But they're tough, and they want to fight. And they're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late, and we want to fight now more than they do. We've had 47 years, depending on the way you count it, but 47 years of horror with this group. And, you know, when you see somebody walking down the street without their legs, without the arms, whose face is so badly affected and hurt, it mostly came from 95% Soleimani and Iran. And we, other presidents, lived with it. I didn't live with it. And so our people are doing a great job. Again, the greatest military anyone's seen. Thank you.
What are you clapping, big dog? What are you clapping there?
And yesterday, my administration
The guy
announced
behind him was
decisive
like, "Why are you
action
clapping?"
to help keep down
Literally,
fuel prices.
the dude in the back was like, "What are you doing? What the fuck? Yo, keep your claps to yourself, man."
Transiting into the Gulf, as you know, pretty dangerous territory. Further action to reduce pressure on
Luis
oil
Suarez
is
clapping.
imminent,
Dog
and
has
the
no
oil
idea
seems
what
to
was
pretty
said. He's
much
like,
stable.
I love American weapons, very good. Dude, long gone are the days of my fucking goat, okay? My goddamn goat, Diego Maradona, okay? Let me see if I can fucking pull up like a communist fan cam real quick. You know what I mean? Here, look at that. Look at this. Look at this. This is a real man right here.
Muchísimas gracias. Yo le puedo poner lo que
Para mí fue un segundo padre, un hombre al cual yo adoro. Fidel no es solamente de los.
The Americans gave me an award. They gave me one in Cuba as well. I told the Americans, keep it to yourselves. I'm getting one in Cuba.
Y me dan un premio en Cuba. Dije, americanos, quédense con el premio, yo me voy a recibirlo a Cuba.
Yeah, the fucking goat, dude. The fucking goat. Anyway, let's get back to these fucking losers. All right, here.
To take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential. It's much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future. And the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, and that weren't really involved very much. And they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. Its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started.
They weren't involved very much. Dog, you have American military bases on them, and you declared war on Iran. You bombed them first amidst the negotiation process. Of course they're going to fucking bomb back. They're like, damn, I can't believe it. I can't believe Iran is fighting back. Don't you know that's illegal? That's the argument here. It's like the fucking centrist Democrats crying on the timeline about Graham Plattner being like, he has to drop out right now, even though he's 20 points ahead. I will not elaborate, and I will not tell you why I have a vision in the affirmative as to why you should vote for my candidate. No, he should just drop out. Like, that's literally what's fucking happening right now. It's so funny.
And we think that we want to finish this one first, but that will be just a question of time before you and a lot of unbelievable people are going to be going back to Cuba. Hopefully not to stay. We want you back, and we don't want to lose you. We don't want to make it so nice that they stay. But some people probably do want to stay. They love Cuba so much. I hear it all the time. That was another one that wasn't supposed to happen. Venezuela is going great.
Unfucking believable. The appetite, the avarice, the destruction for this fucking asshole,
Rodriguez, dude. And she and her staff have been doing a fantastic job working with us. We're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, and it's going to Houston and various other places where it's being refined, and we're sending them back far more money than they've made in many years, and actually very shortly it'll be more money than they've ever made. And Venezuela is working. So we've had a lot of countries in places that truly love, you would say football, I would say soccer, but these are all countries that love football/soccer. And so I think the group.
Oh, Messi liked that one.
And if you'd like, you can. I know I'm a very exciting speaker, but you can sit down if you'd like. Okay? I'm looking at everybody standing. I'm saying, let's sit down, because we're here to honor these great champions, and we want to take our time, right? Let's get to the reason that we're here, and it's a beautiful reason because we're honoring truly talented people. Today, we're thrilled to host the.
Yeah, my favorite thing is watching what CENTCOM has to say that day, just so I know what exactly happened. Rumors are circulating on social media of a U.S. fighter jet shot down over Bosra. These are baseless and not true. Why did you have to edit from crash to shot down? Rumors are circulating on social media of a U.S. fighter jet crash over Bosra. These are baseless and not true. Every day, I love seeing what CENTCOM has to say because, like, it's basically the exact opposite has taken place. Okay? Every time CENTCOM comes out and is like, it's not true. The rumors. Breaking, multiple Iranian missiles have struck Tel Aviv and other areas in central Israel. Videos show buildings sustaining heavy damage, and one missile reportedly landed near Ben Gurion Airport, which hosts U.S. aerial refueling tankers used in operations against Iran. Another missile appeared to carry a cluster munition warhead, detonating midair and dispersing numerous sub-munitions. No interception attempts were visible in the footage of that strike. Earlier today, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps published a video showing the launch of Khaybar, the Khorramshahr 4 ballistic missiles towards Israel. It is not immediately clear whether the missiles seen in Tel Aviv strike footage were from that system. It was not immediately clear whether any settlers were injured or killed in these attacks. Valid target if it refuels military planes, or so we've been told for the past 3 years. Yes, this is this is as dual use as it gets, by the way. That's why I tweeted that out when American American fighter jets were landing in Ben Gurion Airport. Like, that's dual use. Okay, straight up. You have a military base where military planes can land, and you're out here using the fucking Ben Gurion Airport. It's crazy. Yeah, civilian planes are sharing the Israeli airport with military tankers right now. Like, it's fucking crazy. I know Trump said we will celebrate soon about Cuba. I know. Okay, I haven't really talked about Cuba as much. Obviously, we still have plans of going. I'm asking the teams to like possibly set a contingency plan because we have one method of travel right now, but we might need a different one if America decides to do some fuck shit in Cuba. My fear right now is that Trump, in a final act of desperation, as things are looking really poorly, things are going really shittily in fucking Iran, is going to try to get an easy W in his mind. And then he's going to try to launch like a decapitation strike or something. God forbid. I hope not. Allah nazardan sak, listen. But that he's going to launch a strike or something or try to arrest and depose and kidnap the leadership of Cuba or something. As much as I like you, Messi's on screen. Let me see my goat. Yeah, your fucking goat is literally washed, brother. I'm sorry to say. I know it's important, but please don't go to Cuba right now. It doesn't seem worth it. Man, shut up. That's crazy. Your goat is washed too? I mean, that's true, actually. That's true. Zionist. Zionist James. Hebron James. Look, if I can admit that my fucking goat is washed, you can admit that your goat is washed too. All of our goats are washed. They're all fucking billionaires. They're all so goddamn rich. They don't give a fuck about anything. They have no honor. They have no loyalty. They have no loyalty to the people. They have no honor at all. They are just fucking assholes. And the faster we all realize that, the better things will be for all of us. That's it. Oh my God, people are still spamming Likud James. I know, man. I know. You think I don't fucking know? I know. That's what I'm talking about right now. Listen to my words. I am cognizant. I am recognizing that my fucking goat is washed too. Sometimes you gotta find new goats. That's why Wemby Yao Mao would never fucking betray me like this. What is this? Hezbollah has been announcing rocket and strike drone attacks against Israel's Ramat David Air Base, which is home to F-16 fighters at 50 kilometers of the Lebanese border, to be determined whether such attacks will suppress Israeli Air Force operations tempo. But this is part of Iran's grand plan that worked for 18 years until everything came apart in September 2024. Note that the map in the image 2 is outdated and included to illustrate the IAF dispositions across multiple air bases. Know how large caliber rockets appear to remain part of Hezbollah's arsenal. Yeah. I mean, they still have the stockpiles. It's clear. Like, Israel hasn't been able to successfully destroy the fucking munition stockpile of Hezbollah either, even though Hezbollah is like right there. And I do suspect that like you need either bigger bombs that Israel doesn't have, or you need to deploy troops, which Israel will not do, because every time they fucking step foot in Lebanese territory controlled by Hezbollah, they come in vertically and they end up leaving horizontally, as they like to say. Someone should inform the Iraqis in Basra that they should stop celebrating because CENTCOM has just fact-checked them. So I guess, like, did it fucking fall or not in Basra? Did we lose another plane? I don't know. Did we lose another healthcare? Did we lose another rural hospital in Basra? I'm never going to talk about these planes and about these munitions with the proper names. I'm just going to tell you what it is, okay? You're guilty of this. That Jubilee hack got you to warn y'all what Iranian monarchists are like and y'all were too busy cracking jokes. That's so true. That is so true. I did. I watched this motherfucker and I was like, wow, he's a magician. I would like to hear more from this man, please. Turns out I don't want to hear from this man at all. I don't want to hear from monarchists at all. Reports of a U.S. fighter jet down over southern Iraq. Iraqi police say, yeah, I covered this already. Authorities say the pilot has not yet been located. Images circulating on Iraqi social media purport to show the aircraft going down, the pilot ejecting. Iranian outlet Fars News described the aircraft as an aggressor fighter jet, though it remains unclear whether it was American or Israeli. The circumstances of the crash and whether the aircraft was shot down or suffered a malfunction have not yet been confirmed. Visual confirmation of an Iranian missile directly impacting Kuwait. This is old, isn't it? I love reading the same exact drop site news posts 1,700 times a day. because people keep spamming the same link over and over again. The moment 2 Iranian hypersonic missiles hit the U.S. naval base in Bahrain. That's not a hypersonic, I don't think. The first one was, though. Israeli War Minister Israel Katz says we had decided to carry out a preemptive strike against Hezbollah, but it preempted that by attacking Israel first. Why admit it at that point? What the fuck? Preempting the preemptor. Oh, that's funny. Now that's a preemptive strike, okay? That's a real preemptive strike. There's a legal justification for it, especially after the fucking Israeli leadership confirmed that they were supposed to do a fucking preemptive strike. Yes, I know CENTCOM says it's fake. CENTCOM says everything is fake. When CENTCOM says something is fake, know that it's probably not fake, okay? That's not a naval base, the oil refinery. CENTCOM is saying you're not real. Time magazine unveils new cover. I mean, why don't they have Make Israel Great Again hats? You weren't lying about Shahed drone's simplicity and affordability?
Did you know why the Shahed 136 drone is so deadly? It's just 11 feet long with an 8-foot wingspan, but it carries a 40-kilogram warhead and can fly over 1,800 kilometers to strike with deadly precision. The engine, loud and rough.
It's literally a fucking lawnmower, okay?
It's not stealthy, you hear it coming. But can you stop it? It costs just $20,000, but taking it down can cost anywhere from $400,000 to $4 million. That's like trying to stop a bicycle with a Lamborghini.
It's true. Saying Make Israel Great Again implies it's not currently great. Why are you anti-Semitic? I apologize. Em Israel Chai. Em Israel Chai. Em Israel Chai. So here's the thing. The Kurdish stuff is inconsistent. There's numerous groups and there's a lot of misinformation flying around. Some of the Kurdish leadership has made it seem like they have an appetite to foment rebellion. And some are like, no, we're not doing that. We're either they're saying we're staying out of this, or they're saying we're with Iran. So there isn't like a single resource that we can go to be like, this is what the Kurds are doing. You just got to sit and wait, I guess. In calls this week, the Kurdish minority leaders in Iran and Iraq, Trump offered extensive U.S. air cover and other backing for anti-regime Iranian Kurds to take over positions in western Iran. The American request the Iraqi Kurds is to open the way and not obstruct Iranian Kurdish groups mobilizing in Iraq, while also providing logistical support, said a senior official of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, one of 2 major political parties that govern Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. A lot of the Kurds are also very, very mad at me and saying I'm a Turkish ethno-nationalist. It's really funny that they're saying that, because Turks say I'm a Kurd lover for my support for Rojava. It's very cool to constantly be a tanky and also a Democratic Party liberal centrist, just as I am a pan-Turanist, ultra-nationalist Turk that wants to murder every Kurd. But also I love the development of Kurdistan more than I love Turkey, and I want the Kurds to rise up and take over Turkey. I'm on r/Kurdistan. Almost everyone was agreeing with you, actually. Yeah. Obviously, if you listen to what I have to say, it's more so a disappointment in any group that would engage in like what is very clearly going to be yet another fucking CIA Mossad operation that ends up leaving the Kurds in a position where they absolutely get bombed in the aftermath, like 100%. And for some reason, they just like refuse to hear that side of it, where I always say, like, look, eventually, no matter what the Kurds do, America's going to go, okay, Turkey, go ahead. You can go bomb the Kurdish villages. And that's just the truth. And that's literally what has happened over and over again. And if people don't fucking understand that, I don't know what to tell them. Like, it's always the same. It's always the fucking same. It happens every single time. Like, Rojava is the greatest example of this, where it was like autonomous region. It was designed around, like, you know, principled socialism. The problem was the Kurds were also sometimes aligning with whoever would offer them stability, which included like working with Assad at times as well. If their primary enemy in the region is ISIS, sometimes you're gonna have to fucking deal with whoever is, you know, killing ISIS, right? And it's crazy that like once once HTS and the Turkish forces, Turkish-backed militias, like took over the country, they just straight up gave up Rojava in its entirety. America just said, no, of course you're not going to get fucking protected. Like, it blows my mind that that's always the fucking case. And yet there is still some kind of appetite for instability, for fomenting instability at the behest of the CIA and at the behest of Mossad. And there's like hella people on the fucking Twitter timeline yelling at me over it. Like, we didn't just watch Rojava as a project fucking get destroyed in real fucking time. And yes, Squirrel said some fucking unhinged shit. Just, you know, they're very emotional and they get very fucking insane at times. They think I'm the number one op, okay? They think I'm a CIA operative. Who gives a shit? Just, you know, just stop listening to this anonymous poster, please. If it angers you so much, then just don't listen to them. I don't know what else to tell you, okay? I know it's like, it was like genocidal sentiment pretty much. I know. Yeah, I saw this Macron shit. That's weird too. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. An F-15 fighter jet was targeted and destroyed by the Army's air defense missile systems in Alborz Heights. Can you explain the Baloch Afghan PAC angle? Yes, there are some Balochi separatists that live in this region of Balochistan between Pakistan and Iran, and both of these countries are constantly trying to suppress their independence movements. And I think what happened is like the American government went to them. They're one of the ethnic minorities inside of Iran, and America went to them with the same deal that they went to the Kurds with, to say, hey, if you fuck shit up, like, we'll offer you some aerial coverage, and then you can have your own little piece of Iran. Like, we'll balkanize Iran, because the goal is to create instability, right? So they went to, like, there are numerous ethnic groups. Iran is a very diverse country. I know from where we're standing, like, Americans don't understand what the difference between like a Shia Muslim or a Sunni is. But even outside of like religious beliefs, there's also many different ethnic groups that live in Iran. Iran is 93 million, but I believe, what is it, like 60 million is Persian. There are Arabs in Iran. There are Afro-Iranians, as a matter of fact, which I didn't know about either. That was like shocking to me. Apparently the Mina school is in a region where a bunch of Afro-Iranians live in. I did not know that. There is like a quarter of the country is Kurdish, I think. 90 million is huge. Yeah. There's Azeri Turks that are Iranian. There are numerous religions in Iranian society. There's Jews, there's Christians. I think they're like Coptic Christians, I believe. Like there are a lot of people. There are a lot of different religious there are a lot of different religions represented. There are a lot of different races and ethnic groups represented in Iran. And America, as always, is trying to fucking cut it apart and create a balkanization procedure here to destroy the nation state. Yeah, Assyrian Christians, Armenian Christians. Yeah. So 90 million ain't that big. US bigger. Brother, 90 million is massive. What are you talking about? If we're now saying 93 million as a population is not that big, there's like, I seen bigger, brother. Like, that's an enormous country. This post is how I found out about Afro-Iranians. Yeah, the Minab school strike that killed hundreds of schoolgirls occurred in southern Hormozgan province, home to many Afro-Iranians. Footage from the massive funeral is a reminder of a part of Iran and a community that many outside and even inside the country we rarely hear about. Yeah. Türkiye girer mi bu işe? Kürtler girerse Türkiye de girer. Amerika ile beraber. Yeah, map shows how big Iran is compared to the 50 U.S. states. It's only the 17th largest country on the planet. You know what I mean? It's like, out of all the fucking countries, if you're looking at like only 16 other countries that have a larger population, that's a pretty fucking large country, man. That's crazy. Yeah, it's like looking at the United States of America and being like, U.S. ain't that big. I've seen bigger. I'm like, okay, yeah, you got China, India. Excuse me. USA ain't that big. Northern Iran is closer to Poland than it is to southern Iran. Anyway, it's the most powerful country potentially out of any country in the MENA region. American sanctions have destroyed its potential. Yes. It is precisely how large it is and how powerful it could be. That is the reason why its potential is the reason why America and Israel have constantly tried to destroy it. And now they are taking the initiative to destroy it. It's unacceptable. CHP, the CHP, Social Democratic Party, Genel Başkan, leader Özgür Özel met up with Pedro, or is like tweeting at Pedro. Dear friend Pedro, we celebrate the honorable stance you have taken against the aggression of the United States and Israel. This attitude of yours has brought Turkey and Spain even closer together. We stand by your side against the threats from the Trump administration. Yeah, leftists for years. NATO is a vehicle for U.S. imperialism. Intellectual children. No, it's not. NATO, we are a vehicle for U.S. imperialism. Yeah, I do like the vulgarity coming from Trump, and also now all of the most like servile little piggies that are openly saying the quiet part out loud. It makes my job a lot easier as a communicator, as someone who's supposed to tell you the fucking truth. Makes it much easier when they just reveal the truth themselves. Now, of course, the reality of the matter is when you rip the mask off, people take sides, right? People take sides. A lot of those people that were like, no, NATO is actually a defensive position against the USSR, against Russia, all of a sudden, when the mask is ripped, realize it's a American imperialist vehicle, and they like it. Turns out, shocking, but they like American imperialism. A lot of these fucking bread tubers that have been NATO dick riders in perpetuity will now openly tell you, well, I'd rather have American imperialism than, I don't know, the imperialism of China that might happen in the fucking future, right? Like, that's it. It turns out that was always the case. It turns out that all of the other seasoning that they were adding on, like NATO is a defensive contract, it's defensive, it's a defensive partnership. It was engaging in the honorable act of defense against the nation state of Libya. When they were doing the bombing campaign in Libya, they were doing it defensively, right? Like all those people all of a sudden will just tell you what the truth is. They don't fucking believe that it's a defensive partnership. They don't give a shit. They want American imperialism. They benefit from it. They recognize that they benefit from it, and they like it. They're terrified of any sort of alternative.
NATO is there to protect us collectively against any adversary, be it Russia or whoever, or terrorism. But also it is a platform for the United States to project power on the world stage. Because this whole...
For years I've been arguing. And he just comes out and says it. Man. What the fuck?
Operation now, this whole campaign in Iran needs these basing requests to be positively engaged with by NATO allies, as they are doing, making use of key assets here in Europe. So the fact that
NATO olmazsa ne yapacağız? Önemli bir kurum değil mi Türkiye için? Oğlum sen ne diyorsun lan? Ulan Türkiye NATO'nun bir parçası olmasa zaten anasını sikerlerdi Türkiye'nin yıllar önce de. Türkiye NATO'nun bir parçası olmasaydı, mesela Sovyet'in bir parçası olsaydı çok değişik bir dünyada yaşıyorduk şu anda yani. Haberin olsun. Aynı zamanda da NATO olmasa Türkiye Avrupa'nın anasını siker. Türkiye'nin kendi endüstrisi var. Silah endüstrisi var. Başka ülkelerde olmadığı gibi silah endüstrisi var. Avrupalılar Türkiye'den alıyor bayraktarları. Avrupalılar Türkiye'nin silah endüstrisine gidiyor, oradan alıyor, silah satın alıyor. Türkiye'nin inanılmaz bir ordusu var. Günün sonunda Türkiye eğer otonomos olsa, kendi başına bu işi yapıyor olsa belki daha bile büyük bir şey olabilir yani. Daha bile büyük bir güç olabilir. Ama yani emperyalist bir dizaynı da var Türkiye'nin, doğru söylemek gerekirse. Yeah, NATO chair talking to fucking Newsmax. Milli burjuvamız ve NATO Türkiye'nin canını okudu. Evet. Ama NATO anasını sikti Türkiye'nin de. Ben evet sosyalist olduğum için böyle bir düşünüyorum yani. Hani Türkler bunu kabul etmezler. Gerçi Türkler de hem NATO'yu sevmez hem de aynı zamanda NATO'dan yerler yani.
Still coming that will be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives.
Doğru söylemek gerekirse NATO olmasa şu anda İsrail zaten bombalamış Türkiye'yi.
No more.
Amına koyayım.
Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the president and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still. as are those of our Israeli partners. Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline is ours and ours alone to control.
When will Pete Hegseth, there should be a Polymarket bet on when Pete Hegseth will sincerely use maxing and mogging while describing American military action.
And as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground.
Told you.
Our ear is to the ground.
See? Financial Times exclusive. Gulf states rethinking future investments in the U.S. because of the strand of the war. They're trying to force the U.S. to end the war. Told you.
And we have the right commander in the lead. So I'll now hand it over to Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here from CENTCOM. Admiral.
Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much and good afternoon, and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters, America's Warfighting Headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear vision and objectives that you've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the Iranian terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today, and welcome to Tampa. We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. We are, if I could channel my inner Navy officer, we are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington. The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear, and earlier this week by me, U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Then, if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at its start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one.
Yeah, it's capping.
Having said this, we remain
It's big
vigilant.
caps.
Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the President say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier, and as we speak, it's on fire. The President gave us another task, to raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So we're not just hitting what they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute this mission decisively. Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And if I can just conclude by saying a strong salute to the brave men and women who are out on the pointy edge of this, really doing exceptional work. I just couldn't be prouder, and I know the American people share in that same pride. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, right here.
Sir, appreciate it. Admiral, I wanted to ask, or Mr. Secretary, the Ukrainian president said today that the U.S. has asked for specific capabilities to deal with Shahid drones, Iranian drones. And you guys talked about what you asked for, and has there been any surprises from Iranian capabilities that you guys have seen in the past 6 days?
Bro, here is Ori Goldberg from Israel. Says Israeli air defense authorities are faltering. Over the past 2 days, we have received numerous advanced warnings, but no alarms, as well as missiles infiltrating air defenses despite advanced warnings. Israel can talk about aerial supremacy, but it cannot defend its own citizens. We're not seeing the full picture, both out of Israel, and we're not seeing the full picture from Iran either. All of the numbers that they give is bullshit. Whenever any country, if like Iran, The IRGC will come out and be like, we killed 500 soldiers. That's fucking bullshit, okay? They did not kill 500 soldiers. Just like when America says we've deteriorated the Iranian strike capabilities by 73%. That's also fucking bullshit, okay?
As you can imagine,
they're lying.
Iran is doing everything
like
they
both
can to
parties
tell
are lying.
lies,
This is a big part of
deception,
fucking
and
waging
inflation
war.
Of numbers and reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people, right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed. They claim.
Yeah,
these are
it's
lies.
bullshit.
The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So
Yeah. Notice how he's not saying the F-15 that fell over Iraq is a lie, though, because that's real.
the nuclear material and things like that.
Like,
One of the objectives
that's
the president's
real.
always said is that Iran
The
will
500 soldiers is
nuclear
fake,
bomb
obviously, which is why he immediately went to that and was like, that's bullshit. That's not real.
Operational plans. So Admiral Cooper's got a plan. We're working that plan, and targets will be struck or not struck according to what we want to achieve. Yeah, right there.
Secretary Hegseth, the president said earlier.
Things you can look for to read through the like where the conflict is going, for example, is like troop positioning, what roles they're trying to fill with like security clearances, shit like that, like people who will scour through the bodies and properties of soldiers that have fallen. What, like, if you know someone who's in the Air Force and they're in America right now and they're like suspiciously flying to the region tomorrow, well, that's probably not a good thing, right? Maybe they were supposed to go in April, but now they're actually flying out now, right? Things like that happen all the fucking time in the United States of America. Or when, like, I don't know, Tampa CENTCOM is like trying to hire more people, and are looking at a runway that is like a lot longer than maybe 5 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever they said, how long they said this was going to be. These are the things you can look at to see, like, these are the things you can analyze to see, like, where at least they plan this is going to go.
Brad Cooper's laser focused on Central Command, just like Frank Donovan is laser focused on Southern Command. We can do both. That's what a global power can do. Ultimately, this issue of Iran's nuclear pursuit and their unwillingness through negotiations to stop it was something President Trump has said for a long time needs to be dealt with. And after 47 years, he's doing something that no other president was willing to do.
Dude, it's so funny. The Economist claims Gulf leaders are privately urging President Donald Trump to continue the war with Iran, warning that ending now would leave them facing a wounded and hostile regime on their borders. According to The Economist, they fear Tehran would learn that striking Gulf states can pressure Washington to change course. And then the Financial Times is saying the exact opposite. The Financial Times is saying Gulf nations are taking a closer look at their, like, American trade relationships if America is not capable of defending them, and using that to pressure the American government to turn this war around and to stop it. Of course, out of like the highest priority in terms of coverage should be given to Financial Times. It is the most reliable newspaper out there. They very rarely miss.
The Lucas drones have been, what kind of targets we've hit, and how much that's helped, given that they're low-cost alternatives to the more expensive human. Go ahead.
Like you had nations of the Gulf suspending LNG production and refinement of oil. Those things take at least a month to get running again. That means the short-term supply shock became permanent until things die down.
Capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from the operational perspective of what those are. But I think you have seen over a period of time us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve on drones in general. If I just walk back a couple of years, you remember what you used to always hear? We're shooting down a $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect of it. Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians.
They're using Shahed drones they call Lucas.
Good targets. Absolutely. Right there.
It's true. You saw one of them. They have Starlink equipped on them. I mean, it's obvious that it's a Shahed drone. It's the same. They literally took the Shahed drone and were like, they made it American.
But it's not now. Stay home. It's not.
Holy, he's lying so hard. It's not fake. It's real. We saw one of them.
Bringing people to
We saw one of them in Iraq. Remember when the guy literally found a Lucas drone? It looks exactly like a Shahed drone, except it has a Starlink on top of it, or what is it called? Star War or whatever. Star Wars. What's the defense one for Starlink? Stargate. Whatever the fuck it is. It's just Starlink. Okay. Star Shield. Sorry. I don't know. It's Starlink. It's just Starlink, but defense. Okay. Star Shield. I apologize. Star Wars. Fuck me. Okay. Chill. Oh, by the way, one thing that's really interesting that I've noticed is that CNN is still capable of sending journalists into Iran. And yet Israel still won't allow journalists to enter Gaza. CNN can go into Beirut. CNN can go to Lebanon. CNN can go to Iran. But CNN can't go into Gaza. How interesting. Yeah. Iran is allowing CNN, an American network from another country, currently bombing Iran alongside Israel, into the country to document the war. Imagine Israel allowing Iranian media into their country. Israel arrested me, an American journalist, from its closest ally simply for documenting Iranian attacks on the country the wrong way.
We just crossed the border and are now inside of Iran. The Iranian government has granted us a visa to come here and to report.
For the record, not only has the Iranian government granted them a visa, they might even offer them protection from, fucking instability and American strikes. Israel won't even let CNN journalists enter Gaza.
From the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're now trying to make our way to the capital, Tehran, as fast as possible. But of course, the distances in this huge country are immense, and we know it's going to take many, many hours for us to get there. We also don't know what the situation on the road to Tehran is going to look like, how many checkpoints there's going to be. And of course, we know at the same time there are massive combat operations also going on. The United States and Israel are continuing their huge aerial campaign against targets inside of Iran. At the same time, the Iranians continue to retaliate, not just with their ballistic missiles, but with their drones, mostly hitting Israel, but then also American military installations, especially in the Gulf region, but in general, in the Middle East. In total, the Iranians are saying that they can continue this campaign for a very long time. They say that their missile arsenal is still immense, and they haven't even used some of their most modern missiles. But we also, of course, know that the place that we aim to go to, Tehran, has been under almost sustained attacks with massive airstrikes going on there and also huge damage being caused, and of course, many people also having been harmed.
I mean, this is real journalism. I don't care if he's doing propaganda for America. Like, this is still very fucking brave to do. Either way, this is what it's about. I mean, this man is inside of Iran. Okay, he's able to show us. Like, what the fuck is up inside of Iran. I think it's. We'll see. We'll see what his reporting will look like.
We're making fairly good progress towards Tehran. It is a very, very long drive, though. Some things that we are seeing, we already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings that we saw from our vantage point as we were driving past. The other thing that I would also say is that there are definitely more checkpoints than usual. We did see checkpoints with fairly heavily armed security.
Like, the reason why Iran is doing this is literally because, well, they're desperate. They're desperate to show what the fuck America is doing to Iran. So much so that they'll let in an American journalist from CNN into the country to do reporting. Because even if they're going to do propaganda against Iran while they're inside of Iran, they're still going to accidentally show the truth. That's it. Like, that's the calculation here. Because even if you're going there with ambitions of like showcasing the ruthlessness and how the Iranian government is still the main villain of this story, blah, blah, blah, all this shit, like, it's very difficult to justify the fucking rubble that's standing behind you that like American tax dollars paid for. So even if it's to show that like impact, they're going to fucking let that happen.
Personnel. Other than that,
why isn't Iran releasing the media themselves? They are. You just never see it because you don't. When is the last time you saw FARS? Like, they do. You just don't see it. And not only that, but also it's state media. So obviously it's not super, super duper reliable. That's two. And number three, the American and Israeli government literally blew up their national TV station, their main fucking TV station.
Though it seems as though things are going on, and we certainly don't see any sign of order collapsing here. Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things, like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee, obviously, also available as well. And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
Brother, it's a massive country. By the time you get to Tehran, there's probably going to be a very different attitude. And also, what are the people supposed to do? They're just like, all right, whatever. Currently being, but our most moral ally, Israel makes you think. Hasn't let in into Gaza. Makes you think. Sorry, I was tweeting. I was fucking tweeting. I was zeeting. Oh, I'm zeeting. Were you not talking about the ring? What are you? Oh my God. Guys, stop talking amongst yourselves. Where'd you get the cuff? What do you mean? What cuff? Reminds me of the Blitz spirit, where Londoners were praised for keeping calm and carrying on, which actually was government propaganda, because in reality people were absolutely scared and panicked. They were only carrying on because of either that or give up on life. I mean, I think, like, for Iranians, they're probably a little bit more used to fucking being bombed because they happen to be in Israel's neighborhood, you know? Zadie Hassan, my Lord and Savior, please answer my question. Does Palestine have a government? Not really. Any advice for a leftist Iranian diaspora in this trying time? Try to fucking educate your parents about all the ruthless attacks and all the death and destruction that's taking place right now. All the cultural artifacts that are being destroyed under American bombs, and how their tax dollars are participating in it to cut away at, like, because the diaspora population is used to do propaganda and to do pro-war propaganda, to do pro-regime change propaganda, to do pro-destabilization propaganda, because that's the ultimate ambition of America and Israel, especially Israel. So focus on showing your relatives, like, what they're, what the American government is doing.
Bit by
something strange is happening when civil rights advocates mock babies dying from starvation and bombings.
Bit, post by post, nudge by nudge, people are getting separated into different camps that are not ultimately fighting for the good of the United States or the West or their own countries.
Yeah, I wonder why, dude. I wonder why. Because the West is not fighting for us. Because America is not fighting for us. It's not because, like, there are very effective propagandists for the IRGC like myself that are capable of hypnotizing the youth or whatever. It's because people literally recognize, like, this shit's not working. Where is democracy? I don't want this shit. I don't want money to be spent defending Israel when Israel decides to blow up the entire fucking region. I want money to be spent on my rural hospitals. I want money to be spent on my schools. I want money to be spent on my fucking roads. I want to be able to live a life of dignity, to have honor in my work, to feel a level of safety and security in the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. And it kind of feels like we're not getting that right now. Part of that is maybe because most of the fucking budget is going to Israel. Most of the budget is going to defending Israel and endless American military posture all around the fucking world. Even if we're doing war, not at the behest of Israel, but for our own sake, it's never actually for the greater good. It's actually hurting people. It's destroying lives. And Americans are not even reaping the rewards in a way that they can fucking, in the way that they can see it. There is no material improvement in people's lives. It's that fucking simple. If you don't offer your population base amenities and a real upward trajectory, a real positive trajectory, then they have nothing to fucking fight for. So they inevitably realize perhaps this shit doesn't work. Perhaps there is no real democratic process. Perhaps all of our elected representatives are going to do the bidding of capital owners, do the bidding of the military industrial complex, do the bidding of petro-capitalist pedophiles that seemingly only care about the nation state of Israel, do the bidding of psychopathic evangelical Zionists that believe that, like, Jews are the superior being that must all be sent to the Holy Land so that the Armageddon can happen, so that they can all turn to the fucking clothes. Those are the reasons as to why we're doing all this shit. And for many Americans, for the average American, like working a dead-end job with no noticeable improvement in their fucking immediate lives in the wealthiest nation on the planet, where they see more and more poor people everywhere, more and more homeless people everywhere, storefronts closing, industries leaving, they look around and they go, what the fuck is this? What is this for? How have you lost the information war, you might ask? It's not because of propagandists. It's because people are waking up. People are realizing, well, okay, I thought this was supposed to be the most prosperous nation. I had an American dream, an understanding that I'd be able to get a job and take care of my fucking children, be able to have children, be able to have a roof over my head. None of that is happening. So at the end of that bargain, people are obviously going to turn around and go, okay, maybe the reason why it's not happening is because we're spending all the money on Israel. We're spending all the money on warfare. And it's not like it's yielding any sort of positive benefits to the average person. The average person gets a job from the U.S. Department of Defense, and then they come back in a state of disrepair. They just like fuck their lives up. They fuck their bodies up. They fuck their brains up. And then eventually, if they're lucky enough to get a job and try to live in normal society, more often than not, 22 of them a day are killing themselves. I wonder why, you know? What a great bargain for everybody involved. Meanwhile, our wealthiest Americans are fucking making money hand over fist every goddamn day. Their lives are getting better and better and better every single fucking day as things collapse all around us. And then these dumb motherfuckers turn around and go, why won't they actually ride for America, for Western civilization? Why are they siding with the cruel and ruthless IRGC? They're not. They're not siding with the Islamic Republic. They're not siding with the fucking Revolutionary Guard. They're just literally looking at America and going, this shit doesn't work for me. 99% of society is looking at the situation and going, this doesn't work for me. Even fucking small business owners are like, I mean, what the fuck is this tariff shit? Like, it's not helping me out at all. What the hell is happening?
But are actually functioning at a pawn layer, pawn level, being moved by different algorithms, by different information operations to cluster and be useful to people who ultimately...
Also, this guy literally got $100 million, no questions asked, from Jeff Bezos. And he is the biggest dick rider of Israel in mainstream news, okay? It is unbelievable how much of a fucking propagandist this guy is. And it's so crazy because people call me a fucking propagandist. They're like, oh, you're getting paid by China. You're getting paid by Qatar. You're getting paid by Iran. You're getting paid by Hamas. Yeah, dude, Yahya Sinwar was sending me fucking checks. Stupid idiots. Meanwhile, this guy literally is getting paid by Israel. He is. He actually is getting paid by a fucking foreign state that does not have any sort of fucking fair restrictions. It's crazy. He is directly getting paid, and Americans look at him and go, oh, that's not a propagandist for the nation state of Israel. But then they think I am a fucking paid propagandist for all these other countries. Why? Because I think there's a better alternative out there. One where we're not constantly fucking dominating the rest of the goddamn planet militarily, and instead focusing on our goddamn selves and you know, using our productive output for actually productive things. Okay? Improving the goddamn country.
Mean you no good. Ultimately not benefiting anybody in the United States. Why is it that you see young people in America who give a free pass to Iran, which is butchering people, shooting down young people?
Because we're fucking butchering them. We're butchering them now. I wonder why.
Protesters won't...
Because we're slaughtering them, and it's not actually helping fix that situation at all.
Give women their rights, won't give gay people their rights, and yet are incredibly critical of the United States itself, which at least doesn't kill thousands of protesters and has rights for people. What is going on? Why are people who consider themselves to be American patriots on the right suddenly willing to side with a country that has been an enemy of the United States for now generations? What is happening here? And what's the impact of having a country where different factions inside the country are actually aligning themselves with enemies outside the country without seeming to really know they're doing that? That's a gray war. That's how you know you're in a gray war.
I swear to God, if material conditions deteriorate further as American power projection capabilities diminish around the globe, guys like Van Joes are going to straight up go on television and demand guys like me get fucking arrested by the American state, by the way. Mr. Free Speech. Just trust me on this, okay? Because free speech is a privilege at the end of the day. I know it's a fundamental value that we think we have, but in times of warfare, in times when there was instability, there was no such thing as free speech, right? People have been thrown in prison for being conscientious objectors to war, and you know, you have the Espionage Act and shit like that. And I promise you, well, first of all, Vangel saying we don't kill protesters here is crazy. That's why he had to say by the thousands, because we do fucking kill protesters in this country. You're supposed to be a libtard. How the fuck do you not know that, right? But the reality of the matter is, free speech as a concept in the United States of America only works because America has never had any foreign threats, okay? Never any significant foreign threats. When America does have other countries around the world with a capability to force project or a capability to push back against America, all of a sudden, there's not going to be any free speech whatsoever. Anyone that speaks out of line, anyone that actually doesn't go along with state propaganda, they're out. Put them in jail, put them in prison. And that time is coming, for sure. Especially because Trump has accelerated America's demise. Why ordinary Americans are no longer eating the propaganda hook and sinker. Perhaps there's a noticeable trajectory for America directly. This paid propagandist for Israel is wondering why ordinary Americans are no longer eating the propaganda hook, line, and sinker. Perhaps it's because there's a noticeable downward trajectory for Americans and is directly related to the unlimited money sink that is permanent war. Damn, this will ruin the 250-year world tour extravaganza. Yeah. Former Secretary of State Blinken. Oh, dude, I know. I saw. Blinken got woke. Blinken got hit with the woke beam, dude. Wait, show me the whole. There was a clip thread of Blinken because he said a bunch of other shit that it was actually very interesting. He remembered the consequences of his actions, actually, ironically enough, like events that he set in motion. All of a sudden, when he's not in power, he can just be like very open about it. He's like, oh, I'm really worried. Now that he's no longer in charge, he could just like sit there on the outside, Blinken the butcher, and be like, oh, I'm worried about where this is going, where this is headed.
Worried about, one of the things I'm worried about, and this gets to the second and third order consequences, is we so deplete our arsenal, and it takes a long time to rebuild it, that puts us in a disadvantageous position when it comes to, say, a China or a Russia.
Yeah. Iran destroyed a THAAD missile launcher radar in Jordan. I don't want to watch the full interview. I just want like the blips, the pieces where he talks about like, there are pieces where he's just like straight up talking about, oh, Israel. Oh, here's the other thing. Yeah, I wanted to talk about this as well. Ops down. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking: Israeli officials allegedly hired social media influencers for $7,000 a post, failed to pay them, and are now facing lawsuits totaling millions of dollars over unpaid invoices. Claims in the millions. They were recruited for advocacy at the height of the crisis and discovered that no one would pay them. Oh, dude. What? You guys thought you would get paid? Oh, God. It's brilliant. Fucking incredible. Oh, my God. That makes me so happy. Yeah. Azealia Banks, rapper, songwriter. Azealia Banks, I got paid, law. It's not $7K a post, but I definitely get paid for every Israel mention. Even the trolls are paid. Troll posts are paid. The American influencer accounts were getting paid. I think this is an Israeli one for the record, but still, it's still fun. Just so you know, this is an internal Israel-related problem. Oh, here's the Blinken thread. Thank you.
Is that off-ramp?
Here. Anthony Blinken all of a sudden remembered that he can do analysis when he's no longer in power, when he's no longer the fucking butcher himself.
I think the president may simply declare victory. He'll say, got rid of the Ayatollah. We diminished or degraded or destroyed their nuclear program. Again, we did the same thing to the missile program. We did the same thing to the Navy. And as to the regime, well, over to the Iranian people. Good luck to them. Hope they succeed. And if they don't, it's their fault. If they do, we'll take the credit. How Iran responds to that remains to be seen. And how does this go, and how does this end? And I think we're looking at a couple of things going forward in terms of where does this go and how does this end. And it seems to me that there are two critical factors to look at: markets and munitions. I think we're looking at a couple. Where are the oil markets? Where are the oil markets?
Yeah, this is the best part of the entire interview where he says markets and munitions. It's exactly how I've described it to you. Okay? Markets and munitions. Oil markets, the energy crisis that is happening currently already, and how many phone calls Donald Trump has to withstand. Okay? And how much anger and resentment the average American will feel towards Donald Trump, who has now already openly admitted that he's doing this for Israel. Right? And munitions. How much do they have in the tank to defend Israel? Can they continue this war of attrition? How expensive that is, how expensive it will be, or do we even have the capability of restocking the munitions once they're depleted? Okay? These are massive, massive issues for America. And no matter how stupid Donald Trump is, like, I don't think he's as stupid as a guy who doesn't understand when, you know, Jamie Dimon is calling him a fucking cocksucking shithead on a phone call. You know what I mean?
Where's the stock market? Where's the bond market? I know President Trump is very attentive to those. And if they...
Yeah, where's the stock market? Where's the bond market? Also, foreign countries like Japan start hitting American... the American bonds because they want to punish America after they make a couple phone calls when they're like, come on, dude, enough, cut it out. We're not getting energy. You know, when the Dow is no longer hitting 50,000, people are reminded that we are a nation run by pedophiles, as Pam Bondi so perfectly put.
Go in a southerly direction and stay that way, or in the case of oil, in a northerly direction, that's going to be possibly a limiting factor. Markets. Where are the oil markets? Where's the stock market?
So a race between grinding down Iran manufacturing or the war is getting too expensive for America? It's kind of, yeah. I mean, it's not grinding down Iranian manufacturing. It's just like deteriorating Iranian strike capabilities before they, before the fucking stock markets take a nosedive.
Then munitions. There's really a race on to figure out who expends their munitions first and fastest.
Guys,
the Iranian.
I'm not talking about like what kind of oil that they're getting from Venezuela and the runway for or the refinement process of said oil, because it's heavy crude, right? Like heavy. Oh my God, heavy crude. I'm talking about the energy market for the rest of the world, because for countries like Japan, like almost all of their oil comes from the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, heavy crude. Heavy cruel. Heavy is the mistress that is cruel, I call it. People call it heavy crude. I call it heavy cruel. It's such a cruel mistress. Delcy Rodriguez. She is beautiful. She is beautiful. She gives me all the cruel heavy. Every day she sends me updates on how much heavy cruel they're sending from Venezuela, the thickest of oil. Oil is so thick coming out of Venezuela, we send it over to the great state of Texas. We got the refineries in the great state of Texas that we designed, that we haven't been putting to good use. That thick, thick oil. Why have we not been putting it to good use? Because we got shale. Barack Hussein Obama, he got shale. He did the shale. He called it energy independence. It made it much easier for America. Now I'm fucking over those guys. I'm ruining the economy. All these small business frackers will kill themselves in the beautiful state of Texas because now they got real market competition. Chevron and Exxon. They'll take the heavy crude, I call it heavy crude, and they'll make beautiful oil barrels out of it. They'll stabilize the market for America. But Japan, very mad at me. I love the Japanese. I love, not as much as Shinzo Abe, but I love this new lady, Takaichi. I call her Little Taki. She's my beautiful, smiling Japanese leader. I say, konnichiwa. When she calls, I say, moshi moshi. Oro, wakarimashita, I say to her. Oh, I miss Shinzo Abe so much. That guy, he killed him like a dog. I miss him. I miss him so much. He was my best friend. He was my best friend. He was my favorite Japanese. All right, sorry. I don't know where I was going with that. Let's keep going.
Munitions. There's really a race on to figure out who
Trump
expends their
speaking
munitions
Japanese.
first and fastest?
Every accent works and
The Iranians put us in a position where we've used up a lot of interceptors to deal with defense, or even our offensive missiles to take out their launchers, or conversely, did they run out and we still have what we need? I don't know the numbers here. I'm not privy to that, but it is something we have to be very, very attentive to because these things are not in infinite supply. The production times are very long. And of course, we're also using in many cases, very expensive weapons to take down $20,000 drones. That's not a good equation if you keep that going over time. Then I'm worried about.
And then one risk, the war with Iran is depleting the U.S. arsenals so much that it takes years to rebuild them. And America is at a major disadvantage. This is why all the fucking OSINT, all the NATO Andes that are like, oh, dude, I bet fucking Russia and China are cowering right now. They're so scared. Sorry. God damn, they just slipped out of me. All these fucking NATO Andes on the timeline that are like, America is fucking dominating Iran. And I bet China and Russia are terrified right now. Like, bro, if China was like America, if China had the same smoke that America had, they would treat Iran like America treated Ukraine. Okay? They would just be offering a steady supply of munitions from the Eastern Front that is like virtually impossible to cut off. That supply chain is there. And China could just steadily fucking give them the Dongfeng missiles, secretly fly out some IRGC generals to China, train them on the Dongfeng systems, give them all the fucking munitions, and just let them rip apart the existing American defense capabilities. Okay? Dongfeng missiles. Ni hao, I say. I saw Xi Jinping. Love the guy. Very powerful guy. Very tall, very powerful. He told me he's sending Dongfeng missiles to Iran. I said, don't do it, Xi. I said, Xie Laoban to Xi Jinping.
What I'm worried about, one of the things I'm worried about, and this gets to the second and third order consequences, is we so deplete our arsenal, and it takes a long time to rebuild it, that puts us in a disadvantageous position when it comes to, say, a China or a Russia. All of those things need to be factored in. And again, it's one of the reasons why if you're going to undertake something like this, you've got to make sure that you've factored all of that in. And again, it really should start with explaining to the American people why you're doing something, why it's necessary, why now. What I'm worried about, one of the things I'm worried about, and this gets to the second and third order consequences, is we so deplete our arsenal.
You got to hit up Ugopnik to send you a Dongfeng missile merch shirt from Deprogram. They got Dongfeng missiles shirts. That's sick. It's funny he presumes that America would be prepared for China even if this war didn't occur. Yeah, I mean, this iteration of the self-inflicted wound of American century of humiliation is quite literally proof positive that like America would not be able to go toe-to-toe with China in a proxy, in like a reversal situation where like China is like attacking an American ally or something and dominating them militarily. Because right now, Iran is not a full-fledged ally of China. They have trade relations. They sometimes, they engage in some limited security cooperation, but like nothing super significant. I would go so far as to say that China has an even better relationship with Saudi Arabia than they do with Iran. These are major energy providers. China doesn't want instability in the region. That's why they're sending a Chinese foreign minister once again to try and restore the Iranian KSA agreement that existed before October 7. They love trade maxing. Who's a fully fledged ally of China? Ironically enough, I would say the only country that is basically the comprador nation of China is Pakistan. And even then, Pakistan is literally run by the CIA. So I don't even fully understand how that works. Like with DPRK, they have an allegiance. They have an actual commitment to DPRK. That's the only country that they officially have a security relationship with. They have a positive relationship with Russia that is more comprehensive than their relationship with like African countries and whatnot. But as far as like level of priority and allegiance, DPRK, historic allegiance, China has literally defended the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. But but as like out of the countries that aren't like the obvious ones, Pakistan is the one that's like a Chinese vassal. But even then, that Chinese vassal is still run by the fucking CIA. So I don't even understand how that shit works, to be honest. Pakistan's government is factional. The intelligence service is pretty close to the CIA, but the military and landlords are more flexible. Yeah, but the intelligence service runs the country, and they are the CIA. But the weapons that the military uses are Chinese. But like China has not given Iran or trained the Iranian Air Force, if it even really exists at this point, with the same fighter jets and same like defense systems that like Pakistan gets. Pakistan gets all the coolest Chinese shit, which is really funny because the maximum cope was between India and Pakistan when that, tit for tat was taking place. And Chinese gear came out superior on that front. Ever since then, every single time America attacks a country, the OSINT Andes will literally fucking turn around and be like, see, it's the Chinese surface to air missiles. They're failing. That's why America has air superiority. Or in Venezuela, where they're like, oh, you see, Chinese surface to air missile systems are failing. That's why America was able to dominate Venezuela. It's like, bro, I don't even think China gave any of those guys any of the fucking anti-aircraft defenses at all. I don't know why you invented this alternative reality where you just claim that China gave all of the defenses to Venezuela and Iran, and then they failed. And then, it once again is a major American American military superiority once again. It's a very strange version of COPE, but it's basically another version of the same, like, American force projection makes me feel powerful mentality that people have. Whenever they fucking come out and they're like, oh, they're going to learn today. Yemen is going to learn why we don't have healthcare. It's like the same thing. As long as America's weapons remain mighty, in my mind, even if like the reality on the ground shows something entirely different, sometimes the exact opposite, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't fucking matter at all. I feel powerful sitting in my crusty boxers with no job prospects, no bitches whatsoever. And, I hope that my parents don't run out of insulin, because then they might sell me off to, slavery to pay for their insulin. I think between all the GCs, they committed about $2.5 trillion to AI and data centers and chips. Their banner, Stargate and Google AWS data centers being bombed is costing them a minimum of $100 billion by my calculations. That shit hurts. Even to $1 trillion monarchs, not $50 million buildings. I don't know if they've seen that level of success destroying their fucking data centers, I'll be honest. Is the S-400 any good compared to the USA or the Iron Dome? I don't know. I'm not as big as a missile autist as many others, so I can't tell you whether the S-400 is like super well equipped. But I will say what the Ansar Allah has done and what the Iranians have done is very interesting. Not with the S-400s, but with like much older systems. Like the fact that Ansar Allah was capable of potentially dropping an F-35 is significant. That's not my assessment. That is literally something that we heard from the New York Times. Like the American military leaked that information to the New York Times. That's huge. That's a huge deal. It's our next gen fighter, multi-role fighter jet. That Ansar Allah does not have anything. Ansar Allah should not be able to come near an F-35, right? Like there shouldn't be serious capabilities in the hands of fucking Ansar Allah. I'm going to repeat that one more time. This is like a half of a state, okay? In the aftermath of a long civil war that took place and mass blockades, mass famine, death and destruction. These guys are basically shooting AK-47s at F-35s. So yeah, you are referring to loitering anti-air systems that just fly around looking for airplanes to fire missiles at, I think. Yes, they've designed very interesting anti-air missile systems that are, I don't even know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. That's actually the code many Chinese anti-American social media always uses. Oh, Venezuela is using Chinese anti-air systems so Americans will not dare invading them. Oh, that's what they say? Is that where that comes from? Because I genuinely don't know. Maybe Venezuela did have Chinese anti-aircraft systems and maybe they did fail, right? Like, but I don't know enough. And I always thought it was just like cope that these guys claim it. Because like I know Iran gets some Chinese equipment, but it's mostly for manufacturing. and Iran is a pretty reliable. Iran has a fairly as we know, fairly reliable indigenous munitions manufacturing industry, right? It's pretty resistant to American attacks, as we have seen in the aftermath of the 12-Day War. They very clearly still had all their fucking missile silos intact. They were able to still able to open up missile barrages on Israel and all the Gulf countries. So what they get from China, from what I understand, is like components that are necessary for missile production, but they don't get like actual Chinese missiles and Chinese launchers. They don't have, which again, I really don't understand why China wouldn't do that. This is not me saying this is a good thing, this should happen, okay, before, parody, before people fucking yell at me, but like, I don't understand why China wouldn't want to test out their weapons, like in the same exact way that fucking a lot of military industrial complex uses Ukraine or Gaza as a laboratory to experiment with their latest technology, as like warfare changes dramatically in the direction of drone warfare, as we saw in Ukraine. Like Iran certainly does that, right? Iran is selling their Shaheds after testing them in the region. They sell their Shaheds to Russia. I don't understand why China does not ship their weapons to people that are under attack. Statecraft, R&D secrets, and also scared of failure. Yeah, but at some point you're going to have to probably test them out. And it's better that you would. I'm thinking specifically from the perspective of like a totally foreign country. I'm not Chinese. I got no dog in this fight. But I'm thinking like if I'm a Chinese general, right? At some point, I would rather try to test them, and if they fucking fail, because Pakistan has tested them and it was a massive success. So clearly they do actually give it to people, right? Not only do they give it to people, not only have they delivered not only weapons but fighter jets to Pakistan, but they've also worked very successfully against Western systems and Western fighter jets, right? Like the French fighter jets failed spectacularly in dogfights between India and Pakistan. Why wouldn't you test your missile systems in Iran by just like shipping them and training them to the best of your ability as fast as you possibly can? Because if you don't fucking fail, you're not going to be able to patch the flaws. And when you actually need it, they're going to implode. Do you want that to happen? You can't have a reliable defense industry if you never test the weapons. This is a reality that Western countries know very well, right? This is a reality that Western countries not only know very well, but also routinely engage in. They probably are, but it's not announced. I think that's cope. You are very right about this. I feel like I'm making all the OSINT Andes nut today. Ever since we moved into the monitoring the situation, as much as I yell at the OSINT Andes and the missile autists, like this is exactly the bread and butter of like 95% of Twitter OSINT. This is like, talk more about this stuff. Lol, they would need to train Iranians for them to be able to operate Chinese weapons. Perhaps they worry about leaking specs and capabilities or even equipment as a whole for reverse engineering. Iran is packed with U.S. Israel agents after all. Brother, did I not just say that the Chinese comprador state is Pakistan? It's literally right there in the ass cheeks of Iran. And on top of that, it is quite literally a country run by the CIA. If China is comfortable enough giving Pakistan all of their latest and greatest technological advancements on the military industrial complex side, then why the fuck wouldn't they train the Iranians and also give them the weapon systems to test it out further? The entire point of the defense industry, the entire point of the defense industry is not only to like build these weapon systems, these platforms, but it's also to test them in unique combat scenarios. When you use them in unique combat scenarios, you figure out unique points of failure. You have to figure out all of that, and the only way you can figure it out is by using it in real time. If I was a Chinese weapons manufacturer, this is what I would be petitioning the government to do. I'd be like, what are we doing? what the fuck are we doing? We gotta test this shit out. They must not be giving Pakistan their cutting edge then, right? I mean, no one actually gives like their cutting edge technology to foreign countries unless we're talking about America and Israel. That's not even a lie. That's literally the only country on the planet that actually gives their cutting edge technology to a foreign nation is America giving it to Israel. That's it. America has a fuck ton of weapons, and there's a lot of cutting edge systems that we have that we do not share with all of our partners. However, Israel is the only country that gets it. They get the literal best. They get the best shit. They also have collaborative partnerships, like the F-35. God, I'm literally going balls deep into fucking plane autism and missile autism here. But the F-35 has a variant. I mean, it has many variants. It has many variants for the Navy, Air Force, all of them, right? But the F-35I is the Israeli variant because there's different countries that have different needs for the F-35 multi-role fighter jet. So Israel is the only country on the planet that has its own applications running on the F-35. No other country on the planet is allowed to get off the American system on their F-35 fighter jets. Israel, on the other hand, has Elbit Systems weaponry that the F-35 uses, and it has its own controls. F-35 fighter jets, just like many other American weapons, technically are not used independent of the American government. They're still, like, America could, like, maybe shut them off if they wanted to, right? Murat, please correct your bro. First of all, why the fuck would Murat know anything about F-35? Bro thinks he's Murat. F-35 is a Lockheed Martin project, and it's a fucking abject failure. So it doesn't, yeah. So that has nothing to do with him. He works at Boeing. So that's a market competitor. But as far as the F-35s goes, the only country on the planet that I know of, maybe I'm wrong, but the only country on the planet that has its own systems on the F-35 fighter jet is the F-35I, the Israeli one. Anyway, get the real ball Noah Felix on this. Yeah, we covered the Lucas shit. It's really funny that they like took the Iranian drones. They took the Iranian Shahed drones and like retooled them and straight up slapped a Made in America sticker on it and started mass producing them. That's not true. Every country can alter its design upon delivery. No, the F-35s are still, like, they still run on American controls except for the Israeli ones, as far as I understand. Maybe I'm wrong, but obviously, depending on what the role the fighter jet is supposed to take, for each country, they're going to have unique weapon systems that they use, right? It's not a one-size-fits-all. But what I'm talking about is something different. Israel has its own platform on the F-35. Variants are just variants. No, it's not just the weapons, chatter. It's not just the weapons. Every country has their own unique needs. So, of course, F-35s that they sell to Canada is going to be different than the ones that they sell to Israel. I'm talking about the fucking software. Like, the F-35 runs on American software, except for F-35I, which runs on Israeli software. It's the only version of the F-35 fighter jet that does not run on American software. The tech package that the Israelis have it's basically like a jailbroken F-35. It's not a jailbroken F-35. America lets them do it, but like it's aviation software, its technology is Israeli. Yeah, it runs on Waze. Yeah. Waze. SodaStream. SodaStream. We put SodaStream in the F-35 Israel. Am Israel Chai. And Waze. We put Waze on the F-35. It's so much better. F-35I. Israel's custom F-35 that no other nation has. Look at this. It's a unique variant of the F-35 Lightning II, tailored for the Israeli Air Force. It is very good at killing babies, Hamas babies. We had very unique interest in killing Hamas children, and America complied. Oh yeah, we got to do the NBC interview with the Iran foreign minister on the war with the U.S.
Which just wrapped up moments ago. The foreign minister answering questions about why Iran is attacking its neighbors in the Middle East and whether they're willing to negotiate with the U.S. But I started by asking him who exactly is in charge of Iran right now after its supreme leader was killed over the weekend. Minister Arashi, we thank you for your time.
Who is in charge of Iran? Can you point us to where he is? Sir, can you please tell us where the guy is? Come on. Who should we kill next? Please.
Who is in charge of Iran right now?
Well, thank you, Tom, for having me in your program. Well, I think the system is working very well.
A part of me appreciates in some very weird, fucked up way that while we're literally blowing up their country, we still allow their foreign minister to come on American television as like some dumbass gets to berate them about why they're fighting back. You know what I mean? It's cool that like war has taken on this very weird permanence in our lives where on the one hand, we're literally slaughtering this country's citizens. On the other hand, we're like, hello, foreign minister. How's everything going? Would you like to go on the Piers Morgan broadcast and debate people, please? It's like, how is this possible? Like, what are we doing? Doesn't this kind of destroy the whole, like, I don't know, the whole, like, this is the world changing. We have to kill these people necessity all of a sudden. It doesn't make sense. Because if this is a matter of life and death, if this is a matter of life and death, like, I don't really understand how we're having these sorts of conversations like nothing's going on, you know?
We have lost the supreme leader, but according to our constitution, there is now a council which takes charge of his duties. And
yeah, that's true. I said this yesterday, but the fact that the Iranian officials speak English so well is probably not great for the American otherizing propaganda. Yeah, definitely.
And the president, the cabinet, ministers, everybody is in its position. So the system is working very well, and everybody, is in charge.
We know that there's been a council. We know that there's been a council to fulfill the duties of the supreme leader, but we also know that there's a selection process in play to pick the next Ayatollah.
He also mogs. It's true. He does mog.
There are reports that Ayatollah Khamenei's son is a front runner. Is that true?
Well, actually, I have don't exact information. There are many rumors around, but we have to wait for the assembly of experts to choose the new supreme leader.
I also asked the foreign minister about Iranian ships being sunk and whether he believes Iran can win this war. Here's what he had to say. The world saw your battleship sunk in the Indian Ocean. Dozens of Iranian sailors died. Your response was, quote, "Mark my words, the U.S. will come to bitterly regret the precedent it has set." So what is Iran going to do? And at this point, given the state of your military right now, what can you do?
Well, first of all, that was a training Navy training ship, which was invited by the Indian Navy to take part in an exercise. And they went there as their guests, the Indians guests, and they, did participate in that exercise. And they were in their way back home, and the ship was unarmed. So attacking an unarmed ship full of, training officers and sailors is, a war crime, I have to say.
What type of battleship, Minister, excuse me, but what type of military would allow a battleship into the ocean with no weapons on board?
Well, because it was, the goal was not, their aim was not going to war. They went for an exercise, which was arranged by the Indian Navy. There are so many other guests who went there and they, took part in a parade. And, everything was...
Bro, this is so crazy. Like, what are you doing? You're like berating the fucking... Why would you let us war crime you? Why would you let my government war crime you? Are you stupid? I don't know. Maybe because they fucking sent it on invitation for like a symbolic parade. What the fuck? He did why were you wearing what you were wearing about a naval carrier that was not there to like wage war at all? It's crazy. Yeah, the United States was also invited. They just backed out last minute.
Peaceful, training course or peaceful training process. So they didn't need, weapons. They actually went to that mission long before the war started. And when I said that the U.S. would regret that, I meant that they have, the U.S. have unfortunately set a precedent which is, against the international law and would actually damage the whole concept of international, law of seas. When an unarmed, ship is attacked with no reason, and a big number of sailors are killed without taking part in any battle, that would set a precedent. And
the U.S. The U.S. says it controls the skies, that Iran's ballistic missile attacks have dropped more than 80%. The U.S. has hit over 2,000 Iranian targets. The Pentagon says America is winning decisively. Do you think they're wrong?
Well, I think, now 6 days after the war, it is clear that the U.S. Has failed to achieve its main goal.
This is true, by the way. Like, of course, the United States is capable of bringing maximum damage to civilian populations. But as far as his stated objectives, if it's regime change, that hasn't happened. If their stated objectives are to destabilize the country and rip it apart, that hasn't happened. If their stated objectives are to deteriorate Iranian ballistic munitions launching capabilities, that hasn't happened. If their stated goals are to defend the Gulf nation states, that hasn't happened. So, when you have such superior weapons and a fuck ton of money that you have dumped into your superior weapons, your sophisticated equipment, with all the runway, with all the logistics to be anywhere around the world at any given moment, and you can't even take care of a fucking country that has an economy that is crippled by you, because you also literally have that tool at your disposal, where you can't even successfully destroy a country with 93 million people that has the economy the size of an American state. The rest of the world looks at that and does see it as somewhat of a failure. This doesn't mean that Iran will be able to successfully hold out, okay? But it will be a Pyrrhic victory, if there is one at all at the end, considering how much the American forces have experienced attrition, how much American munitions have been depleted, how much force projection capabilities have been shown to be wrong. Part of the strategy of the Trump administration is to make the strategy of diplomacy unusable even when they are out of office. Who can trust the U.S. again? Who can trust Europe? They want believing in any kind of international peace to be unbearable, naive-seeming fascist scum. Yes, that absolutely is the case. With the way that we are waging war, we're trying to do might is right. And the irony here is, or what I don't understand why Americans don't realize, is when you set the standard for might is right, when you just completely drop all notion of liberal international rule-based order, which benefited you for 100 years, okay? You designed the system of fake diplomacy where you get to destroy all of your enemies and do it while also simultaneously claiming that you're the world police and that's for the overall common good. You designed the system, now you're breaking it. And not only are you breaking it, but in the process of breaking it, you're also kind of showing the world that you might be a little bit of a paper tiger. This is not dissimilar to what Russia did in Ukraine in some ways. Russia was crazy enough to say, fuck the hegemony, fuck America. We are wild enough to throw unlimited bodies at this problem, and we are going to militarily cut through American interests in this region, in our backyard. And it was incredibly consequential, and it was incredibly destabilizing for the entire world. But in the process, Russia also, regardless of how well they can hold Ukrainian territory that they've now gained, in the process, Russia basically showed Europe that they did not have the military capabilities of taking over larger territories and maintaining larger territories in Ukraine. Okay? They showed that. And that's precisely the reason why, instead of the Finlandization of NATO, what came next was the NATOization of Finland, right? Because Finland and Sweden had a handshake agreement with Russia to not join NATO for the longest time. They had a neutrality agreement with Russia for the longest time. But once they saw that Russia actually did not have the capability, once they saw that Russia was crazy enough to try and do it, but also did not have the military capability to just like ride over to Kiev and take it by force in a matter of days in a special military operation, then they were no longer as afraid of joining NATO, right? And basically, that proved to a lot of the European countries, no matter how much they talk about how fearful they are of Russia, how fearful they are that Russia is going to go and like do the USSR over and over again, it showed the rest of the European allies like, oh, actually, you know, we can feed into NATO even further. It's not going to be an issue of consequence. We'll just keep using Ukraine as a way to destroy Russian forces over and over again for years, with hopes that they can never recover, and then maybe we can balkanize Russia in the same way that we did, or in the same way that we're trying to do to Iran right now. Now, that hasn't been a complete success either. Obviously, I mean, currently Russia is succeeding in their ambitions of at least taking eastern Ukraine, right? They've successfully taken eastern Ukraine. They've hardened their positions. So it hasn't been a resounding success for the Western world at all. It's been an abject failure. But the reason why I brought this up is because Russia's overall ambition, if they had the super powerful military, was to, you know, take over Kiev, install a puppet state, turn it into Belarus, and then move on, right? But they weren't able to do that. They weren't able to go into Kiev, decapitate the state, you know, put a Belarus-style pliant leader there, and then, you know, make Ukraine into Belarus. And create a barrier between them and NATO nations. So that was unsuccessful. And it showed the rest of the world that like Russia also wasn't as like powerful as people previously thought it was. You are leasing too much into the Western narrative of Russian goals. Oh, this is such cope. They never wanted invasion of Kiev. What are you talking about? Yeah, so all the fucking troop positions in Kiev, surrounding Kiev, was actually fake? Like, I just imagined that? Really? Really, that was just fake. Did you forget? This is what I mean when I say like I'm a centrist on this stuff. I'm a centrist on this stuff because like people find themselves in either plank where they're like, no, you don't understand. Like the Russians actually had no ambitions. They just wanted to capture Eastern Ukraine and then fuck off. Really? So they expended all those resources on Kyiv for no reason. Like they wanted to have fun. They wanted to see Kyiv for fun. They were like, oh, it's been a while. It's been a while. I have not seen Kyiv. I would like to see it. Now that I've seen it, I will fuck off. Like, no, they've clearly after 2014, America abso-fucking-lutely gave Ukraine a shit ton more weapons, and Ukraine was able to put up a strong enough defense to push back the Russian forces all the way to the line that they're currently occupying. Yeah, the Hostomel airport invasion was just tourism. They wanted to see the airport. They wanted to see the airport, and then they destroyed a cultural artifact, the largest airplane to have ever been built, just because they saw the airport and they were like, this place sucks, and then they got angry and they blew the fucking they blew the plane up for no reason, the Antonov. It's going well for Russia. That's Bruce enough. Yes, it is. It is going well right now. I'm talking about their initial ambition. Their initial ambition versus what they got right now is, yes, they're clearly winning, but they didn't achieve all of their objectives. That was the point I was trying to make, because the calculation ahead of time by many was Ukraine doesn't have enough manpower or trained forces or even like advanced weapons to be able to push back a full-scale Russian invasion. One more spring counterattack? No, I'm not doing that. Stop. I'm not doing that either. Come on, dude. I'm not like one of the fucking NATO dick riders either, please. Like, can I have like a normal conversation about things that literally unfolded as I was engaging in live coverage without immediately people being like, oh, classic, you're a fucking NATO dick rider. Classic, oh, Slava Ukraine. No, I'm just saying Like, Russia had a much larger project. It failed. And now Russia is winning with the new confines that they've designed. They never wanted to invade Kiev. I want sources for that. Yeah. Yeah. Don't believe your eyes. They just did not want to. They surrounded it just to do sightseeing. Okay. Anyway. I don't think you can avoid some fringe shadows being argumentative when you have 50K watchers, brother. That's true. That's true. That's true. Anyway, let's continue.
Which was a clean, rapid victory. They failed to achieve that, and now they are trying to justify why they did attack us, and they have, presented so many different reasons, but none of them worked. And now they are talking about, Plan B, and I believe that, their Plan B would be even a bigger failure. So they are controlling our sky. But at the moment,
Minister, your supreme leader was killed. Your top military leaders were killed. Your military installations have been bombed. How can you call that a failure?
This is fucking crazy, dude. It's just like, you got to keep up the cope. You got to keep up the cope. You got to keep up the cope.
Well, then what they have achieved? What was their goal? They came here for a regime change, perhaps. They came here for a rapid victory so they can, control everything. But they have failed. The system is working. The commanders have been replaced, and the supreme leader is going to be replaced soon, according to the procedures set by the Constitution. So everything is in order. Yes, we have been targeted, but we have also attacked so many targets in Israel. And so many targets belongs to the Americans, their assets, their bases, their installations in the region, and they have not been able to prevent those attacks. Our missiles are still working. Our missiles are still in place and hitting their targets in a very precise manner. So,
Minister, can Iran win this war? If I can ask you, can Iran?
Like, what does victory mean in this situation, right? What does victory mean in this situation? Like, does it mean wiping Israel out? Is that what we're talking about? Because that's not going to happen, right? Like, what's victory? Victory for Iran, if we're being super serious about it, is if they punish the capital owning class hard enough that they literally come down on Trump, and then Trump turns around and fucking cuts a deal with Iran and cuts Israel out of the equation. Okay. Now, that doesn't even mean that they will have a longer timeline for survival. That just gives them a lifeline for the time being. After that, I suspect that the IRGC will go to China literally and say, we are your vassal, we are your servant, do whatever you want, especially now that the Ayatollah is gone. And I suspect that things will change in the Iranian governance structure in very consequential ways. But that's just me as an outsider. Increasingly seems like Trump was betting on a decapitation strike resulting in immediate surrender. This obviously hasn't happened. I fucking called it. Now they are scrambling through the drawer of bad ideas for Plan B, the Kurds, special ops, ground troops, total shit show. Imagine how good Netanyahu felt when he got Trump to believe this was a possibility. Also, what I find really funny is that they were doing on the New York Times Daily this morning while I was working out. I was watching. I was working out and listening to the Daily because that anger fuels me when I listen to American propaganda. I highly recommend it if you guys don't do stuff like that. Yeah, I know many of you listen to music while you're working out, but I listen to the Daily and it really pisses me off, and I get better lifts in that way. Of course, they had the Israeli guy, the classic, I forget his name. He's like the Israeli NatSec reporter. And then they had the American guy on the other side, and they were trying to basically explain to the New York Times listeners that although Donald Trump said that Benjamin Netanyahu goaded him into fighting this war, the truth is more complex than that, and that actually Trump himself still wanted to go to war, and Benjamin Netanyahu just happened to be there. Okay, and it's fucking. They're just trying to fix the situation after Marco Rubio gave the game away, after Trump gave the game away. They're still obviously going to play the role and act as though this was, definitely what America wanted to do from the start. But even then, the best thing that they could come up with as far as propaganda was, Benjamin Netanyahu convinced Trump that Iran wanted to assassinate Trump. That's why he was so angry. This is revenge. This is revenge. For me, that was very funny. It was like, yeah, no, that's definitely what happened. That's why. Yeah, it was the revenge narrative that Donald Trump was investing.
Win this war, and what does winning look like for Iran?
Well, there is no winner in this war. Our win is to be able to resist against, their illegal, goals, and this is what we have done so far. So they have failed to achieve their goals, and we have been able to resist against them, to stand against the most powerful army of the world, as they claim, together with Israelis, who are also claim to have the big army. Two of them are nuclear armed, but still the people of Iran, the army, the armed forces of Iran, have been able to stand firm against them. They couldn't, stop us firing missiles to Israel and to other destinations. We are doing very well, and they have not been able to stop us. So this is our win.
Yeah, how?
And I don't think they can be a winner at the end of the day.
Minister, explain to us and to the world, really, Iran has chosen to attack at least 10 other countries, many of them your Arab neighbors. None of them were involved in this war. Why are you attacking your Muslim neighbors during the holy month of Ramadan?
Only we get to do that. Mr. Foreign Minister, why are you attacking your Muslim neighbors in the holy month of Ramadan? Only us Christians and the Jewish nation of Israel gets to kill Muslims in the holy month of Ramadan. Excuse you. This argument is my favorite one, and it's one that Jon Stewart also deployed, which was unbelievable. Like that was a peak liberalism from Jon Stewart. Moments like this actually show you who's on the ball and who's dropping it, right? Like the question of why are you, Iran, attacking countries with American military bases is an insane one, because the answer is in the question itself. Why are you attacking our bases in your neighborhood? I wonder why. Perhaps it's because those are American military bases. They're not fucking playing patty cake in the bases. They got fucking air forces in the bases. They got fighter jets. They got missile systems. That's the reason why. They don't want to get fucking blown up by American military bases in their fucking backyard. It's such a stupid fucking question. Like, oh, wait, you can't do that. Whoa. You can't do that. What do you mean you're fighting back? I don't understand. Why are you fighting back when we hit you? This is so stupid. Don't you know it's illegal to do that?
Oh, please don't mistake. We have not attacked our neighbors. We have not attacked Muslim countries. We have attacked Americans' targets and Americans' bases, Americans' installations, which are unfortunately located in the soils of our neighbors. So we have made it clear for them. I have been in touch with their foreign ministers, and I have explained that we are not targeting you. We have no problem with you. We are only targeting the American installations and American bases. And the reason is obvious.
But Minister, Iran is hitting civilian targets, striking hotels, high-rise apartments, airports in many of these countries. Those are not.
Again, now we play stupid.
Military targets.
Well, no, we have targeted very well. The Americans are. Maybe there have been some collateral damages, as it is in every war.
Bro, just say Hamas was in it. Just say they were housing Hamas. Don't you know that's the magic word? Just say they were housing Hamas. They were housing Hamas. We have it on good authority that there are military tunnel systems under the Burj Khalifa. Okay?
Look, more than 70,000 people were killed in Gaza by Israelis, and Israeli army called all of them collateral damage. So, yes, there is the possibility of, collateral damages in this situation as well. This is what we have warned everybody in the region beforehand, that if the U.S. attack us, we have no way but to attack their installations, which are in your territories, and then everything may go out of hand, and the war would become, a disaster for the whole region. This is what we have warned, and many others have warned, and many Americans have also warned the U.S. administration, do not repeat the same mistake. They have done it before in our region, and this is what they have done. This war is not our war. This is not our choice. This is a war of choice by the United States.
Iran's foreign minister also weighed in about whether his country would be open to a
Why do they keep cutting him off, by the way? That's crazy. Anytime he's cooking, they're like, no, shut the fuck up.
ceasefire with the U.S. Here's what he told me. Right now, you're saying Iran does not want a ceasefire.
We are not asking for a ceasefire, and we don't see any reason why we should negotiate with the U.S. When we negotiated with them twice, and every time they attacked us at the middle of negotiations. So there is no request for a ceasefire by us, and there is no request for the negotiation.
Let's see the comments. What are people saying? Why not air the entire interview? Where's the full interview? Why cut him off mid-answer? Why did you edit the interview this weird way? Cannot trust your reporting. Edited to suit your bias. Now can you interview Netanyahu with the same questions? Journalist like a kid. He doesn't like an answer. He's interrupting. Why are NBC News cutting his answer before he landed? Why are you editing the interview and cutting out parts? This is censorship. There is no winner in this war. Indeed, it's ugly. War is bad. Stream full interview without edit. Interview guy acted more CIA than neutral. What interview is this? Why is he arguing with the man instead of asking real questions? The interviewer was trying to get him back to snitch on Russia. Why is the interviewer interrupting? I want to see this full interview, please. They didn't let him finish when he was saying this is a war of choice, war of aggression. We need to go after the mainstream media after this war. You want the side which has been attacked to call for a ceasefire? My brain is hurt after watching this video. All I'm going to say is, I think...
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Brother, what do you say? What do you say to this? What do you fucking say to this? What do you say? This is the de facto, like one of the leaders of the foreign state that we are currently bombing. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine what an interview like this would look like with Saddam Hussein right after he invaded Iraq? The comments would not reflect this kind of curiosity and the humanization of like the enemy. Okay, this is directly a byproduct of deteriorating material conditions for the ordinary Americans. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The more angry and fed up people get with their own government, the more angry and fed up people get with their own economy, the more resistant they are to the American state propaganda, the more they start realizing on their own that we don't have to kill these people. We don't have to kill these people at all. Why the fuck are we killing these people? Why can't we spend this money on ourselves? Who is making these fucking decisions? Because it certainly ain't me. Okay? That's it. People are waking up. People are waking up to the reality that American imperialism and Israeli imperialism is not beneficial for the ordinary Americans at all. And it's a bloody affair for no reason. It's cruelty for cruelty's sake. And someone's making money, but it certainly ain't you and I. That's it.
With the U.S. From us, we have never sent any messages to them.
Minister, you said that Iran cannot reach U.S. soil, right? The American homeland with the weapons that you have right now. Is there any other way that Americans should be concerned that Iran could attack the American homeland?
No, they have enough bases around us. Why we should go further than that?
What a question. What an answer. Oh my God. Dude, come on. I got to run it back.
From us. We have never sent any messages to them.
Minister, you said that Iran cannot reach U.S. soil, right? The American homeland with the weapons that you have right now. Is there any other way that Americans should be concerned that Iran could attack the American homeland?
No, they have enough bases around us. Why we should go further than that? They have enough soldiers. They have enough, military assets, and they have enough military bases in military installations.
What an insane question. Dude, it's so awesome. He said, nah, you got plenty of cattle in the region. Don't worry. We got plenty to shoot at.
So we don't need to go beyond that.
The Strait of Hormuz hasn't been closed.
Yeah, that's a future blowback. If there is even a future, that is going to be featured in blowback season 10. Okay. That quote right there. No, we got plenty of. Oh yeah, Zoran is doing a fucking Turkish TV show. Zoran Mamdani, sir, do you consider the PKK a terrorist organization? Yeah. Ozhan Uğur announced that New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani will be a guest on the Mevzulat open mic program. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. The Turks are back. The Turks are back. He's following the footsteps of Eric Adams. Oh, hell yeah. I'm confused what your stance on this war is. Low-key weird takes lately. Brother, if you are confused by my takes on this war, you might not have been paying attention. Okay? My take is American imperialism, Israeli imperialism is a devastating force on the planet that is not beneficial for ordinary citizens in America. It's not even beneficial for ordinary citizens in Israel either, but they're too fucking bloodthirsty in general, judging by their approval ratings for these strikes on Iran. And it's certainly devastating for the victims, for the people that are on the receiving end of American bombs. Okay? American military actions are not done to protect Americans. They're not done to even protect American interests. They're done to protect the interests of capital. Okay? This has been a very consistent position of mine for, as long as I've been a professional political commentator, and it's not going to change anytime soon, right? I believe in diplomacy. I believe in treating other countries with dignity, allowing them to have sovereignty. I believe in peace. So, of course, for that reason, I am going to be very critical of American actions, especially when American actions yield so much death and destruction. Does that help you understand a little bit further? Simply put, for a lot of people, when they hear me say this kind of stuff, they have this understanding that America is good. And when I keep explaining to them that, no, that's not the case, that's a lie, and America presents itself as good, but it's actually doing a lot of evil shit, they go, oh, you're saying America bad. Now, the reality of the matter is, if you say America bad, and you just run with that, and if you're a campist in general, right, you're probably going to be on the right side of most arguments, like 98% of the time. Maybe the 2% of the time it's like devastatingly bad, but like 98% is a pretty good fucking track record. And I don't want that to be the case. I want it to get down to like at least 50-50, where the campists are like wrong 50% of the time. Okay? That's what I want to do. If I can achieve that in my lifetime, I have experienced tremendous success. Okay? Diminishing America's capabilities of empire by 50% would be a spectacular victory for the world. It would allow the world to breathe. It would allow the nations in the periphery to develop on their own without constantly having to worry about America coming down and stomping on their necks. Okay? I don't think it'll happen, but that's what I wish for. That's what I think would be a better future for ordinary American citizens, and it would certainly be a better future for everyone else involved that never really asked for this, but seemingly keeps receiving our health care in the form of bombs, our schools in the form of weapons, and our potholes in the form of defending Israel with ballistic anti-aircraft munitions. The issue is, Hassan, people don't understand that both sides can be bad and that bombs don't discriminate. No, there is no situation where like both sides are bad. One side is always going to be worse than the other side. America is worse than Iran. That much is 100% something I stand on. People can say, oh, well, the Iranian government is cruel. It's ruthless. It's true. Okay? It's true. Iranian government is repressive. It's brutal. Certainly true. Doesn't matter even a little bit in this circumstance. Number one, the reason why we're blowing up Iran is not to save the Iranian population. That's a lie that people tell themselves, and it's a lie that, at least in the past, America would tell the population. They're not even saying that anymore. Or at least they're not saying that all the time. There's no messaging discipline on the American side, so it's always shocking to me that people still want to believe it. Okay? It's not even a comparison. America's the greatest terrorist on the planet. Okay? I live here. I pay for it. I hate it. Okay? I wish that wasn't the case. And that terrorism is sold to the American population as though it's for the greater good. Like it's going to yield some kind of positive result for the ordinary American citizens. That's a lie. It actually has a devastating effect on the lives of ordinary Americans. The comparison is right there. You look at China and how much they've been able to develop with how little they had in comparison to the United States of America, even from the 90s onward. And you start to realize, oh my God, we could just have a robust high-speed rail network in this fucking country if we didn't do Afghanistan, if we didn't do Iraq. We could have free healthcare for all citizens if we didn't do any of that shit. So how can you not get mad every single day when you see the dollar equivalent of your public school getting burned up burned up at the behest of Israel's ambitions and destabilizing a foreign country, a sovereign nation, a nation like Iran? I don't really care if America bad or good. Mostly the Iranian government had the ability to destroy so many Asian countries, but just controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Wait, what? I'm confused by what you're saying. The only thing that drives innovation more than American capitalism is the destruction of American imperialism. People don't realize we are not untouchable. We're already seeing it in our own economy. These bombs may be closer than we think. It's not bombs that will destroy America. It's American greed, the greed of capital that is destroying America. Okay? America is untouchable in many respects, not because it has such a powerful military, but because it's really fucking far away from all of the areas of the world that we destroy. Okay? Let's continue with this ridiculous interview now.
But the threat of its closure has disrupted the international economy. If this war continues, will Iran try to close the Strait of Hormuz?
But they have not closed it. It is the ships and tankers who don't try to pass through to cross the strait because they are, concerned about being hit by either side. So we have no intention to close it right now. But as the war continues, we will consider every scenario. For the time being, we have not done yet. And but the strait is, almost empty of ships and tankers because of their concern.
In this war, are international oil tankers potential targets for Iran?
No. Why they should be a goal for us.
Iran threatened tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has already threatened them to set them afire.
No, we have not threatened them. They are concerned themselves and they don't use the Strait of Hormuz because of the concerns they have to be hit by either side.
Is Iran privately talking?
Okay, this is cap. Like, dude, American media is so funny because they snap back to they snap back to like servile status the moment that like a government official hits them with the lines that they always hear from Israel or America. Like, that's bullshit, okay? No, they literally said, of course, they're closing the fucking Strait of Hormuz. And in an effort to close the Strait of Hormuz, to punish the economy of the globe for allowing America to wage this war, it's one of the tools that they have at their disposal, okay? Yeah, they're going to take fucking pot shots at crazy enough oil tankers that want to go through it, okay, to establish the deterrence. America does that too, by the way. They just have more tools at their disposal because it's the most domineering power on the fucking planet. What the fuck do you mean a trade blockade is? America has literally seized oil tankers going to Cuba, okay? I'm sure if Iran had the capabilities of being able to seize oil tankers, they would be doing that instead of taking pot shots. They just simply don't have that capability, so they just like let them, if any oil tankers are wild enough to be like, oh yeah, you want to stop the Strait of Hormuz? Okay, we're going to cross anyway. Then they fucking send a missile their way. But yeah, of course, it's bullshit when he's like, we're not doing that.
To U.S. officials right now through back channels?
No.
There's no communication with you and Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner?
No, not after Thursday that we met last time. We met last Thursday. We negotiated for almost 7 hours. They were so happy.
I don't even think this guy has the capability of conducting those deals right now. Let's be real. Okay? You're talking to the wrong guy. I mean, he is the envoy, but not right now. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what kind of contingency plan that they had, like what kind of power they give the foreign minister in a situation like this. But I doubt that he is. He has the final say here at all. What is this? Your boy is getting an L. Mayor Mamdani, the Iranian government is engaged in systematic repression of its own people, even killing thousands of Iranians who were seeking to express the most basic forms of dissent earlier this year. Is a brutal government. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. You gotta say what you gotta say. You know, it is what it is.
They left the negotiation table because we were able to make significant progress as the Omani.
He's the most senior official after the Ayatollah died. Yeah, Zoran Mamdani is. Zoran is a master of not dying on dumb hills. It's not a dumb hill necessarily. I think, I just don't think he has the capability of actually having that conversation. I think I saw the full quote. The full quote's actually longer than this, where he says, I've also said that while I may be a young mayor, I'm old enough to remember the devastating consequences of our country pursuing a war with the intent of regime change. And that very same reason, it's not the best possible answer in that situation. Cause like the whole point is like, the reason why the American government talks about the ruthlessness or the cruelty of the Iranian government is so that they can justify their unlimited cruelty as we are, bombing the Capitol, right? But as the fucking mayor of New York is not going to say like, long live the Ayatollah. I mourn his loss. I am a Shia myself. Like, what the fuck do you think? It's just like people get very mad at politicians when they do this kind of like, speaking out of both sides of their mouth on these issues. AOC always does that too. I think AOC has more power and more room to say whatever the fuck she wants. But like, if your expectation is that, Zoran Mamdani is going to communicate on this stuff in the way that I do, I mean, you're fucking delusional. You have to remember, like, even back on October 8th, October 9th, I was very open about like who was ultimately responsible for this cruelty that we saw, this violence that we saw, but like it was still very clearly, it was very clearly the design of Israel. But no one was fucking gonna say that. Some people said it at the time and they got yelled at, right? Like there's a level, it's a delicate balance that you have to maintain when you talk about these issues, unfortunately, especially in the United States of America. You got to speak to the audience in a way that they understand, right? The expectation that, especially given how large your platform is, the expectation that like all of these people are going to automatically understand 80 fucking years of history is ridiculous. I certainly had to engage in this kind of maneuvering over and over again. I did it for fucking 2 years, right? I still do to a certain degree. It's just how it is. It's just how you gotta pay the piper is what I mean. Yes, Emhud. I mean, the mayor of New York City can't speak like he's on Discord all the time. Exactly. Hey, I'm new here. Why did you say that in your video that America will be over due to the Iranian war? I did not. I think you might have misunderstood what I was saying. I said America's force projection capabilities have been severely diminished as a direct consequence of the last 6 days, where they've shown that they are not a reliable ally, that they are incapable of defending the trillions of dollars of investment that the Gulf nations put into having American bases, and that they will always put Israel first. And that if they were to continue with a ground invasion into Iran, that this would lead to the complete collapse of American empire in the same way that the USSR's invasion of Afghanistan did to the USSR. Like a full-blown military occupation of Iran, I think, would devastate the United States of America. Like, it would destroy it. What should AOC and Zoran be saying instead of their both side statements? I mean, I think this is fine. Like, I think you guys are being ridiculous when you say this is like AOCIA or Zoran Masadani. That's not why the USSR dissolved. Come on, man. You think the Afghan fucking occupation didn't play a role in the ginormous economic hit that the USSR took? Really? It played no role whatsoever? What are we doing? No, they were forcibly dissolved illegally, and that's it. They were doing fine beforehand. They were totally fine. No issues there. It was fucking Pizza Hut and Pepsi.
Mr. Mayor, I think Iran is better off without the Ayatollah.
I've said before that
I think the Republicans have a much better way of communicating on shit like this, though, I will say. They're just simple. They're straightforward. They cut to the chase, even if they're lying, right? They'll just be like, I'm an isolationist. Why should I care? It's that simple. And a lot of Americans actually understand that, where they're like, it leans into American selfishness. I will admit, like, isolationism as a propaganda tactic is infinitely better than like taking a critical anti-imperialist stance. Because like you ask a Republican before Donald Trump invaded Iran or started blowing up Iran, this question, they'd be like, why do I care? The fuck? I'm an American. I think it's a real shame that my cities look like they've been fucking hollowed out because wealthy benefactors and corporations chose to go ship their manufacturing facilities to China. And now you're telling me I have to spend all of our tax dollars instead of fixing the state of disrepair? I got to spend all my tax dollars bombing Iran? The fuck are we doing? Get out of here. Why are you asking me about the Ayatollah? I'm the mayor of New York City. Ask me about the fucking snow plowing operation that we put together. Do they ask the Ayatollah about how I'm dealing with public transit in my city? No? Then what the fuck am I supposed to answer that question for? That's what I would say. If I'm the mayor of New York and I'm like a little bit more aggressive in my messaging, that's what I would say.
Iranian government has engaged in systematic repression of its own people, even killing thousands of Iranians who were seeking to express the most basic forms of dissent earlier this year. It is a brutal government. And I've also said that while I may be a young mayor, I am old enough to remember the devastating consequences of our country pursuing a war with the intent of regime change.
Marxists, when discussing the USSR, become idealists. It was brought into existence by the genius of Lenin and was dissolved by the hypnotic allure of Western pizza and booze of Gorby. Okay, that's like not wrong, though. That is kind of true. I mean, it's reductive, but it's not necessarily wrong. Sorry.
In that very same region not that many years ago.
An off-topic question.
Is this new? I don't know. Suppressed news is not very reliable. He's best to just avoid these sort of geopolitical traps than he can. At best, nothing comes out of it. At worst, they get a horrible clip. He stands to gain nothing. I agree. But you also can't say, I'm the mayor of New York. I don't have an opinion on this. Like, because then that kind of makes you look silly. You know what I mean? Because everyone has a fucking opinion on this. And the reality is, like, low-key, the Chomsky method here, not all of it, not the best friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, but like the method of saying, I'm an American citizen and I can only control things within my realm of power and my sphere of influence. And as an American citizen, like, I want to stop the pain. And I think I think that bombs flying over Tehran is not actually going to help anybody. It's just going to kill people. And I want that to stop is probably the most effective way of talking about it. You know? Do you see what I mean? I'm an American citizen. I'm an American taxpayer. I'm a mayor of the United States of America in one of the best cities in the world and the best city in the United States of America, New York City. And as an American citizen, I don't think we should be bombing countries. I don't think we should be using our tax dollars to destroy other countries, specifically at the behest of Israel. You know, Zionist groups. It's probably one of his biggest weaknesses. I'll be honest. I love the guy, but I do think he's very, very afraid. And it's ironic because, like, partially as a direct consequence of his advocacy and his bold, unapologetic defense of the Palestinians, the conversation has shifted dramatically in favor of pro-Palestinian advocacy and anti-American imperialism. Like, that's how you became the fucking mayor. You didn't become the mayor because you sucked up to Zionist groups or tried to, like, recenter liberal Zionists in your advocacy. You literally got there because you were like, nah, I'm not going to fucking Israel. Get out of here. It was his greatest moment. And now you got Gavin Newsom saying Israel's an apartheid state. You can expand on this conversation. You can take pot shots at Israel. 100%. 100% you could take pot shots at Israel, especially right now. As the mayor of New York, yeah, it'll bring some controversy your way. But who gives a fuck? That kind of controversy is good. It's good to have enemies, okay? It's good to tell people who your enemies are. Do not forget this, okay? If the line of demarcation is drawn by your enemies, you say, good, great. And Zionists being considered an ideological opposition to your movement, to your cause, is wonderful, especially right now. What, bro? Interview, ... What do you mean? Finished the Arakshi interview? I thought I ended it. Oh my God, I never finished it. You're right. I keep going back and forth on this thing.
Said in his statement, and he checked his statement with both sides, and both sides agreed with the term he used. And we were made really significant progress. They were happy when they left, but I don't know what happened after they left.
And I asked Iran's foreign minister about whether his country is prepared for a possible ground invasion from American troops. Watch this. President Trump has not ruled out boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
He's right.
So you're saying that Iran is ready and willing to take on the U.S. military if there were to be ground troops?
Well, we were ready for this war even more than the previous war. So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons. And we are prepared for any other eventuality, even, a ground invasion. So our soldiers are prepared for any scenario. When I said that we are waiting for them, it didn't mean that we are waiting for continuation of the war. No, but we have prepared ourselves to confront with any scenario, with any eventuality, any possibility, and we know that we can handle that.
Are your allies Russia and China helping you?
Well, they are supporting us politically and otherwise.
Are they supporting you militarily?
Well, military cooperation between Iran and Russia is not a secret. We have worked with each other in the past, and that has continued, and will continue, I guess.
And they are actively helping you in this war?
Well, they have always helped us.
So I'm going to understand that to mean yes, that they are actively assisting you in this war?
Well, I'm not going to give the details of our cooperation with other countries right in the middle of the war.
For more, I want to bring in our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. He joins us from the region in Dubai. And Keir, he made a lot of news there, that they haven't picked a leader yet, that they're not interested in a ceasefire. And he really tried to justify why Iran is attacking its neighbors. You're in one of those countries right now that is under attack. Does it seem like they're targeting only military assets?
It doesn't, Tom, and that's not my view. That's the view of diplomats in this region and diplomats around the world. I will just say it was a calm, cool and collected performance. But, for example, they've had to delay the funeral of Ayatollah Khamenei. They would not want...
These are aesthetic. This is aesthetic, okay? This is totally aesthetic victories. Yeah, they have to delay. They can't get the clerics together to figure out who the next Ayatollah is. Does that reduce the number of missiles firing? Does that actually reduce the number of bombs that fall on Tel Aviv? No. Oh, we hit a naval asset off the coast of Sri Lanka that didn't even have weapons on it. Wow. You mean to tell me that the mightiest military on the fucking planet is currently waging war against a country that has the economy the size of one of its smaller states, and at the end of all of that, all you can show for it is the fact that you have the capability of striking an open-air funeral if you saw fit? That's it? That's it? That's disastrous. Do you see what I mean? Do you fucking understand how devastating that is for American military force projection capabilities? It's crazy that they're like coping to this degree. Of course they're going to be able to blow up Tehran if they want. They can nuke Tehran if they want to, right? Like that's within the power of the American arsenal. They have a nuclear arsenal. That's not the point, though. The point is, are you capable of significantly diminishing the Iranian ballistic missile launching capabilities? That's the real question. Are you capable of defending your allies in the region? Are you capable of defending your own military bases in the region? And they're not. That's what we've seen in the last 6 days. Meanwhile, U.S. officials tell CBS News that 3 American MQ-9 Reaper drones have been down during the war. What is that now? Fucking 6 F-15 fighter jets, 3 American MQ-9 Reaper drones. God damn. That means probably more than 3, by the way. Yeah, $30 million a pop. Large fire at the U.S. Air Base in Kuwait. $1 billion a day just on operations. $5 billion worth of damage so far. $5 billion, or what's the ticker at now? That's before we put the operational costs in. So $1 billion every single day, and the cost, the damages overall is far larger than what this ticker shows. So the live estimate is 5.8 billion. This is an incredibly conservative estimate. Okay, it's an incredibly conservative estimate. On top of that, it's $1 billion just to keep the fucking lights on. $1 billion a day, every single day. We're on the 6th day right now. Okay, this is before we think about the loss in trade, the loss in economic activity. Now imagine doing this for 4 more fucking weeks, for 5 more weeks, for 4 months even. Imagine what it would look like to deploy boots on the ground. That's why I said boots on the ground military warfare would be the end of American empire. It's unbelievable, dude. Also, we can fucking defend Israel's interests. Like, unfucking believable. Oh, satellite imagery from Airbus Defense and Space appears to show an AN/TPY-2 forward base X-band transportable radar, the primary radar of the U.S. Army Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, that system, having been damaged and possibly destroyed by an Iranian drone or a missile. The estimated cost of a single AN/TPY-2 BMD radar ranges from $500 million to $1 billion, with the United States only operating a total of 13, the 13th being delivered to the U.S. Missile Defense Agency by RTX's Raytheon in 2025. Map of U.S. linked locations hit by the Islamic Republic of Iran and high-value radars confirmed damaged or destroyed. Like, this is a spectacular failure, okay? This is a spectacular failure. In just like 6 days, in 6 days alone, we could have funded so many goddamn initiatives. Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Qatar are discussing pulling back from the U.S. and other investments as the toll from this regional war with Iran mounts. Yeah, CNN shares satellite imagery of the THAAD radars destroyed in Al Sadr, UAE, before and after. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. For tomorrow's news today, the Piker Broadcasting Service is funded entirely by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. No more AI. I don't do AI. I yell at motherfuckers that send me AI links all the time, and certainly plenty of people do. It's hard not to get duped. But it's crazy to say that, like, I'm showing you fucking AI shit. This is the CNN website's own coverage. I guess they're doing AI. Closed presents. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. U.S. officials tell CBS News that 3 American Mark 9 Reaper drones have been downed during the war. Holy shit. Closed presents. The Ham 88. Thank you for the 50 gifted. The Ham 88. W Comrade. Thank you for the 5 gifted. How do we know you're not AI? What if I am? Nice stream. New to it. Very informative with realistic views. Thank you, chatter. I try my very best. Moonira, thank you for the 5 gifted. MF Swoon, thank you for the 5 gifted. Clip of your uncle's show is getting viral here in India. Wait, what the fuck? That's awesome. Dude, imagine if this destroys the Paramount deal. Someone in the chat was just bringing that up. Because, like, a lot of the money backing the Paramount deal, the merger, is literally Saudi funds and Qatari investment, too. Oh, my God. Iran might literally be unintentionally doing trust busting. That's crazy. Roughly 20% of Paramount's $110 billion bid for Warner Brothers, backed by Arab sovereign wealth, fueling debate over which foreign entities have a stake in U.S. media. Dude, that is wild to think about. Is the IRGC going to unintentionally... The merger that needed a war? Wallahi, Iran is going to save Hollywood, mashallah. Yes, brother. Someone make a Lena Khan joke quickly. I'm not gonna involve. If you notice, I also shy away from making Zoran and Shia jokes as well, because I don't want fucking racist assholes to, like, sincerely do this. I wonder why Hosbris, who say the thing to you, think this. Douglas K. Murray spent the entire Monk debate with me in Canada, unable to make any cogent argument except you work for Qatar. Nah, evil Qatar. You're funded by Qatar. And now Douglas and Barry Weiss both work for Qatar too. They're literally funded by Qatar. Lol. It's also heavily fucking up the Saudi Live Golf League. A ton of their players right now are stuck in countries with no-fly zones. Lol, I know. We asked the people around the world to rate the morality and ethics of others in their country. The U.S. is the only place we surveyed where more adults describe the morality and ethics of others living in the country as bad than good. See our own morality report. In many countries, people see their fellow citizens as morally good. Who rate the morality and ethics in other people? Percentage of people who rate the morality and ethics of people in their country as very good or somewhat good, 47%. Somewhat bad and very bad, 53%. Wait, where's Israel on this list? I gotta see Israel. Where the fuck is Israel? Did they even... Israel, 68% rate the morality and ethics of people in their country as very good or somewhat good. Bro, Turks are so funny. Oh my God. Turkey is the only other country. Turkey's like 50-50. It's like, bro, we have to live with the fucking Erdogan supporters. Okay, I'm sick and tired of it. And then the Erdogan supporters are like, bro, we have to live with these disgusting, godless liberals. Oh, that's so sick. That is fucking funny, man. That's funny. Look at this reply. It's so self-evident. Hot take, if you think people are generally morally good, then you are morally blind. A good society can only be built on the belief that everyone's a piece of shit. The inverse is a recipe to be fucked over. This guy is so mind-cucked, it's not even funny. You know what I mean? This guy is capitalism cucked, if that makes sense. Like, his brain doesn't work in a normal fashion where he's just like, it's a game of war all the time, and everyone's out to get me. Great, man. What a wonderful person you are, just operating with this, like, sociopathic tendency. The Chinese are the ones releasing the sat images of the damages, and some people are a bit mad at that. Oh, I know. China has once again made public satellite images of the damage to the U.S. Al Dhafra base in the UAE. Chinese continue to expose damage to Western military bases throughout the Middle East. With the clear censorship regime in place, China is making information available that otherwise would remain hidden from public view.
It's a snowy day in Beijing's Tiananmen Square.
As U.S. strikes Iran, China has a message to send the world, a message it wants the world to hear.
We're here early, and we're going to take you for a rare glimpse into the secretive world of Chinese political power.
I've reported from Beijing for nearly 3.5 years now, and there is still something of a buzz every time we're allowed here, because it is quite rare that journalists are allowed to film in Tiananmen Square. It's infamous.
Hey! I know somebody that did that shit, though. They're not wrong. It is actually, come on, guys. Tiananmen Square is literally incredibly secure. Please be for real. Like, that's, I was there. You literally watched me go through the security checkpoints. I live streamed the entire process. I got stopped by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will. Mao Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world. Okay, a man who changed the entire universe, the entire planet. Okay, but the reality of the matter is, I was able to, for real, yes. I mean, there was a lot of fucking excesses, let's be real, but the People's Republic of China would not exist without Mao Zedong. And before people say, oh, well, what about Deng? What about Deng Xiaoping? Okay, great. He advanced China as well. And so does Xi Jinping. Don't make me retell the dumpling story, okay? You eat 4 dumplings and you finally feel like you're full on the 5th one. You don't think to yourself, oh, I should have just eaten the 5th dumpling. It's not the 5th dumpling that filled your stomach. The first 4 dumplings were also important.
Brutal history means we're only given access on pretty special occasions. And today is a special occasion of sorts. It's an event called Liang Hui, or the 2 sessions in English. It's sort of China's equivalent of the state opening of Parliament, a day for pomp and ceremony. But it's also a day where the curtain is raised just a little on what China's leaders think and what they might want. And we're going to take you inside.
Am I crazy? Is this completely normal for a capital of a country? No, it's not. China definitely has like very different cultural attitudes about like criticisms or even fucking outright praise. Well, not outright praise, but like criticisms of historical leadership, the party in general. That's a major difference. Is a fundamental difference in how China operates as opposed to other countries.
Nearly 3,000 delegates have travelled from all
Western liberal countries,
corners of this country to be here. In theory, they'll discuss policy and vote on legislation. In reality, they'll rubber stamp decisions pre-made behind closed doors. But this event is as much about precision and the projection of power as it is about policy.
This place is absolutely colossal. Fun fact, it was built in just 10 months. Getting our passes checked and going in.
Few members of the public will ever step foot in the Great Hall of the People. It's closely guarded, tightly controlled, and inside, it's absolutely cavernous.
Final security check. But this is where it all happens. This is the Great Auditorium. Thank you, Xie.
That's sick. Oh, that's so sick. Fuck.
And on China's grandest political stage, it's quite clear who is the grandest.
Wait, did they let did they always let in foreign reporters to the 5-year plan announcement? That's new, right? I'm pretty sure they let you outside of the square. No, it's not new. She mocked you with her passes. Yeah, she did. Bailsty and Paralyzed Pendant Plug. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. What the fuck is Paralyzed Pendant Plug? Paralyzed Pendant Plug with the 50, actually. And Derelith and Claudie Days, thank you for the 5 gifted. There must be so much drama in this that we don't get to know. Maybe in the next 5 years, little bro. Yeah, I'll wait. No, it's new that they let anyone outside the party there. Yeah, I thought it was a party officials only.
This is ultimately Xi Jinping's show. Hot off a year about maneuvering Trump and
Why don't you glaze China? If you like them so much, then get out of my country and go live there. Bro, stop threatening me with a fucking good time, okay? Stop it.
Urging his military. This is all his pitch, his plan, his power.
Today's session is very much about the economy. What's going well and what are the challenges?
His biggest problem, perhaps, is slowing growth. This year's target's been set at its lowest rate in 30 years. But just listen to how they explain it, and crucially, who they blame.
The evolving external environment is exerting a greater impact on China. Multilateralism and free trade have been under severe strain. By the way, it's real. This is correct. It's got to be so funny to sit there as a Western reporter who, for your Western news report at Sky News, has said the exact same things about America's tariffs regime, to sit there and go, well, they're saying it Chinese style, and therefore it's really interesting that they're putting the blame on America. It's like, okay, well, I watched a lot of Sky News reporting on the fucking tariffs, and you weren't saying anything different back then because it's just the fucking truth. Like, you know what I mean? This is just fundamentally the truth. Like, this is literally correct. If Donald Trump didn't come in and fuck up trade for everybody else, including China, they probably would not have any sort of instability at all.
But if you think China's plans and strategy are still something of an enigma, well, this year there might be a little more insight than some.
That's bullshit. They always do the 5-year. This is the 14th one. It's on us to not listen when they reveal their targets. 14 times this has happened. 14 times this has happened prior. Okay? This is the 15th one. It's not a secret. They literally Babe Ruth it every time. They call the shot every time. Okay? They say, here are the 5-year plans that we have. They do it every 5 years. It's in the name. Okay? It's not, we don't have the capacity to read it and take it seriously up until recently. That's it. That's the only difference. It's not a goal. It is a plan. Yes. But it is a goal, and when you achieve it, it's a plan.
And that's because this year we're going to get confirmation of what's known as the 5-year plan. It's essentially a blueprint for what China thinks its priorities, its focus, its strategy is going to be between now and 2030. Now, it might sound all a bit lofty, but in the past, these 5-year plans have actually been quite important. For example, back in the 1980s, it really heralded China's great opening up to the world. Now, this year, it's going to be really focused on how China's going to lead in crucial high-tech sectors and really focusing on strategic security as well. It's this that's the path to the global leadership, perhaps even the global domination that it ultimately seeks.
This event is mainly about domestic policy, but it's not happening in a vacuum. There was a sense people here didn't want to talk about Iran. only China and its greatness. The reality is China won't mind one bit the contrast between what's happened here today, the show of unity and orderliness and presidential power, with what's going on in the Middle East. The contrast, they say, between them and the chaos being unleashed by the President of the United States. It's a contrast that suits China's narrative. It's the superpower worth betting on.
There's a different world out there, man. China, we have met every target of the 14th five-year plan. Our renewable output alone now exceeds electricity consumption for the entirety of the EU. USA, we are killing little girls in Iran for Israel. 779 million a day. Can't protect Dubai or Kuwait. Life expectancy behind Cuba. My brother is a literal Nazi. How am I supposed to look past this? Bro, I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know why you came in here to inform us right now, but kind of seems like you gotta figure it out, you know? Maybe it might be time to cut ties. I don't know. If you can't save him, it's up to you. Make Agartha memes promoting anti-Nazism. Brilliant strategy, chatter. What if it makes him even more of a Nazi, though? All right. Li Kang, the year 2025 marked the conclusion of the 14th year plan. I speak Chinese, so I can translate it for you. China's economy reached new heights. China's GDP crossed successive thresholds, topping 110 trillion yuan, 120 trillion yuan, 130 trillion yuan, and 140 trillion yuan, with an average annual growth of 5.4%. New breakthroughs were achieved in technological and industrial innovation. Research and development spending nationwide increased by an annual average of 10%. This is the one that kills me the most. You're so Chinese, it's just language to you? Yeah, my native tongue. We have the exact opposite trajectory. It's fucking awesome. A better way is possible. New strides were made in reform and opening up. We sped up the development of a unified national market. All access restrictions on foreign investment and manufacturing were lifted. The people's well-being was elevated to a new level. Per capita disposable income increased at an average annual rate of 5.4%. And a total of over 60 million urban jobs were created. What is this? Look at this absolute goat with an incredibly unfortunate name. Yeah, I know, Israel Epstein. He's the fucking guy who... Wait, what the hell? I can't click on that link, but yeah, he was a part of the... I think he was like the Russian envoy, right? He was like the USSR envoy to the CPC early on. Yeah, Israel Epstein. Yeah, because there were party members that were not Chinese. He was trying to warn us. Bro, you got to change your name at this point. Brother, he's been dead for like 60 years. What are you talking about? He died in 2005? Okay, never mind. He's been dead for 21 years. That's crazy. People's life expectancy reached 79.25 years. That's higher than America. Fresh progress was achieved in ecological conservation in cities and above the prefectural level. The proportion of days with good or excellent air quality rose to 89.3%. We also created the world's largest and fastest growing renewable energy system. China's ability to safeguard security improved, and we ensured that no systemic risks arose. We have accomplished all 20 major targets, 17 major strategic tasks.
重大工程项目胜利完成，我们也清醒看到面临的困难。
Oh shit! Wait, hold on. Wait 1 second, guys. Hold on. I don't have China on the phone. Gavin Newsom has officially said yes to coming on the broadcast. This will be an absolute showdown. A conversation that has taken years in the making. My governor, gruesome governor Gavin Newsom, has agreed to coming on the Hasanabi broadcast. I will go easy on him, and we will, I think, have a very productive conversation. I love the Democratic Party, and I love my governor, gruesome governor Gavin Newsom. Make him get you good internet. Oh, I'm going to ask him about that. Don't worry. The evolving external environment is exerting a greater impact on China, while multilateralism and free trade are under severe threat. As long as we fully tap our strengths and respond to challenges in the right way, we will surely open up even more promising prospects for China's development. Chad is being sarcastic, Lamau? No, I'm not. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being serious. It wasn't Taft's. It was Jack that did it. I asked him to ask him, and he asked, and he said yes. Gavin Newsom will be there as a special guest. That's Gavin Newsom. You're wrong.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
I recommend lightening the mood by calling him Governor with a Cockney accent. You got it. I got that for you. The timing of this. Gavin Newsom getting hammered by the Jewish community in California over his latest Israel comments.
Bruh.
Bro, they're flaming his ass. It's so crazy. It's kind of funny because it's like he already walked back his statements. JPAC is up his ass too. JPAC is the APAC of California, Jewish California, formerly JPAC. Jewish California met with senior Newsom administration officials yesterday to convey our community's confusion and concern about his recent comments on Israel and the request clarification. What is the confusion? It's an apartheid state. Why are you confused by it? He said the truth. Chat, remember what we were talking about when I said earlier in the morning that you guys are being being toxic and annoying? You're doing it right now in the chat. Just stop. You make it so that I don't want to tell you anything ahead of time because you get really fucking lame. Okay? I know you have a lot of concern and you need to let it be known, but I can't be like the Tucker Carlson of socialism if you just constantly are up my fucking asshole every step of the way, okay? Oh, how will this look? Is this moral? How are you going to... I'm going to hypothetically debate you right now about a hypothetical debate that hasn't even been set, or a hypothetical conversation that hasn't even been set for a future date. I'm going to make sure that this is fucked up before it's even set up. It's so funny because I've had numerous conversations with objectively higher profile politicians than Gavin Newsom, but it's just one that I've wanted to have, a conversation I've wanted to have for the longest time, which is why I'm excited. What's happening on the other side of internet politics? The idea that he might actually be a great dad is throwing me out when your local dictator is somehow a girl dad. Bro, DPRK is going to have a female leader before we do. That's so crazy. That's actually crazy. That is crazy, brother. This was him today.
North
He just
Korean
wants to
leader
be involved. Kim Jong-un inspecting North Korean warship.
Kim Jong-un watched cruise missiles launch from the...
He doesn't even want to be involved. This is just him flexing. Like, he literally is like, hey, guys, remember, if you were thinking about doing stuff to my country, remember
country's
this.
newest destroyer, the Choi-hyun. State media says the missiles were fired in rapid succession as part of testing before the warship officially enters service. After the launches, Kim later boarded the vessel, inspecting its missile launch systems and navigation equipment. The destroyer is believed to carry dozens of missiles, including weapons North Korea claims could be nuclear capable. Kim says North Korea plans to build at least 12 nuclear-armed warships by 2030. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un...
Brother is stanced up watching those rocket tests. Yeah. Have you seen the video of Kim smoking while watching a rocket getting shot in the night sky aura? Yes, of course I've seen it. It's squirrels. Bro, you're doing the female Kurdish fighter meme, but for North Korea? No, first of all, it doesn't. No, I'm not doing that. This is called making a joke, okay? The fuck is wrong with you? It's one of those things where it's like, it's so obvious that it's a joke that you're not even supposed to take it seriously. God damn it.
Legalize comedy.
Elon Musk was right, dude. Elon Musk was right. Bro is suffering from peace. Dude, I fucking love these videos. I'm sorry. It's so funny. He's the #1 aura farmer. For all the tubby boys out there. Like, I think a lot of people don't also understand that, like, he is the #1 tubbiest of all boys that farms the maximum aura. He's always doing this shit. I don't know I don't know what it is. Maybe it was like when he was fucking growing up in Switzerland or something, where he just like picked this shit up, where he was like, this is so sick. I'm gonna constantly look off in the sunset. Born to be war president, forced to be peacekeeper. His fits are so fucking tough. Oh, they've upgraded a lot. His fits have gotten so much better over the years too. Like the leather trench is tough. It's so tough. He puts that shit on every goddamn day of the week, dude. I don't know how you nail that pose every time. Like, look at this. Look at this shit. Oh, man. What happens when China stops getting oil now? Trump fucked them up so hard, bro. Wake up. He's restoring a U.S. domination. It's really funny that this chatter said, what's going to happen when China stops getting oil now? Brother, I need you to understand something. I don't know if you're ready for this. American cruisers, American carriers are going to ensure with your tax dollars that oil from Saudi Arabia goes through the Strait of Hormuz with your tax dollars insuring those oil carriers so they can make their way to China. It's brilliant. It is brilliant tactics from the number one defiler, the number one JD Pandan, permanent first world genocider himself. He is, one, using your tax dollars to blow up Iran, destroying the fucking region, showcasing that like American might is not what we thought it was, while simultaneously, if China still continues to get oil from the region and not just like go to Russia, okay, Donald Trump is going to insure oil tankers with American taxes. It's incredible. But I believe it's just a trick since Trump can't attack China or Russia. Wait, what? I'm in Bahrain. What is the trick? Don't tell the chatter that China is the most energy independent nation on earth since they decided to go giga green. Also on top of the fact that American neoliberalism will also ensure that oil trade with China needs will be freely available. Yeah, if there's one country that I'm not worried about in terms of like fucking making sure that they have sufficient energy for their productive capabilities, is China. Because if China doesn't have sufficient energy for its productive capabilities, the entire world collapses. So I'm pretty sure they'll make it work. You know, I'm good. I'm good on that, man. I'm fairly certain that the American government will do everything it possibly fucking can to carve out a very specific deal where just China gets the oil if they need it. But yeah, it is pretty funny because like if they actually, you proud of yourself, big boy Hassan Dogan Piker, more like Hassan Rogan Piker? No. Scott Bessent is expected to beg China to buy less oil from Russia ahead of President Trump's visit to Beijing, which, by the way, I might be in China at the same time that Donald Trump is in China, for the record. Lots of trips. Lots of trips happening this year, okay? Lots of trips. We're working on it. We're working on it. Yeah, the GOAT is going to have me go to the fucking, the hidden palace instead of Trump. He's going to show me around. Xi Jinping is going to be like, you're the real leader of America. Yeah. The Forbidden City, not the Hidden Palace. What the fuck am I saying? Sorry. The Forbidden Palace, the Forbidden City, Forbidden Palace, whatever. See, I don't even know. You're going to translate for Xi to Trump? Yeah. I'm going to be the Mandarin. I'm going to fucking, yeah, I'm the Chinese translator. Yeah. Minus 100 credit score for that mistake. We don't make jokes like that. Take a second off for that joke. I just told you I'm going to China and you're over here making social credit jokes. How dare you? You know 3 words, bro? Yeah, I'm going to say, 谢谢老板. 谢谢老板. 谢谢老板. Over and over again. Rio TV, thank you for the 130. Very interesting number. Thank you for the 130 gifted subs. No one likes the soundboard, by the way. Okay, you want me to... Chat, if you like the soundboard, subscribe now or give subs. Subscribe now for free. If you like the soundboard and you want it to continue, subscribe now.
And Lebanese.
If you like the soundboard, show me how much you like the soundboard. Gift subs, subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime or for $6 or gift a sub.
Pussy too.
Liberal.
Here, you can have some.
La la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals. La la.
Thank you for your contributions to the Piker Broadcasting Service.
La la la la la la.
Oh, yeah. Tom with time. Amy Goodman's peace sign. Come to Mongolia. Ulaanbaatar is sick. Chatter spamming fa in Majority Reports chat. Hell yeah. You gotta go here. 4 seasons of Wulong Karst National Park in Chongqing, China. The fuck? I don't understand. No, this isn't fucking real, right? What do they got? Like new? Do they got like new forest tech? Like what the fuck does this mean? Is it color correction or something? It's color correction, right? Is AI? What the fuck is going on? I don't believe that shit. Photoshop of Doom, brother. That's not how seasons work. What the fuck? Speaking of Alex, he can't defend it anymore. Oh yeah, yeah. I saw Alex Jones is finally on the Donald Trump was compromised by Israel tip. It's a real place. Wait, how did the trees change colors like that? What the fuck? They got, bro. Did China unlock new trees? Do you think China would be a good place for residence as a foreigner? Fuck yes, as long as you don't, as long as you don't talk shit about the Chinese government, the Communist Party of China, and any of the former or current Chinese leadership. Yeah. Sunny California, no season at. Wait, no, I mean like, no, I'm saying like they
27 countries.
No, it doesn't make sense that they change colors, like they go red and pink and black. Like, how is that possible? I know the place is, I understand that the place is real. I just don't understand how the tree tech is different, I guess. They got fucking RGB trees in China. How is that possible? They got tree DLC in China. That's how seasons work, Hassan. Brother, I know how normal trees have a range of colors that they have. I've just never seen the same tree have that many different colors at the same time. Am I crazy? You're so dumb. Maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. You're popping on Bilibili again? White man surprise local. Perfect shishi Laoban. Oh, the way I hit that shishi Laoban. The way I hit it, people go, that's crazy. Are you Xiaoma? Are you Xiaoma NYC? What the fuck? We've never seen a white man surprise us this hard since Xiaoma. They are surprised you aren't white Chinese. You have a Trump accent in Mandarin. What the fuck? I do. It's Laobearer. Yeah, that's true. It might be pretty far, but maybe look at Shanxi. It's got a bunch of inspiration for What's in Black Myth. Okay. Where the fuck were we? I was all over the place. Oh, ahead of President Trump's visit to Beijing, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is considering putting a tricky trade-off on the agenda for coming talks with the Chinese counterpart, reducing China's oil purchases from U.S. adversaries like Russia. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't know. China is so invested in trade maxing. Who knows? Bro, I'm returning my gifted sub after that lack of tree/house seasons and chlorophyll work knowledge. Okay, man. Like I have areas that desperately need improvement in I have knowledge gaps. You need to calm down, okay? I can't know everything. Like how trees work.
Just going after, Jack Smith. So the Democrats are trying to put me in prison. They run show trials on HBO. Liberal. So obviously, it's not that I'm being paid off by Trump. I've been persecuted for supporting him. So I want to now pay out on this. I want to save the country, secure the border, find the missing kids. I want to believe. But I'm not in a cult. I'm not delusional. So I was like, I'm critical. This is overall good. But and now I'm just like, now I'm having to think of the off-ramp. Nick, we've talked about this privately. You're targeted too. They're trying to kill you at your house. This is your name's Nick J. Fuentes. I'm Alex E. Jones. We're real people. We're under attack. So we're in the real world. You do what you think's right. I do what I think's right. You're not paid by people. I'm not. We're just our fans. So to me, I needed Trump as my lifeboat may not be perfect, but it's the lifeboat I've got. And I'm watching.
It's the lifeboat I got. Oh my God. How does he go through the motions of like fixing up his body a little bit and then still looking like shit?
It's sync by its own.
He's back to being fat again. Like there was a while where he was getting the like TRT dad bod, and now he's back to fucking being so rotund. How did this happen?
Boat may not be perfect, but it's the lifeboat I've got. And I'm watching
the lifeboat I've got
sink by its own doing. And so this is horrifying. And so, but I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III. And so that's why I tried to promote the optimism, because I fucking need this, man. Like, I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. So it's not that I was delusional. And I still hope we can turn it around. But I just, sorry, go ahead. You get what I'm saying?
I get it. And listen, like I said, I don't think that everybody that supported Trump was being dismissive about these concerns. I get it. You know, we all wanted to believe. I was 18 years old when Trump ran in 2016. And I remember getting in fights with people. This is my whole life, too. At 18 years old, I wore the MAGA hat at Boston University, one of the most liberal campuses in the country, and became a pariah on my college campus.
Something you sacrificed.
God. Oh, no, dude. No way. You are such a victim, bro. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. You're a fucking Nazi, man. What do you mean? These guys are so... Like the permanent victimhood status is so fucking unbearable. It's like, oh, woe is me. Look at me. The guy that I wanted to win the presidency, won the presidency twice, and somehow didn't do any of the things he claimed he was gonna do. Oh, we are forcibly dominating American politics, and I'm still fucking crying. We. It's like, what do you want? What the fuck do you want? You got it. You got your fucking pedophilic president who's doing everything, once again, at the behest of the almighty dollar, the interest of capital. That's what he did last time. That's what he's doing this time. And also Israel. It's not like he wasn't fucking literally the president of the Knesset last time. He was. All these fucking dumbasses that are like, oh, I hate Israel. You all sucked the fuck up, and you ate Trump's dick as Trump was getting back shots from Benjamin Netanyahu over and over again. It's so frustrating. It's like, oh, I can't believe Donald Trump would be the biggest dick rider of Israel. It's like, really? Were you fucking comatose when he moved the goddamn embassy to Jerusalem? Were you comatose when he set up the Abraham Accords? Were you asleep? That's what I mean when I say these guys always, and I mean always, do this thing. And Nick Fuentes has done this as well, where he's like, I'd be in support of Israel if Israel killed Hassan Piker. I'd love Israel. You turned this whole thing around, Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, I know he's joking, but he's actually not joking in some ways, right? Because these guys always do this thing. This is like what the new Groyper method is like. Actually, we'd be in support of Israel if Israel allowed us to build a white utopia, okay? No, you wouldn't. You're just pro-Israel, okay? That's it. You're just fucking pro-Israel at that point. You're just jealous that Israel gets to have an ethno-state for Jews, okay? And you don't get to design one for white people, which, by the way, don't even know if you're going to be a part of that ethno-state regardless, right?
Hassan Piker.
Oh my God, everybody's had it with Hassan.
Yeah, tell us more about it.
Okay, everybody's had it from top to bottom with Hassan Piker. Everybody's tired of his homophobia.
That's right.
His undying support to corporate Democrats.
That's right.
Everybody has had it with how much he loves to prop up oligarchs.
That's right.
Everybody's had it with the way he treats his dog.
That's right.
I mean, everybody has had it with that man.
That's crazy. They're doing goat talk, and I'm over here getting cooked. What am I doing? Sitting at home watching this fucking 27-year-old dildo cry about how, who could have thought Donald Trump would be so invested in Israel's greater Israeli project? Talking to fucking Alex Jones.
It's sad to see something you fought and bled for die.
Yeah, and that's my whole adult life. I know that's a huge part of your life also, and now we're witnessing it's totally unraveling. It's an utter and complete betrayal. It's heartbreaking in many ways.
And when I try to salvage it with people, I get attacked as a liberal, which is when these people doing that can't even find Iran on a fucking map.
Liberal. Yeah, well, what's called for is for us to be sober-minded about the entire thing, because there's a lot of Trump haters.
I've been a realist the whole time, but was hoping, and now I'm just not even hoping. I'm just going to be a realist.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it's okay to have hope. I mean,
were the jets that were attacked by the USA and Iran fake? Wait, what? The Yaks? I think they dropped 2 Yaks, which is so. Oh God, this is another thing that I find insane. Like, Iran has trainer jets that they got from Russia. Okay, it's like blowing up someone's Honda Civic, like blowing past someone's Honda Civic with a Lamborghini on a fucking straight route. Okay, no VTEC. It's crazy. They're like, wow, we destroyed the Iranian Cessna fleet. Like, awesome, man. That's crazy. I can't believe the most powerful military on the planet is taking a W on blowing up Russian trainer jets. It was aid that they hit it under. It was aid that they hit it underground. Wait, what? No. There was I think they dropped the Iranian fighter jet over Kuwait or near Kuwait, if I'm not mistaken. Wall Street Journal. After the Iraq War, Iran exploited the power vacuum left by Saddam Hussein. While neutralizing the regional threat posed by Iran and the U.S., Israel must ensure that Turkey... Dude, what the... Bradley Martin? Bradley Martin is literate? He's 260, brother. Even the conservatives are making fun of the military now. U.S. Air Force destroys $3,200 Iranian regime Toyota with $30 million smart bomb. Wait, what the fuck? Why is the Babylon Bee making fun of the American military? Yeah, they're unleashing hell. U.S. forces ain't holding back on the mission to sink the entire Iranian Navy. Today, an Iranian drone carrier, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier, was struck and is now on fire. Sick, dude. Yeah, they're going to come after Turkey. It's so crazy. They're like, look, I'll keep it $150, okay? I'm going to say it. If America drops NATO for Israel, I have been very resistant to the theory of Zog, Zionist-occupied government. It's virtually impossible to avoid that. If America was like, yeah, fuck NATO, fuck the second largest NATO army, fuck the country that has like 7 nukes in 7 different American military bases inside of it, at that point, it's like, it's over. At that point, it's like, we are an occupied government, like 100%. Like, this is because this is beyond like, oh, Trump got duped or Benjamin Netanyahu was able to like tell Trump like, oh, we're definitely going to be able to achieve victory early on and give the American, give the steering wheel to Israel, basically, as I describe it, when it comes to our foreign policy in the MENA region. At that point, you're literally writing the whole ball game for Israel. You're like, you can nuke my country at that point. You're like, please, Israel, nuke Wisconsin. My life is yours. Whatever you want. Like that is just, I don't even know what to say at that point. Like that, I don't think it'll happen, for the record. I don't think it'll happen, but it's it's beyond something that has ever happened at that point. That's like not USS Liberty, whatever the fuck like Nazis point to, where like Israel bites off more than they can chew or greatly engage in the excesses and America overlooks it in a way that they never do for other allies or whatever. At that point, it's literally like, okay, this is the United States of Israel. They've just totally controlled the government. It's not, there is no other way to analyze it at that point. Because we're talking about NATO. We're talking about Article 5. Like, this means that, like, this is something that Russia doesn't fuck with, right? At that point, you might as well make John Hagee the president. Like, functionally, that's where we're at.
Eric,
oh, I covered this earlier. I did. I covered this yesterday. Like, there is no materialist interpretation of destroying NATO at the behest of Israel, which is part of the reason why I don't think it'll happen, right? Like, I think that's not real, right? Israel wants it, but they're not going to get it. At least that's my assessment. But if that were to happen, you might as well just fucking nuke America at that point. You're like, fuck it. I don't give a shit. Nothing matters. Only Israel matters. You know what I mean? BB has a copy of the files. No, this isn't like fucking, all of our, this isn't like all of the politicians in America have compromising footage with children shit. Okay, this is far beyond that, because the reality of the matter is, like, NATO is such a fundamentally important part of American power projection around the globe, and Turkey plays such an important role in its regional design that if they were to decide, oh, actually, this is not good, we're cutting Turkey loose, or we're just like destroying NATO. You're talking about a country that has American nukes, right? You're complete smooth brain if you think Turkey is in NATO to be anything other than use. Israel always takes precedent. Turkey will be dropped from NATO the moment they needed to be defended from Israeli expansion. 1,000,000% certainty. Yeah, I mean, I guess they would probably drop Turkey from NATO before that happens, but I don't think that's like, again, the worth that it has as a defense manufacturer, and the worth that it has as with its standing military, with its large standing army, is important as an asset for NATO force projection, NATO power projection. I'm not saying that like NATO means anything, right? NATO doesn't mean anything. NATO just means American power. What they would be dropping in that situation is just like, you know, American power, American capability. They're saying like, no, Israel is more valuable to us than American force projection around the globe. Because when you think about like what happens when NATO starts retreating, which hasn't happened, okay? If NATO starts retreating, then, you know, Russia could do whatever the fuck it wants. Let's be real at that point. Like they could just start, I don't know, there's no nuclear protective umbrella for any of these countries that are supposed to be a part of NATO. They could just like posture and go up the escalation ladder with regular frequency over and over again. I mean, I don't know. I just, like, at that point, it's like no holds barred. EU has a defense pact. Oh, yeah? That's nice. That's cool, man. I mean, how dare you laugh at the EU defense pact? New York Times is directly responding to Adam Johnson. I wrote about how the U.S. and Israel carried out an attack on Iranian girls' school on par with the OKC bombing in U.S. media, relegated to a back page story. No standalone evening news segment, no front page stories. It made A11 in the New York Times that everyone moved on. This is a disingenuous attack. In the wake of the strike, we began working to verify videos and images, publishing a detailed report hours later that showed a scale of destruction in the children in Minab. This story, oh my God, the New York Times is literally fucking responding to Adam Johnson on Blue Sky. That's crazy. Our boy made it. You're laughing? EU has a defense pact and you're laughing? Brother, if NATO is unwinding, then what the fuck is the EU defense pact? Like, this just doesn't exist, okay?
Yeah. Sorry. Hit you in the mic. What are you most excited about this evening?
I love being gay, so it's cool.
Me too.
Yeah, it's nice to be gay.
I love it.
And be in a gay space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Are we live right now?
Yeah, we're live. Say hi. Everybody say hi in the chat. I'll pull it up here in a second.
Do you watch any Twitch? W's in the chat.
You
watch some Twitch. I love Twitch.
Who do you watch?
I watch Hassan.
Oh my gosh. You watch Hassan Piker. What do you take on the recent breaking news that he is an LGBTQ foe?
He is?
Yes.
Wait.
No,
he's bullshitting.
I'm gay.
That's crazy. Austin, you fucking slanderer. God damn. You said, Will, shut up. I swear to God, I don't need ops. I don't need enemies. I got friends. That's all I got. That's all I need, brother. It is crazy. Who needs friends when you got who needs enemies when you got friends like these? Okay? Who needs friends? Or who needs enemies? I keep saying who needs friends. Rev up those lawyers. This is way cooler than MSNBC 10 years ago. Hey, unrelated, but you ever get a hold of Jesse Ventura? New York Post is a joke. Dude, it's awesome. It's so funny. They're all literally, they do it so clear. Okay, you want to know something? Okay, when we talk about like, oh, does Israel control the American government? There's an argument to be made there. But if you think Jews control the media, okay, it is literally not real, okay? I will explain to you why. Because when Israel tries to do a media blast, like a push for something, as far as like, you know, changing the minds of the Americans, right? The best they can do is get one fucking op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, one fucking op-ed in the California Post, which is the New York Post's California version. Like, if Jews controlled the media, if Israel was doing all this for Jews and Jews had this like superpower of controlling the media, first of all, I would never get any fucking positive coverage. Okay? 100%. And the maximum amount of damage that I receive in terms of negative media coverage literally comes from like 4 fucking outlets. New York Post, and now probably California Post as well. Okay? New York Post, Fox News Digital, Jewish Insider, and whoever the fuck the ADL can, like, you know, pressure to write an op-ed. That's it. That's it. Like literally, this is like their pipeline. It's gone. It's diminished. It's gone. Now, obviously, as far as like shit that pertains to the American Free Press, that's the other one. I forgot about Free Press, and maybe in the future CBS News, right? But it's like it's really funny that it's really funny that like we have this kind of thing. What is this? Any Democrat who platforms a person will not have any type of support for me come 2028. If India Times will write articles too if they're paid enough. Yeah, it's just like a lot of people greatly overemphasize how much power like Zionist groups have in terms of like their advocacy, in terms of like big media pushes. I'm telling you right now, maybe I'm being a little too confident, but like if that was the case, they would have been able to nip this shit in the fucking bud, right? And they can't. Yeah, they New York Daily News hit that too. Rosenberg and others like his ilk, like Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, Hassan Piker, and Bob Grant from decades ago, play to their audience's fears, getting their listeners riled up. It's good for ratings and bad for discourse. Hassan catching bigot strays. Yeah, that I'm like the number one guy these dudes try to fucking chirp about when they're like, oh, well, we got to put like a leftist in there, right? Like, who's a leftist bigot? Hassan Piker. It's like fucking bullshit. I've spent an entire goddamn, I spent my entire life combating bigotry. Yeah, now that Gavin Newsom is going on Hassan Piker stream, liberals won't be voting for him in 2028 either. That's so funny. So the Democrats thinking of running for president in 2028, my two lines are, do not badmouth the Biden administration and do not sit down with this guy. Why the fuck would anyone listen to you, dumbass? Do not badmouth the Biden administration? That's so stupid. God, that's so fucking stupid. Like, I don't give a shit about the whole threat. Like, oh, if you go on the Hassan broadcast, like that's gonna be a fucking problem. Like, that's dumb as fuck. But the idea that like you can't badmouth the Biden administration, do liberals want to fucking win in 2028? Are you fucking stupid? Do liberals want to win in 2028 or do they want to lose? Because if you want to win, you got to badmouth the Biden administration. It was an abject fucking failure. It brought us Donald Trump. Also, here is the clip.
Their TwitchCon. I'm meeting with gamers and streamers. I'm doing Fortnite Fridays.
Would you go on Hassan's show, Twitch? Speaking of which,
yeah,
Hassan Piker, you might.
Yeah, which I've said in the past. And the point is, I'm just.
He's not. I thought that was a firm yes. He was not into that at all. Never mind. Okay, we might have been wrong. We might have gotten a little too excited. The way Jack presented it to me made it seem like he asked him straight on and he said yes. He was flubbing a little bit, dude. Oh no. He's like, yeah, bro, he can sell his book on my stream too. I'll read it. I don't know how to read, but I'll try to learn. I'll try to learn how to read. If they were being genuine, they'd be hyped because they think he'll own you like Meatball Ron. Yeah, I don't understand why there's any issue with coming on my stream. Like, if we have disagreements, then he destroys me, right? Like, that's the other side of the story that doesn't fucking make sense.
On show, Twitch, speaking of which, Hassan Piker, you might.
Yeah, which I've said in the past. And the point is, I'm just trying.
I love that whenever he does these tours, he has so many copies of the book on the table. He did this with the Pod Johns too. Like, why are there like 15 books on the table? I guess it would look weird if there's like one. As I said in the past, yeah. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't think that was as firm as I thought it was. Maybe. Hey, maybe. He announced it. It's over. We're doing it. Speaking from personal experience, there are a lot of people who will immediately hate him if he associates with you whatsoever. Yeah, okay. Like, those people are going to vote Democrat ever again, brother. Megaphonics, you're talking about your parents. They're already out. They're already out on the party. They're done. What if Newsom ruffles your hair on the way out the door after the interview? I'll vote for him. Obama said he was coming. Where is he? He's right here.
And pussy too.
Oh shit. Obama, you're here?
And pussy too.
What's up? What's up, Obama?
And pussy too.
Okay. Why are you saying that?
And pussy too.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's it. Wait a minute. I think Obama, are you with Donald Trump?
I'm going to come.
You brought a whole crowd with you? There's a sequel. Yeah. Pussy wasn't good enough. I asked the State Department why it considers the CNN report propaganda. Oh my God. I didn't realize that the fucking person who clipped it is Dylan Johnson, Assistant Secretary of State for Global Public Affairs. The State Department is mad that CNN sent a reporter to Iran and said CNN appears to now be doing straight up pro-Iran regime propaganda because someone gave this guy a coffee. NPR diplomatic correspondent, I asked the State Department why it considers CNN report propaganda. Here's the response. The following is on background attributable to a State Department spokesperson. Okay, well, first of all, how is that on background if you got a direct quote? That's crazy. Anyway, we encourage media outlets to verify information with U.S. official government sources before publication. My question was, the U.S. has repeatedly said that its strikes are aimed at the regime and not the civilians, and the reporter is pointing out that life is normal for Iranians in that particular part of the country. So what is the State Department's problem with this reporting? First of all, the fact that the State Department should have any problem with any reporting whatsoever is fucking ridiculous, right? The goal of CNN is not to achieve the aims of the state. The goal of CNN is to do reporting. So the very fact that like even the NPR diplomatic correspondent asked that question in a way where it's like, well, doesn't this suit the purpose of American PR? Isn't this in line with what America is claiming is happening? Is already ridiculous. So Michelle Kellerman here is also doing a disservice to journalism. Well, I guess maybe she's asking that question to be like, well, this is not even like against your objectives or whatever. Maybe she's like being too kind, much kinder than I would be in that situation. But then also on top of that, like the State Department literally saying that we encourage media outlets to verify information with U.S. officials. That's not reporting. That's not reporting at all. That's just being a stenographer for the state. And like, while mainstream reporters do play ball with the State Department with regular frequency, for them to outright demand it, or encourage it, even as a demand at all, is ridiculous. We're moving into a different place in American culture, in American society. Okay, I don't think it, like in the past, even in the George W. Bush administration, I feel like if someone were to be dumb enough to say that out loud, that would drive the news for the week. They'd be like, is American media no longer free? Like, what's going on? This would be like an earth-shattering piece of information coming from the State Department. And now it's going to be like, it's going to drive the news for like an hour. You know what I mean? Update, Hassan Piker announces upcoming stream with Gavin Newsom. Hell yeah. Now that I've seen the video, maybe not, but we'll see. He has to be a chatter, right? Probably. Or is he a media reporter? Senior Washington reporter for ABC News? I'm manifesting it. I don't like your new camera because I can't see Kaya. Yeah, I know. I like it though because it's like up close and personal. This American girl basketball player in Iran has done better reporting than any mainstream media. American woman documents her time in Iran while bombs started dropping close by. She says she almost blown up.
Yeah, I think that was a bomb over there. So y'all know I've been over there in, as Americans would say, Iran. I've been over there for the past 5 months playing basketball. So here's a vlog on what happened after the bombs started dropping. Here you go.
Bro, nobody was taking this seriously. A bomb threat or potential bombs to start a war. We're in here trolling about a bomb, laughing and joking.
Oh my God.
This
It's kind of crazy that people that just like live under constant threat from America and Israel just have to live their lives like this. It does boggle the mind when you think about it. You know what I mean? Like they could just like make jokes and like here in America, when there's like a natural disaster, everything collapses. People are like, oh my God, we're all fucking dying and shit. Meanwhile, America's literally killing them. And they're just like, it's fine.
is at 10:05. Like they telling me to call Trump.
They bombing for real?
Literally at 10:06, a bomb had dropped right behind our hotel. So
what are you supposed to do? Sit up in despair? No, I know. It's just like that's part of the reason why Palestinians have such incredible humor.
They took off running, so I'm being true to my people. I took off running too. And it's the last day of Black History Month. I'm gone.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was only a little hesitant at first because I didn't know if I should be going outside where the bombs is dropping at. But right before this, I was on the phone with my mama, looking at the American news, seeing what was about to happen, not believing it. But soon after this, the internet was no longer working.
I ain't got Trump number. Yes. Yeah.
Yesterday we fight for finals. Now we fight for Iran. Okay?
Shit, this ain't my country. This ain't my country. I gotta go.
That's crazy. She said. Wait.
Yesterday we fight for finals. Now we fight for Iran. Okay?
Shit, this ain't my country. This ain't my country. I gotta go.
That's crazy. Classic American, by the way.
I think my country the one doing this to y'all. I got to get out of here. I got to get on home. I can't stay and help y'all fight for nothing. Oh, man. So then this is when I took the picture after the first bomb. The first one.
Another one? Let's see if another one comes.
So then at this point we had already gone back upstairs and packed all of our bags because we were getting ready to leave this hotel anyway. So yeah, we're just out here talking, laughing, joking. You see we got the cards on the ground like we're chilling. I'm trying to remain calm because yeah. So a few minutes after I recorded this video, one of the hotel guys, he told us to get up and move from this field and go back across the parking lot to the field that we were initially in. And I kid y'all not, as soon as we stepped away from this field and into the parking lot, another bomb. But this one was much closer than the first one. Like, I felt the impact of this one. It rattled my insides. The ground shook. Like, that was the loudest, most terrifying noise I have ever heard. I was actually, like, scared after this one. So, yeah, this was insane. And then as we exited the hotel, it's literally across the street from the hotel we were staying at. But then one of my GMs finally got me and took me to my apartment. Ended up going upstairs to one of my teammates' house. Her mom cooked breakfast. I played hot cross buns on their piano to soothe my nerves. And then I went and got my stuff because it was time for me to get up out of there. And then you may be able to see the oil in between my eyes. It's because I had to pull out my blessed oil. It got that serious to me. I ended up meeting with some of our other international football players, and we started our journey to Turkey. VIP, so I got the first 13 hours, guys. 13. And then here's a cameo from one of them.
Hello, yeah, I'm Sergio Nepo. I play for Esteghlal. Thank you.
Where you from? Where you from?
I come from Mali. Okay. Green, yellow, red, Mali.
And then shout out to this driver. I know he was tired, but I was like, dang, are you gonna wake up? And then I just recorded this because I thought it was beautiful, and I'm not used to seeing this. But then we finally made it to Turkey, and I'm traveling with celebrities, y'all. This happened at least 5 times. And you know, we didn't have internet, so once I got to Turkey, I finally got all my messages. Shout out to y'all. They took my big bags from me. The baby wonder. Who said chivalry was dead? It's alive and well. Shout out to my Black Kings for taking my big bags for me. We had another 1.5-hour drive to the airport. I finally got my tickets. I was in the airport for about 6 hours before my flight, though. So, yeah. Wasn't the sky so pretty?
Turkish hairlines.
Then I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all. I've been waiting on this moment since I left from Turkey the first time.
I totally misunderstood the title, My Last Day in Iran.
Mickey D's International. Let's go. I ended up getting a 4-piece
Girl, the boycott
wing and it McBanged. And then just because I never had, I went to the bar. Jack and Coke, yeah. Then I finally got on the plane, watched a couple of movies, had dinner. I went to sleep, had the whole road to myself because it wasn't a full flight. And then after about 13 hours, it was time to touch down in Texas. Man.
Oh, typical American immediately slams a burg, gets out of Iran. First thing you do, slam a burg, okay? You gotta hit the burg.
Big shout out to my teammates and my coaches for welcoming me and keeping me safe. And shout out to the good Lord for bringing
girl getting bomb cutters
me home. Amen. Amen.
Yeah, slammed a burg and a Jack and Coke. That's wonderful. That was a wonderful video. Not a full flight, crazy. Like, were people not fleeing? Wait, what? It's Turkey. Why the fuck? People in Turkey are not fleeing Turkey. Blast on the bombs, earringing is the absolute worst. This is more traditional reporting than anything that airs on mainstream media these days. That's true. What is this? My dad is trying to get me to get my Iranian citizenship. I think I want to use that as a route into China. You can get it as an American. You don't need to be Iranian to get a route into China. You can do it from America. I know these two countries are not at war with one another yet. Cue video in Iran by Chinese vlogger that went viral in China on Chinese social media. Video circulating from Chinese social networks showing Iran. What difference from the Western gaze? Decolonize your mind. You're missing out so much. Okay, is it just people waving? I think Americans also film vlogs where people wave. Okay, like by and large, vloggers that go to Iran actually show it pretty well. Like they don't fucking, you know, they're not like there and then going, oh, these guys are all animals. You know what I mean?
What do you think about Iranians?
Bro, look at this, by the way. In this video alone, you see like 8 different ethnicities, okay? Iran is an insanely diverse country. I noticed some of the women in the video weren't wearing a hijab. Is America lying to us? Wait, you thought you... Yes. Especially in places like Tehran. Especially... I can't tell if you're joking or not. But yeah, of course. Oh, it's a joke. Okay. Like some of the shit that they talk about in Iran and like there's state repression, but some of the stuff that they talk about, Iran is much looser with like Iran is less restrictive than some of the Gulf countries are even with in the way that these guys like talk about Iran. You would think that it's like I legit did not know. No, especially in the metro areas. And there have been times where the government has gotten like really aggressive or heavy-handed and have aggressively pursued people and shit, but like no, it's not like that. Do you think Saudi is more repressive to women? I don't know. I mean, they got hit with the Woker beam recently, so maybe not anymore, but they certainly used to be like fucking 10 years ago. Absolutely. Look, as long as the rule is in the rule books, it can be utilized. Okay? And at times when the government wants to be repressive, they will use it. And when people fight back super hard, like Mahsa, the Mahsa Amini protests are an example of like when people were like enough, you know, and they fought back, and a lot of people died as a consequence of that. A lot of people got jailed as a consequence of that. But then the government had to respond by loosening the restrictions. The point is, the restrictions shouldn't exist at all. Like a lot of look, when you are a country in the periphery, when you're a country that exists as a foreign adversary, regardless of like religion, it doesn't fucking matter. There is going to be state repression. It exists in China, and China is not a religious country at all. Okay? It exists in Cuba to a certain degree, and Cuba is a very, very liberal country. So there's always going to be state repression. It's unjustifiable, but there is a reason for why it exists. The reason for why it exists is even if countries are even if countries are secular, there's still going to be different forms of state repression, because any kind of dissent, for example, is seen as a destabilizing factor, right? Because America doesn't shy away from unironically utilizing elements within the country through civil society organizations and direct CIA funding to try to destabilize these countries. We have the benefit of living in the United States of America, so we cannot comprehend that. We don't even understand it. We're like, what are you talking about? Like, what? No, people just come to their own conclusions regardless. Like, it's true. Some people are frustrated and they want to fucking criticize the government. But it's also true that America also knows that people are frustrated and want to criticize the government, and will use that to try to foment discontent, to foment some sort of rebellion, to create a destabilized environment. At the end of the day, a big part of that state repression unironically exists as a mechanism of stability. It shouldn't exist, but the reason for why it exists is because of American intervention, which they don't shy away from. They openly say it. The hijab rules and religious repression, I don't fit in that same category. I think its existence in and of itself is totally unnecessary. And not only is it totally unnecessary, but it creates a national security issue for Iran in general. Okay? Like any kind of religious restrictions in a country like Iran is always going to create national security issues. Okay? It's going to frustrate people. It's not even like you're punishing dissent at that point. You're just straight up adding unnecessary forms of repression that people don't want. Okay? I say this as a Muslim. Like, I know people will be like, oh, this is like such Western chauvinism. Like, this is Western chauvinism. You're like enforcing your understanding. No, like very clearly, Iranian society by and large don't want these restrictions. But the other side of that, in like laïcité as it exists in France, is also repressive, where France has hijab bans. And that's also fucking ridiculous. Let people wear whatever the fuck they want. Okay? The point is, there are some forms of repression that the state utilizes, secular or not. And the reason why they do it is because they are terrified. Guys, I'm trying to make a fucking point here about like literally a fundamental anti-imperialist point, okay? Please stop spamming that Laverne Cox is talking about me on the Austin Show stream. Please, I beg you, okay? I can't even fucking get a word out without every single fucking person spamming the same shit, please. Oh my God, you make it so fucking hard for me to pay attention to what's going on. Jesus Christ. I know I can't stop scanning chat. I need to get better at that. I just need to fucking turn off chat and just literally not look when I'm trying to make a point. Oh my God. Okay. This is not a justification for state repression. This is an explanation for why state repression exists, especially in countries that are constantly at threat by a much larger imperial superpower. Okay? And the worse the initiatives of destabilization get, the worse the state repression gets. And in many instances, Western powers know that as well, which is why they will openly say that they are engaging in this kind of thing. Well, they'll openly make a big fuss about whatever the state's doing. Okay? That's it. It makes liberal secular democracy impossible to commit to because it's... Here, I'll give you an example from Twitch, okay? From this stream. There are a lot of people who want to offer constructive criticism, and some people get mad at me when they say, oh, you really pop off on every single chatter. Part of the reason why I do that is because after so many pot shots from bad faith actors that are coming in here to say, Hassan, you're bad. I'm just curious. Why are you the worst person that has ever existed? Just curious, over and over again. After having to deal with the bad faith actors so many times that masquerade as having like constructive criticisms, it makes it all the more difficult to discern between real constructive criticism, real curiosity, and people who are simply operating in bad faith. So I end up actually taking a heavy-handed approach in terms of banning and in terms of pushing back on people. Think about a state in a similar way, okay? Because at the end of the day, a state wants to remain sovereign. A state wants what's best for its people, okay? And as a part of that, you have to listen to the pressures of society, especially in one that is like so singularly controlled in the hands of one person and a group of individuals like the Ayatollah and the IRGC. You have to be extra attentive to the needs of the population. Otherwise, you will have violent rebellion. I would say something similar about China as well. Okay? But after a certain point, after years and years of like CIA intervention, setting up fronts like Voice of America, Voice of Iran, things like that, Radio Free China, Radio Free Iran, things of that nature, and not just America, but also Gulf states in the region as well that participate in this kind of destabilizing initiative. Israel that's constantly trying to engage in clandestine operations inside of your borders. You lose any kind of fucking tolerance you possibly could have had. Now, with the Iranian government, their starting point was already pretty fucking brutal, especially because they had to wage war very quickly. They got invaded. And so there was never any room to breathe for the Iranian government at all, especially because from the start, just like with Cuba, the initial revolution was against American imperialism. It was an anti-imperialist popular revolution. So they had to basically close the ranks to the best of their ability and shut themselves off from any sort of foreign intervention that might come after, considering that the reason why there was a popular revolution was because America had initially instigated a coup d'etat in the country and deposed of the democratically elected leader, Mossadegh, right? And planted a puppet leadership in the hands of the Shah. These are the reasons why they always have to be, where they always are very careful about who is protesting, why they're protesting. Is this a genuine want of the population, or are they just trying to destabilize society? Are they serious? Are they sincere about their ass, or are they just being are they operating at the behest of the Mossad or the CIA? And after a certain point, after years and years and years of dominating society, controlling the entirety of the economy as a consequence of the sanctions we talked about before, you also have a lot of state corruption, and you get comfortable in your power, and it makes real change, real popular change, impossible. Okay? It makes the death toll far too costly. It makes the death toll far too costly in the process. But that's how it works. It's not a good thing. It's not a justification for state repression. And the Iranian state has gone above and beyond, like completely unacceptable in the ways that they've dealt with protests, and the ways that they've dealt with protests, especially in the last 10 years. It's gotten really bad. But if you're wondering why countries in the periphery are more repressive in general and don't have liberal secular democracy, well, this is part of the reason. We don't give them room to fucking breathe. We actually end up hindering real popular movements in the country by actively trying to destabilize these countries. I know a lot of people want me to say instead that, Iran bad. The American government is not responsible for the backwards nature of the Iranian government. But the notion that like Iranian people are barbaric and backwards is just pure fucking white supremacists. Is pure white supremacy through and through. The people have needs. The people want liberation. The people want to live in a secular country. There's a lot of people in Iran that would rather live in a secular country, that want to have a real democracy. This is a totally understandable emancipatory need. And the reason why they can't get it is partially because America is constantly utilizing that very real need as a mechanism of instability. That's it. Once again, this is analysis. It's not justification. But remember, we here in the Western world, in the imperial core, have these amenities. We have freedom of speech. It's bountiful, we think. Well, it's not so bountiful as of late, right? But we get to have that because America is the most domineering force on the planet. And the Western world gets to exist under that nuclear umbrella as well. And they are also a part of that colonial occupation, or the remnants of colonial occupation. That will go away if America loses its grip of power around the world. And we're kind of seeing that system of liberty and egalitarian principles fall apart in real time. That is a byproduct of America losing its grip of power around the globe. When it's no longer the hegemonic superpower, they will no longer have these same principles. They will start punishing dissent, as they already have. The Trump administration is already doing this. They'll start taking a much more heavy-handed approach to dissenters. That's how it begins. I say there is a alternative vision here. And it ironically also means easing the grip or pulling back from the boot that we have on the neck of so many of these countries. By doing that and charting a different path forward, by focusing on improving the material conditions of the American working class, the living standards of the American working class, rather than endless militarism and endless warfare, I believe that we can actually have these social liberties that we value. We can protect them. And those other countries in the periphery can also make these sorts of changes, make these sorts of revisions and reforms on their own without being fearful that this is a mechanism of instability. Now, this isn't for all the different versions of state repression that exist in Iran. I'm simply talking about countries in the periphery in general and why they have seemingly such repressive attitudes. If you're wondering why Iran is so religious in nature or so fundamentalist, I've also talked about that separately as well, time and time again. In countries that are destabilized by the West with coups and very bloody and violent affairs, oftentimes the most anti-Western forces win out in that battle. They're seen as the uncorruptible forces. Hamas was an example of this in Palestine, in Gaza. Hamas was seen as an uncorruptible force, because the Fatah secular forces, the secular political party of Fatah, was seen as a comprador for the Israeli security apparatus, was seen as a comprador for the Israeli apartheid. Hamas, on the other hand, was able to run on an anti-corruption ticket in the last elections that they were ever able to have, and win for that reason. They won the plurality for that reason, right? Because for a lot of people, they were like, listen, I don't agree with them on the Islam shit, because Palestinian society is also very diverse, ideologically very diverse. It's not as fundamentalist as you think it is. That's just, again, pure Orientalism. It's an Orientalist framework that you have to operate by. It's like a constant otherization of people that are being dominated by American and Israeli imperialism that makes it easier to swallow that death and destruction when you think of them as other. When you think of them as the other, this barbaric other that has such a backwards attitude. But in Palestinian society, Hamas, regardless of the background of the person, was seen as the only people that were actually going to fight back against Israel, and that they were seen as the uncorruptible force. They were like, yeah, these guys are real, fundy Muslims. They're going to actually fight back against Israel. I'm with them. Fatah is a secular force. They've aligned themselves with Israel. I'm not with them. A role reversal could have existed if the PLO was not comprised of a lot of secular groups initially. If the PLO was like supposed to be the Islamist or fundamentalist guys, then probably the current Palestinian resistance as it stands would be the secular forces. But that's not how it works. Usually, the more pious you are, the more uncorruptible you are seen as, and also on top of that, the more anti-West you can present yourself as. And that's precisely what happened with the Islamic Republic as well. It's precisely what happened with this group as well in its inception. So once again, Western instability is what creates a opportunity for more fundamentalist forces to also win power. That's how it works. For those who think, oh no, it's just pure barbarism. Muslims are just barbaric. They're people of faith, and they're how it works. For those who think, oh no, it's just pure barbarism. Muslims are just barbaric. They're people of faith, and their faith is barbaric. It's backwards. It's not. It's not. That's not the case at all. It's just their living standards and their material conditions are entirely different. It's beyond your comprehension. Anyway, but yeah, brown people bad.
To do that, if
Operation Epic Fury was supposed to be swift, now on its 6th day, it is still rapidly expanding and drawing in even more countries. This is Azerbaijan today, a recipient of drone strikes from its Iranian neighbor.
Did you just say you become a better speaker without chat? Yeah, no shit. Imagine having to deal with a million miles a minute.
For the first time in this conflict. Keep an eye on the FAR terminal at the Nashivan International Airport, just 6 miles from the border of Iran. Azerbaijan is the latest country Iran has struck in retaliation against Israel and the US. If you're wondering why Azerbaijan, the country has a growing relationship with Israel and Turkey, in keeping with Iran's strategy to maximize global chaos in defense. And now Azerbaijan is promising the attack will not go unanswered. This is also why Iran is hitting more vulnerable targets. Last night, Iranian missiles were intercepted again in Tel Aviv. In contrast, Israel's attacks on Iran and Lebanon have flattened swathes of Beirut at a cost. The reported death toll is rising. In Iran, authorities say the number has surpassed 1,200 as the bombardment continues. This video was released by Israeli military, claiming to have struck targets of Hezbollah. Overnight in Sri Lanka, the bodies of Iranian sailors hit by an American torpedo were recovered. It is estimated that half of the 180 on board were killed. America's strikes on Iran with Israel has further strained transatlantic relationships and presented more dilemmas for the UK, who initially resisted joining the strikes. Today, the Defense Secretary arrived in Cyprus after the Iranian drone attack on RAF Akrotiri, with the government saying they will increase defense capabilities. So how much further could the UK be drawn in? A growing number of countries are grappling with the same question, with Azerbaijan the latest. Analysts say America's endgame is unclear and unpredictable, with Iran willing to fight until the death and continuing to open unexpected battle lines. Today, Azerbaijan has been hit. Why have they been drawn into it now?
I think from Tehran's perspective, what they're really trying to do right now is just maximize the cost of this conflict to absolutely everybody that they can reach. It initially began as targeting just the US air bases in the region and Israel directly as the perpetrators of the conflict. Then it expanded to the Gulf Arab states and their infrastructure. Then it became global with the targeting of energy infrastructure and the Strait of Hormuz. And now
I am Venezuelan, and I've related to all of this. You're saying after growing up in Caracas? Yeah. Venezuela's another great example of this, too. It's just like the patch in that situation is just to overcome like unimaginable economic pressure. And unfortunately, one of the only countries that's been able to do that is fucking China. And they're still very, very scared, very worried about American destabilization initiatives. Like, that's it. All of these other countries that tried to do it in the most liberal way possible, Venezuela being one great example of this, like through democracy, Chile being another one. These countries have not been able to keep their regime or keep their ideological goals intact because they're constantly having to deal with inside pressures, the pressures of capital, forces of capital in Venezuela, such as like the agricultural industry, the grocery store chain owners, the media companies that they own, that are actively undermining the needs and the goals of the government, directly organizing and directly working with the American state that has a goal in doing imperialism in Venezuela as well. And in that environment, like, you're trying to be a little bit more repressive, but also simultaneously you're like designing society around moving away from social democracy to democratic socialism. Like, it just doesn't fucking work. It's clear it doesn't work. Cuba is barely holding on by a thread, right? But again, with Cuba, then you run into other industrial and agricultural concerns as well. Cuba is very small, right? It's not the same as China. It can become like a fucking industrial behemoth.
it looks like they really are just picking.
Iran denied hitting Azerbaijan. Why would they claim all their strikes but lie about this? Bro, there is millions of Azeri people in Iran. They're mostly opposition. That's the reason. That's not true, chatter. What the fuck? Dog, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was like Azeri Turk. What are you talking about? No, that's not true. The president and the foreign minister are Azeri. No, he's not a Turk. He's Azeri Iranian. No, he's like half. Well, first of all, Azeris are Turks too. Okay, that's literally just true. So you're wrong. So even if he's just Azeri, that he's still Turk. He's still Turkic. Not all Azeris are Turk. Wait, what? Yes, they are. Brother, what the fuck? Azeri people are Turkic people. Yes, I already said Khamenei was Azeri. Yes. What the fuck are you talking about? Azeri people are absolutely Turkic. No, they aren't. There are some Iranian Azeris. There are a shit ton of Iranian Azeris, but they're aren't they all Turkic? Am I wrong? Wait, you might actually be right on this. Azeris are Turks that got gaslit by Russia to think they're a distinct group. No, they know that they're Turkic. What is Turkic? Why does Turkish people own 40 ethnicities? Well, I'm not saying Turkish. I'm not saying Azeris are Turkish. I'm saying Azerbaijan is Azeris or Azerbaijani Turks. Azerbaijan Türkleri are a Turkic ethnic group living mainly in the Azerbaijan region of northwestern Iran and the Republic of Azerbaijan. They are the largest ethnic group in the Republic of Azerbaijan and the second largest ethnic group in the neighboring Iran and Georgia. They speak the Azerbaijani language belonging to the Oghuz branch of the Turkic languages and predominantly practice Shia Islam. Now, what's really interesting is people from Azerbaijan, people who speak Azeri, Turkish, or Turkic, the Azeri language, they can understand me when I speak Turkish. But I can't understand them that well. I can kind of understand them, but I can't really understand everything that they're saying. Isn't that interesting? Like, most Azeri people can speak like full-blown Turkish as well. All Azeris are Turks. Not all Iranian Turks are Azeris. Yes. This is true. I know that is true. There are other Turkic groups that are not Azeri in Iran, but yes, Azeris are all Turkic. It is a Turkic group. Now, talk about all the Turkmen, the really confusing people. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. But Turkic as a ethnic group is vast. Okay, this is why people have like this grand mythology like Pan-Turanism, which is, sometimes very racist. But Turkic is like Slavic, exactly.
Halbuki məndən başqa hiçbir dövlət başçısı İranın hiç
he says, outside of me, no other world leader. I can actually understand everything he's saying. Yeah, no other. I mean, he already fucking Ragıp Soylu already translated it, but he's Turkish. Here, I'll do it. It's crazy because like even the fucking lettering is like the same. President İlham Aliyev'in sadriliği ile saldırı herhalde değil mi? Saldırı ile Tehlikesizlik Şurası'nın iclası. He's saying like the threat presented by the attack, the danger presented by the attack speech, something like that. That's what it's saying.
Halbuki məndən başqa hiçbir dövlət başçısı İranın hiçbir səfirliyinə getməyib.
No other world leader other than myself has ever gone to Iran, like has visited Iran, which by the way is not true. I'm pretty sure that's just literally not true. I don't know why he thought that, but I'm not going to start making jokes about Azeri people, but
Yani bunu qiymətləndirməmək, bunu yerə vurmaq.
I don't know what he says. Qiymətləndirməmək. I don't know what that means. It sounds Turkish, but I don't fucking know what that means. But
Özlərini
nimetlendirmek. Öyle mi dedi?
Ləndirməmək, bunu yerə vurmaq, bunu qiymətləndirməmək, bunu yerə vurmaq.
Oh, kıymet. Yeah, nimet değil. Kıymetlendirmemek. Kıymetlendirmemek, yere vurmak. He's saying you're not giving it its worth, its proper worth. And you're also throwing it in the ground. I'm giving you like a direct translation.
Özlərini alçaq nankörlər kimi aparmaq.
Alçak nankörler. I don't know how to. It's a funny thing to say about another country. Like it's like kind of petty. he's like they're alçak. It means like it's almost like a slur. It's like you're heinous. Like what you've done is heinous. Your nankör means you're how do I explain nankör? It means like you're shameless, like you don't understand the worth of what we have done for you, kind of. Ungrateful. Thank you. Ungrateful. Yes. Yeah, ungrateful.
Hiç kimə şərəf gətirmir.
Hiç kime şeref getirmemiş. I assume he means like you're bringing dishonor.
Bu şərəfsizlər.
Wait, to the Azeris in the chat, is that normal in government communiques to say şerefsizler? I guess Turks do it too sometimes. Yeah, şerefsiz means dishonorable. But it's like it gets lost in translation. It's like a rough way to say it. You know what I mean? It's like it has a Aga adamlar küfür edecek yakında. Yeah. This is almost the equivalent of like cursing off the other country, basically, like saying fuck them. Is Turkic an ethno-linguistic group because Turks and Kurds or Iranians are closer genetically than say Turks and Kazakhs, despite both of them being Turkic? I don't know.
Bizə qarşı bu terror aktını törədənlər peşman olacaqlar.
Those who did this terrorism against us will regret it. Yeah, no other head of state besides me has visited any Iranian embassy. To fail to appreciate this, to disregard it, to show themselves as lowly ingrates. Yeah, lowly ingrates like this brings honor to no one. These dishonorable people who carried out this terrorist attack against us will be sorry for this. So Azerbaijan doesn't get a lot of press, but it's another one of these countries that if America wanted to, if America wanted to do regime change in, they would just very quickly start talking about how undemocratic of a country it is. Right? But of course, you don't really hear about Azerbaijan like that because Azerbaijan is fucking super duper aligned with Israel. Azerbaijan sends oil and gas to Israel through a pipeline that goes through, and you might have guessed it, Turkey. Okay? In exchange for the oil and gas, Israel gives Azerbaijan weapons. which they used on the Armenian population in Karabakh as they did the ethnic displacement in Karabakh, the contested territory. Israel literally helped Azerbaijan ethnically cleanse a piece of Armenian territory, which a lot of people will get mad at me for saying that. Yohas, I'm a Karajai. We're a Turkic group from Northern Caucasus. Our language is Kipchak Turk, though, instead of Oğuz, but my family moved to Turkey a few generations ago, and I was born in New Jersey. Nice. So Azerbaijan also plays a big role. Azerbaijan also plays a big role in, in the region for not only like providing energy and gas. Like, this is why I always said from the start that if Azerbaijan or Turkey wanted to, they could literally single-handedly shut off the Israeli energy grid. Of course, Israel will probably nuke both of the countries at the same time, but technically they have that power. Like, Turkey literally has the power to stop 70% of Israel's energy grid. 70%. Okay? They will. No, the fuck they won't. Abi bunu tercüme eder misin? What is this?
Sizi Azerbaycan pavyonunda görmekten mutluyuz.
What? Pavilion? Oh, does that mean something different? That means pavilion, right? Because in Turkish, it means when someone says pavilion, in Turkish, that means like a place for drinking. But I guess in the Azeri language, it just might mean pavilion.
Azerbaycan pavyonunu nasıl buldunuz?
Gayet güzel bir düzenleme yapmışlar.
Sizi
Oğlum silah yerine yarrak diyor adamlar. Ne? Saçmalama. Yeah, it means brothel. Yeah, like a place where you drink. Pavyon, I guess. No, genel ev değil mi abi? Kerhane, genel ev, brothel. Pavyon, içki içilen yer değil mi? Like a pub. Or maybe like a strip club. But it's funny because Erdogan is like this religious guy, you know? But I guess in Azerbaijan, it just means like... in Azerbaijan, it just means like pavilion, I guess, which is like a place like that you go to. It has nothing to do with that. But in Turkey, it means nightclub with escorts, I guess. Do you think he goes to the strip club, Erdogan? No, I don't think he goes to the strip club. I get my wife to tune in, and we're stun locked on Azerbaijan translations. I mean, isn't it fucking fascinating? Many of you were challenging me that Azeri people are not Turks and that like I'm fucking making it up or whatever. Oh, here goes Hassan again. It's objectively untrue. So I had to fucking correct the record. But yes, it's crazy that Khamenei himself was Azeri and it was back in the Armenian side of the conflict. Crazy world. That's not surprising at all. He's Iranian. And also Iran is anti-Israel first and foremost. And secondly, like, look, Khamenei was he did a lot of ruthless shit to the Iranian population, certainly at times, but like the Iranian revolution is still a real popular revolution, and that spirit still continued in some ways. Like these guys, they met with all of the other revolutionary figures of the time as well. Like, there's a reason why Khomeini, the initial like Ayatollah Khomeini, and his photo is still presented in like so many fucking like presented alongside many other revolutionary figures. Bro, Thomas Sankara met with Ali Khamenei. Okay, like at a time when there was a time when like, you know, they like Iran wasn't as invested in like being a part of the Soviet bloc at all. But what is this? You're completely misunderstanding. Azeris are not ethnically Turkic. That's a misconception. The average Turkic DNA signal amongst Azeris are 5 to 8. Yeah, that's why this is what Recep Tayyip Erdogan looks like. And fucking this is what the Azeri president looks like. Very clearly different people. Bro, he literally looks the same. What the fuck are you talking about? He looks like Timu Erdogan. It's so funny. It's like, dude, let me put you on some game real quick. Religion is usually the biggest component of like who gets slotted into what in this fucking region. If I gave you a lineup of motherfuckers that are Kurdish, Azeri, Turkish, Armenian, and Greek, you would not be able to tell any of these 5 different groupings apart and they've been fighting each other and sometimes aligned with one another. Like you would not be able to look at any of these motherfuckers and be like, what's what? Literally, it's not even like there is very little difference with almost the culture too. Like the food is very similar. The culture is very similar. The language is different for sure. And obviously the religion is very different, but they look very much alike. Yes. If I put a lineup of these 5 different groups side by side to one another, you wouldn't literally not be able to distinguish who's what. Okay. And yes, I didn't say Kurds are an ethnic identity. I don't know why you said that. I didn't say that. I think I read someone saying something like that. We are closer to the Persian ethnicity. Google it, you pleb. Okay, you're Persian. Oh, Georgians too, bro. The funniest of this is fucking Georgians. Georgians who are literally like, we're Christian. Like, we should be a part of the European Union. I don't understand what's going on. It's like, bro, you literally look like Erdogan is Georgian. Like, Stalin looks Turkish. Like, you're doing Turk phonology. Like, you're trying to do Albanian I Spy. No, I'm just saying that, like, we have a lot more similarities than differences. Oh, my God. It's the most basic point of all time. All these people who have, like, warred with one another for centuries are literally identical to one another in their fucking culture. And all of these, like, marginal differences are really played up. And anytime I bring it up, everybody gets mad. If I were to turn around and say Greeks and Turks are virtually indistinguishable from one another in a lineup, the Greeks will get mad at me and say, how dare you? That's disgusting. We're not fucking Turkish. And then the Turks will get mad at you and say, how dare you? That's disgusting. We're not fucking Greek. Same with Kurds and Turks as well. Okay? Same with Armenians and Turks as well. It's literally true. The food is fucking identical. The culture is fucking identical. The people look identically. People look exactly like one another. It's not exactly, I'm not saying anything like super controversial at all. And yet nationalism has made this into an incredibly controversial statement. By the way, I got the email from John Kiriakou, who apparently earlier in the day we saw a video of him being like, I'm not going to see Hassan Piker. I would never do that. Something like that. Hello, John forwarded your note to Bleep, their team. As we're now handling and scheduling media coordination over the next several weeks, John is balancing international travel and production commitments, so we won't be able to coordinate stream in the immediate term. That said, we'd be happy to revisit later in the spring once the calendar stabilizes. Please feel free to check back in May or June and we can reassess availability then. He truly appreciates the invitation and the interest. Maybe that was a way for him to be like, fuck off. And I was wrong and I misread it, but that seems like, I didn't think that was like, no, it's not a bot response. It's like his team was talking to my team. So I'm a little bit shocked that would be his reaction. You're arguing against academic consensus. Your argument about Azeris and looks alike is because you don't understand the context. Compare yourself to a Mongolian Turkic person. You look closer to an Anatolian because modern Turkish people has the absolute highest Anatolian DNA component. Brother, I just don't give a shit. Like the point I was making wasn't like about haplogroups. I don't know why you're doing it's kind of wild. Say that then. I did. Why is this an issue that's like pissing you off so much? Don't read 2 lines in a wiki and say, look, I told you. Are Azeri people Turkic or not? Are they Turkic or are they not? Is the language literally almost identical or not? You're being fucking ridiculous. You sound like the fucking dudes that are like, we used to be Persian and then the Arab invasion Islamized us. But for Azerbaijan. Azeriler Türk amına koyayım. Bizden daha Türkler. Aynen abi, kafayı yedi adam. I can't tell if this is like some kind of race autism you have. To be fair, you're kind of the Germanoid Sojak claiming Roman heritage when it comes to being Greek Anatolian claiming Turk heritage. Okay, calm down. Bro, why do so-called socialists reply to observations of systemic division over mild differences in culture with eugenics as if it's the ultimate gotcha? I have no care or consideration for haplogroups at all in any assessment. I don't know why you got so like European style racial with this. Turkic peoples, yes, Azeris are Turkic people, but he says that the distribution of like Turkic genes are lower in Azeri people or something. I don't fucking know. What is this? Chinese on the 5th floor. Stop smoking in an elevator. I am Buryat. So you think you look just like this guy? What the fuck is this tweet, bro? Oh yeah, this is the funniest. Also, Lenin just Tatar. This is the racial profiling within the USSR. Charlie Kirk was Ukrainian? Bro, Charlie did not look like that. Anyway, I'm tired. I'm going to do one last video before I go. I haven't seen this yet, but this is apparently a top secret Kaya video. Let me start from the beginning, okay? Many years ago, I had a wonderful friend. His name was Fish, okay? He was a beautiful... I have not seen this video yet at all. I have no idea what it is, but apparently my team made it for me for Kaya's birthday. Wonderful life.
Hey Dad, it's me, Kaya. The team found this doggy voice box thing that's pretty unstable, so I gotta be quick. They told me I get one birthday wish, so I'm using that wish to tell you, you are the best dad. Thank you for letting me sleep in your bed, even when I'm shedding like crazy. Thank you for all the treats you give me. Thank you for bringing me to the dog park every day to see all my friends and the gym to wrestle with my big dog friends. Oh, and I really appreciate the treats. And going for those long walks in the park. And oh, for rolling down the window whenever we're going places. The wind is just my favorite part. And thank you for belly rubs and scratching that spot I can't reach on my butt. Did I mention treats? Yeah, thanks so much for those. Thank you for wrestling, even if you do go easy on me.
Is this racism?
Thank you for cuddles, especially when it's raining. And most importantly, thanks for being the best dad. It's been 3 whole years and I've barely grown at all. I can still fit right in your lap. Oh, looks like I gotta go. This thing's losing juice. Anyway, love you, Dad. You don't by chance got any treats?
What was that? What was that? Taking the toes off the bed, huh? Oh, someone wants to get off, huh? Is that what is going on here? Damn, that was awesome. That's the story of Kaya Piker. 3 years, 3 strong years. Wait, you got one of the treats? All right, we'll do the let's do the cake. All right, let's do the treat. Let's do one of the treats. Oh, okay. Someone got activated. Oh my god. Wait. It smells. This is a little cheeseburger. Is it sweet? What's up? I don't know if I should try this. It's salty. You want it? No. It's your birthday. Come here. McDonald's CEO live. Here you go. Okay. Wow. There are fucking many other treats in here. There's like a carrot cake. She's crushing that shit. This one looks sweet. Okay, this one's bomb. This one's not bad. Look at the little lady taking it to the table. I know. A little something for her, something for me, you know? Eating your dog's treats on her birthday. Yeah. She fucking scarfed that shit up, dude. What a demon. When she's done with that, I'll give her this one too. But yeah, happy birthday, Kaya. She is now officially 3 years old. Come here. Taking it back to the table. She's a lady. She's a gentle lady. What? God, her mouth, she's dripping. She's drooling. Her greed knows no bounds. I don't know if you noticed, but it's not enough. It's not enough that she has the treat right there. I don't know why she's eating it like that. What the fuck are you doing? I've never seen her do this before in my life. I don't know what the fuck's happening. It fucked her up. Whatever this is, whatever this treat is, it literally cooked her. Face down, ass up, eating it like that. I've never seen that. Oh my God. Kaya, what the fuck are you doing? Oh my God. She's searching for crumbs. She's like, oh my God, that was the greatest thing I've ever had. Anyway, that was, yeah, she's 21 years old. She's drunk. She's drunk with power. She's looking, hello, what? All right, that'll be all for today. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got. I'll be live tomorrow, as always. And then on Saturday, I will be in Chicago. Okay, give her beer. Shut up. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow.
Stunning
Peace.
profile introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this Lives with Dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. All these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's